When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say all are your comrades and none are your enemies, and the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise, proletariats, and make them cower.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion. squishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello! Hello, my little booblés. How you doing? How you all doing? How we doing, folks? Hello, Ms. Gender Lynn. Shout out to my trans homies in the chat. Cause I know it's been rough. I lived through yesterday. I know it's just kind of reflex. How you doing, folks? I know the answer is probably bad. Hitting it depressed style at the moment. Yeah. I will miss the horror of the room of too many doors. Oh, Spectral Pyre, he saw me at the local DSA meeting the other night. Look at you getting out and doing real world shit. I was pretty proud of speaking at the meeting for the first time. You know? I got out there and I said words. The Profane Priestess, thank you for the 20 biddies. You're just in time for me to have you on as good background news for the D&D session I'll be running this weekend. Oh, hell yeah. It's my distraction from the horrors. That makes sense to me. Hello, TJ Kidder. Hello, B. Parker. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, Gwennifer Roxanne Ferrois. Ferrois? I'm just gonna stick with Gwennifer, if you don't mind. Hello, Toff the Goblin. Hello, Very Knifey Duck. Hello, Erica. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, John Bogardus. Hello, Zen Bear. Hello, everyone. Hello, Empty Deer. Or Empty Der. Hello, Two Dad Smoochin'. How you doing? Always bringing top quality energy into the chat. Love it. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. Also, folks, did you know it's Very Knifey Duck's very knifey birthday? So, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Very Knifey Duck. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Happy birthday, Very Knifey Duck.
Crowder and Peak Brainrot.
Uh-oh.
My birthday isn't even until tomorrow.
Well, fuck. Damn it. Well, you know what? You get two now. That's just the rules. You know, if somebody sings you happy birthday, that just means you have a second birthday now. A very early birthday for a Very Knifey Duck. Hello, Rasby. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, Trades and Bullshit. Hello, Ethriel. Hello, Gamerg. Hello, Spectral Pyre. Hello, Ellie. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Existential Otter. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Thank you for helping to invent the internet. Always appreciate you in this community. Cannot wait till my birthday. Will you sing to me? Absolutely. You guys just gotta tell me you're having a birthday. Hello, Olive Rilder. See, it seems more natural to call you Olive Ryder. Even though I can't imagine what that would be. I tried it with the L in there. It's throwing me off. I had creme brulee. Ooh, yum. All right, we've got so much to talk about today. I know I said we would do a call-in stream. This week has just kind of been like an all hands on deck. We gotta keep up with just the fire hose of shit being directed at all of us. That being said, guys, do you know that they're still making free updates for No Man's Sky? It's kind of insane. That game came out like 12 years ago, and they put out free content for it for a decade. The devs are too based. Yeah, I mean, like, look at this. Not even sponsored. It's just like
Last year we released Worlds Part 1.
okay. It just looks really nice. Look at that. Flying around, swimming, looking at whatever the hell that is. You know? Like it looks cool. Yeah, they've spent a decade atoning. But like, damn. That looks pretty good. Find under the water ruins and stuff. Like, holy shit, what the hell is this? There's a whole bunny kingdom now? What is that? It's part of the new update, I think. Like, damn. This is neat. Like, what the? Whoa, okay. It's really impressive. I don't know. Maybe I have to jump back in and just be like, what the hell's going on now? Ooh, the new animated 40K series is going to focus on Deathwatch Marines. Nice. Might have to revisit No Man's Sky. Yeah, honestly, at this point, No Man's Sky playing the long game by just like keeping new content coming out like every year or so that like as you yourself make more friends, you get them to buy No Man's Sky. You know? Genius. Anyway, thought that was fun. So, folks, let's dive into it, shall we? Let's take a look. All right. Did I miss all the fun? Not even close. We gotta eat our carrots and peas, chat. Let's see. Need to press the button. Here we go, folks. So, folks, yesterday was pretty insane. Donald J. Trump, the president of the United States, somehow froze all federal spending, which I'm not a lawyer, but I'm pretty sure having somewhere in all of my American history courses, I learned that was supposed to be illegal, but he did it anyway. However, there has been such a backlash over the last 24 hours, 36 hours or so that that has been backtracked, which is really, really good. And it also represents the first major loss and defeat of a Donald Trump agenda, which I think is a really big deal. We need to celebrate this as like kind of a milestone. It took like a handful of days during his most powerful period to literally foil one of his initial schemes, which is pretty, well done, us. Well done. Yeah, it is. Well, the thing is, when has legality ever stopped Donald Trump? Never. However, unpopularity has stopped Donald Trump. And I think that the widespread condemnation of this decision that rapidly became apparent as hours ticked by led to the White House Budget Office rescinding the order. Which, this is a major victory. He is not a king. He cannot do whatever he wants. And honestly, this is a great precedent to set this early, So I'm not going to tell you that like everything is great, because oh boy, is it not. But let's take a moment to appreciate that this is a really good thing. 72 million Americans rely on Medicaid. That funding got frozen by this order, and that's just one thing it affected. So, yeah, it's a big deal that this got reversed. It demonstrates his incompetence to tens of millions of Americans. It, frankly, was shocking enough that like Trump supporters were taking to various forums and posting about how their entire business relies on Medicaid and government federal grants, and how like if this went on, because no one knew how long it would last, it was indefinite, right? That it would like utterly ruin them, that it would utterly destroy their companies and their family life and like everything else, so it really, yeah, it's really bad, but we won, and I think we should recognize that and appreciate it. Okay. Wait, OPM is now trying to freeze it? Oh, okay. Wait a minute, that's insane. Never mind, everything I just said is a lie. Everything I just said is not accurate. This is crazy. White House aide says spending freeze isn't being rescinded despite memo. According to The Hill, the White House is claiming on the Wednesday move by the Office of Management and Budget, rescinding a controversial order that froze a wide swath of federal financial assistance, is not actually an end to curbing government spending. This is not a rescission of the federal funding freeze. It is simply a rescission of the OMB memo. Why? To end any confusion created by the court's injunction. The president's executive order on federal funding remain in full force and effect and will be rigorously implemented. Yvette referred to the OMB memo issued Monday night that directed federal agencies to temporarily pause all activities related to obligation or disbursement of all federal financial assistance while the government conducts a review. This makes it way more confusing. Wait a minute. This honestly is insane. To correct any confusion that the media has purposely and somehow, for whatever reason, created, Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid have not been affected by any action we're taking in any way, which is basic. This last part is at the very least in direct contrast to what I have heard of people's actual experiences with their Medicaid coverage. So that's interesting. We are merely looking at parts of the big bureaucracy where there's been tremendous waste and fraud and abuse. Longer statement. Levitt outlined that Trump has targeted through executive orders in the past week certain types of spending. By the way, having read the memo, it absolutely does not make it clear at all that they're targeting anything. It is extraordinarily broad. There's an unrelated outage of the Medicaid portal That's interesting. I don't know if I believe that it's unrelated, but okay. In light of the injunction, OMB has rescinded the memo to end any confusion on federal policy created by the court ruling and the dishonest media coverage. The executive orders issued by the president on funding reviews remain in full force and effect and will be rigorously implemented. Called for an end to legal action against the first memo after U.S. Judge Lauren Alicon temporarily blocked. I want to look at the this coverage of the judge's order here. Okay, District Judge Lauren Alicon said she was granting a brief administrative stay that preserves federal disbursements at least until Monday at 5 p.m. Eastern after a group of nonprofit and public health organizations filed a lawsuit. Judge will be holding another hearing Monday. I'm guessing that's this coming Monday. So, okay, so basically the judge ordered this stay. They're trying to rescind the memo as if the memo itself is the issue and not the very obvious widespread freeze across all federal funds. Yeah, so as far as I can tell here, the judge's order is still in place. If you'd like, I can hop on and explain her this. Yeah, absolutely. I would appreciate some insight. Bringing you on, Paladin. Gonna jump into the Discord group or just a direct call? Either way. Yeah, I don't think it makes any sense. I think we're gonna come Monday, we're gonna find out exactly what the hell is happening. I think they're just trying to skirt around it. All right. Boop. Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can hear you great.
Excellent. All right. So to explain this, the EOs basically say that the government that basically Trump ordered a review of every dollar going out, saying that it can't be used for a bunch of stuff, DEI, wokeness, LGBTQ stuff, whatever buzzwords and bullshit they put in the order.
Yeah.
Now, OMB's job is to basically say what that means. So they released that first OMB memo that basically said, this is what it covers. This is a whole laundry list of what that EO means and what we expect you to do to comply with that EO.
Okay.
Of course, that list is fascist as all fucking hell, right?
Yeah.
So now a lawsuit happens. Everyone's suing because there are many things in there that are absolute violations of what's basically a law that basically says when Congress allocates money, nobody in the executive branch can actually stop that money from going out.
And that's from
the budget Article 3.
That's from like the Nixon era, right?
Yeah, that bill's old.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's and Trump is trying to argue that bill is unconstitutional. There'll probably eventually be a legal challenge for it, but it's probably going to fail. Right?
Yeah.
So OMB is in trouble. Basically, the judge basically blocks it, right? Blocks enforcement.
Yep.
So based on the contents of the memo, they're basically saying the contents of the memo are a violation of a separation of powers. So what?
Okay.
So what?
Which they are.
Oh, they are. So what the Trump administration tried to do was rescind the memo to make the case moot. And then basically what would happen is, if it had worked right, what would happen is OMB and Mark Paoletta, who is now the chief legal officer at OMB. Mark Paoletta is that douchebag white guy you see in every picture with Clarence Thomas. Yeah, like he's a big Harlan Crow guy. He's a complete jackass. So everything would have gone through him.
Looks like it too.
And the problem is like, okay, so let's say you have another separate division. Let's say, well, I'll pick one. You have NIH, right?
Uh-huh.
So NIH is Jay Bhattacharya, right? The weird anti-vax guy from Harvard who's a complete scumbag.
Yep.
So now Jay Jay could potentially sue OMB and the Trump administration and enjoin them to block his funding from being roped. But Jay's part of the plan, so now Jay is no longer doing that because he's not claiming he's an injured party anymore.
Yeah.
That memo made injured parties, so they tried to revoke it so that there wouldn't be any more injured parties. They could basically since they're on both sides of the funding scam,
Yeah.
they wouldn't have any lawsuits. But
but they fucked it up.
They fucked it up. And the way they fucked it up was that they really they knew the rescission memo was going to get leaked. But two, Catherine Leavitt decided to get on Twitter and say, yeah, the funding freeze is still there, even if the OMB memo is gone.
Yep.
So, of course, the court went, well, if you just say we've already determined based on the memo of what the injury is, you saying you didn't retract the injury, you just retracted talking about the injury.
Yeah, no takesies backsies.
Well, you can't go I'm still robbing you. I'm just not going to talk about how I'm robbing you.
Exactly.
The Trump administration loves this weird little information game where they're like, we're not going to actually change anything. We're just going to release a memo that says don't talk about it. They're like, yeah, camps. Just don't talk about camps. We're still building them.
Yeah, it is interesting how a lot of what they're doing amounts to like weird pedantry when like usually if you're in a position of power, you don't have to get involved in weird pedantry. So I think that a lot of this is a good sign. Again, like their ineptitude is leaving open so many legal doors. It's quite good.
They're still just as stupid and chicken-headed as they are before. But
yeah.
Ultimately, this is going to work out pretty much the same way as it did in 2016, in the sense that Trump has tried to do some shit to negate all the stuff that Biden did, and he tried to do some stuff to negate all the shit Obama did, and he had very limited success at that. Now, eventually, that will run out because that funding is for a limited amount of time, and then they can just never fund it. Or they can do what I have a feeling they're going to do at Department of Education, which is by law they have to name somebody to chair the department.
Yeah.
By law there has to be a Secretary of Education. It's a department, so it has to have a secretary, but it doesn't have to have anything else. They can literally just make it a no-show job, rip everyone else from underneath, and leave it there without having. And then they'll never, and they can just go never get sued for it because there's just nothing there.
Yeah, they're gonna gut it.
Yeah, they're just making shell companies of some of these places.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you saw that, and the other thing they're gonna do is and you saw this in 2017, but you're gonna see it on a massive scale now. Is you've already seen them issue a return to work order, which is something they can do, right? And the rules of government civil service basically make you like the military. In other words, they can basically assign you wherever the hell they feel like, right?
Mm-hmm.
So normally all the offices for all of these things are in DC, or at least in an area where you're gonna work. Like if there's a there's an ArcGIS station in St. Louis, but yeah, everyone who works there lives in St. Louis. What's going to happen is that they're doing this return to office, and then they're going to try to reassign all of these people to offices like in Anchorage.
Yeah, I can definitely see them like trying to abuse this type of administrative power, but at the same time, like I don't know if it's going to fly with the general public. You know?
They did it with small branches of NIH in 2017,
Hmm.
and they cut the total. They cut the total of those two little areas of the NIH by about 30%.
Yeah.
They cut the total.
I think that they're gonna want to do it on a much wider scale this time, though, and I feel like you can get away with that in like a limited amount, but the degree that they want to do it this time is, I mean, pretty pretty damning. It's not gonna be flying under the radar, I think.
Oh yeah, and the SEIU is already gearing up to sue the ever living pants off of them if they try it.
Oh, absolutely.
So that, I mean, the SEIU sued the first time, and there were so few employees that it didn't really take off. But if they try something with a major branch, it might come up. But I would expect a lot of just this type of stuff. But
Yeah.
This type of legal dodgery is just pure unadulterated laziness. They're just trying to do things and hope that nobody calls them out on their bullshit.
Yeah, and honestly, it's bizarre because if they tried to form, if they applied even like a little bit of a veneer to the entire thing, they could probably get away with a lot more. But they are just so lazy and they just do not care. It's like they just want the headlines, which, to a degree they do, I'm sure. But like, yeah.
Yeah, it's for this whole
Point taken.
illusion
The
of
most
doing a
fatal
whole
crash
lot.
in the U.S. just happened in D.C.
Trump really loves these like breathless posts, like that one Bill Ackman dropped, where it's like Trump did the only other person who did more in 7 days is God, and even he took Sunday off.
Yeah, no kidding.
Please a little more.
I think we gotta wrap this up, and I gotta transition into a new story. But thank you so much for calling in and giving us a little explainer. I really appreciate it. It made it a lot more digestible and simple.
Anything like that, especially with like legal stuff, I am happy to help.
Sounds great. Thank you so much, Paladin.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Well, thank you very, very much to Paladin Lost for hopping on and giving us that explainer. Yeah, a lot of really awful shit is coming down the pipeline when it comes to Donald Trump and like lawsuits in particular. And in that regard, their incompetence and laziness, even with like conservative judges, is going to sink like their efforts. Like the term loose lips end lives or something like that. It's like that, except in this case loose lips kill court cases. And I'm glad that no one in the Trump administration can control their yap. It's gonna honestly, loose lips sink ships. Yes, true. Damn, Nindreen!
0.
Thank you for the $250 dono. God damn. Thank you. the Queen of Blades herself. Thank you so much. Anyway, let's enjoy the victory over this while we can. They are not able to just steamroll through our legal process and protections. And let's take the W. That's all I'm saying. Let's take the W and acknowledge this for what it is. Donald Trump's first real defeat. Okay. Also, I'm Andrew S. I'm not sure what you mean by point taken, but yeah, this is awful. I don't know if there is confirmation on fatalities yet. So, folks, just to give you a little bit of an idea, as of a few minutes ago, a passenger plane at Reagan Airport in D.C. has collided with a military helicopter with 60 passengers and 4 crew aboard. And it doesn't look great. I wonder, do we have video here? No one survived? I'm not seeing that on CNN. Can you provide me a source for that one? Do we need video? Probably not. Yeah, a passenger aircraft has crashed in the Potomac River near Reagan National Airport outside of Washington, D.C. The entire airport has been shut down and closed. Plane collided midair with a Sikorsky H-60 helicopter. I don't know exactly what that is. Let's take a look. What was an Army helicopter doing out there in the night? These things are not small either. Okay. The video clearly shows a direct impact between the two vehicles. Oof. There were a bunch flying over the Potomac all afternoon and evening, but why? Okay, so you're just saying it's your opinion that it's not a survivable event. Okay. That's a big difference, and it's very helpful because I don't want to be claiming that everyone is dead when that's not confirmed yet. May have been part of a security detail. Yeah, I mean, air traffic control? What happened? Okay, so the plane was arriving at Reagan National Airport. It was inbound from Kansas. Yeah, no confirmed information on casualties at this time. Oh, wait. Yeah. Yeah, Black Hawk helicopter. Oh, good. JD Vance is monitoring the situation. I'm glad. Such a comfort in these trying times. American Eagle Flight 5342 from Wichita. Tonight, we received devastating news that of what can only be described as nothing short of a nightmare. A plane traveling to the nation's capital from Wichita, Kansas, carrying roughly 60 passengers, collided with a military helicopter. My prayer is that God wraps his arms around each and every victim and that he continues to be with their families, according to Roger Marshall, U.S. Senator for Kansas. Well, in a good news for there being some survivors, apparently warming buses have been deployed to the aid area. So that's good. At least, you know. Whew. Why the hell were they in a landing trajectory? Honestly, I have no idea. If it was a Black Hawk, then air traffic controllers probably had no control. Yeah, I mean that's probably it. They're probably working along two different lines of communication, but like someone in the army, because it's an army helicopter, should have known that that was like an incoming trajectory spot for aircraft. Honestly, it's hard to really wrap your head around how this could be how this could even happen on accident, really. Water temperature is around 35 degrees in that spot, so rescue needs to be quite swift. The information we have on the aircraft is that it is a PSA Airlines Bombardier CRJ-700. That's an air traffic controller screw-up. But if the army is not communicating with air traffic control, like this helicopter went too far afield during a training exercise or something, like, I don't know that the helicopter would necessarily be listening into the FAA flight tower. Or the AA. You know what I mean. Well, that's why I'm wondering if it was a military aircraft operating out of that airport or a military, helicopter operating from a nearby military base. I mean, honestly, someone fucked up really bad. Hard to know who at this point. The Black Hawk is now confirmed to have had 3 soldiers aboard as well. We have an eyewitness account here. Everything seemed normal as he drove along the George Washington Parkway, the highway that runs by the airport, according to Ari Schulman. As he watched the planes coming in to land, one in particular caught his eye. Initially, I saw the plane and it looked fine. Normal. It was right about to head over land, maybe 120 feet above the water. It looked like a fairly small but normal-sized passenger jet. 3 seconds later, the plane was banked all the way to the right, past 90 degrees. I could see the underside of it. It was lit up a very bright yellow, and there was a stream of sparks underneath it. Following that, everything went dark. I didn't see any helicopter. It was a very, very dark night out tonight, so anything that's not illuminated, you can't really see. So I didn't see the other aircraft, but I saw the plane banking at an angle that a plane shouldn't bank, and I saw sparks flying. I didn't see the plane hit the ground. I didn't see flames or an explosion or smoke. I didn't see emergency lights. It was so brief. That may even be like a full-on... I mean, the state of airplanes in this country is unacceptable. Probably the plane trying to get out of the way of the helicopter. Yeah, or some serious malfunction on that aircraft. Because I guess my question is, did it bank like that before it hit the helicopter? That is possible. sounds like the pilot saw the helicopter and banked hard. That's another possibility. I have no idea what to think. Yeah, honestly, there's not many conclusions we can come to yet based on the information we have. From the video, it does not seem to be banking before the explosion. It's hard to see, though. Yeah.
In September, I had the privilege of visiting Stockholm, Sweden to watch the GeoGuessr World Cup. And I was amazed by their country. America is so barbaric compared to Sweden. I am sad to be American.
Understandable. And the most frustrating part of being American is seeing other countries and being like, wait a minute, we could have that? We could have, like, everyone have healthcare? Wait, a better life is possible, and then banging your head into the political system and realizing, like, how much is stacked against you from getting that world. There's some live footage on Blue Sky. Yeah, there's also some live footage here. Here, I'll pull it up.
Degree of responsibility when they're in that really congested airspace in the landing and takeoff areas.
Well, listen, as you know, every pilot, whether you're the helicopter pilot or the aircraft, you've got to be watching.
Yeah, it's
constant. You got to be constantly having your
to describe. It's just like emergency lights on either side of the river,
head on a swivel, and looking for any other air traffic in the air, any air traffic that maybe you are not being advised of by air traffic control, and there is an awful lot of it, and so it is the responsibility of both pilots. The question's really going to be, of course, did air traffic control see any potential conflict and notify them or not?
Yeah. So again, we are maybe. Forlorn 79 is saying it happened at before 9 p.m. I'm seeing these stories only go up about like 46 minutes ago or 50 minutes ago. Yeah, I mean, at most, if they fell in the water and are not killed on impact, they have about 90 minutes in freezing water temperatures like that in order before they pass. It's a good thing it's been warmer. Yeah, true. Might give them a fighting chance. Ozchunk, thank you for subscribing. Happened just before 9 p.m. Oh, boy. Well, then... yeah. Don't want to say what I'm thinking. It's grim. That's assuming the shock of hitting freezing water doesn't cause a sudden cardiac event. Yeah. Both the helicopter and the plane had lights. I mean, what a situation. What have I missed? A fully loaded, well, almost fully loaded passenger jet collided with a military helicopter. And no one's quite sure about the fate of anyone on board yet. Happened about 2 hours ago. Been following it since then. The helicopter looked like it had lights, just not as lit up as the plane. Yeah, that tends to happen. The footage lets you see the crash, but no real details other than the lights and the explosion. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I'm really hoping that this doesn't get spun into oh, there was a DEI hire behind the wheel of the plane or something. Which I can very easily imagine them doing. Still asking, Trump defunded federal services. Reagan was best known for breaking the FAA strike. Related? I don't think that's related, no. Do we have air traffic control? We do. We do. Yeah, if it's a woman or a not anything other than a white straight man, they're just gonna bang the DEI drum. Yeah, being cold and injured is not ideal, for sure. Okay, do we got anything else? I heard 2 unusual bangs, something I've never heard of. A body, age 38, told CNN, adding that it kind of sounded like a war zone. Huh. He said the incident happened around 8:50 p.m. Eastern Time. So about an hour ago. Right? No. Yeah, about 2 hours ago. In the webcam footage, it looks like the helicopter flew directly at the plane before the explosion. I mean, it's highly likely that, like, the helicopter was unaware of the plane, you know? Like, the plane's moving at hundreds of miles an hour. God. Wow, look at the statement Donald Trump managed to write. I've been fully briefed on the terrible accident which just took place at Reagan National Airport. May God bless their souls. Thank you for the incredible work being done by our first responders. I'm monitoring the situation. We'll provide more details as they arise. You know, that sounds like they're all dead. You know, that is not if he's operating off of full knowledge here, that is not a good sign. Oh, Spitfire, a passenger jet collided with a military Black Hawk helicopter. And, you know, bad things ensued. FAA says it is a... Okay, so the FAA is saying it's not a Black Hawk? Because as of a minute ago, the Army is saying that there were 3 people on the Black Hawk. I think the earlier designation was incorrect. Yeah, I mean, like a handful of days ago, Donald Trump did freeze air traffic controller hiring. I mean, wouldn't surprise me if air traffic controllers were working in terrible conditions too. I'm experiencing burnout right now. I know that feels, Melanie. What do you think explains the collision? I mean, my money's on
Who's
incompetence
ready
or
for Trump to blame the day
goofs.
hiring practices at the FAA for this?
Oh, Sake Tanuki, it's like give it like maybe 5 hours. Okay, give it maybe 5 hours. Ugh. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I very much appreciate it. Can Black Hawk also be used as a catch-all term for a military helicopter? I do not believe so. I believe it refers to a specific type of military helicopter, or perhaps the Sikorsky H-60 is a Black Hawk. I don't know. Not an expert on that. Yeah, no, this is not this. There's no way this is an act of like terrorism or anything like that. This seems like a freak accident. This seems like a freak accident that was likely exacerbated by bad working conditions for air traffic controllers. Blackhawks do specifically refer to UH-60s. Cool. Yeah, I do not believe that this was intentionally done. For example, if you are in control of an airplane, as we've seen in American history, you can do a lot more damage than just running it into a helicopter. And if you are in command of a U.S. Black Hawk helicopter, you can also do a lot more damage with that by not smashing it into a plane that is traveling hundreds of miles an hour. This is... I do not believe that this is intentionally done at all. Like Trump just defunded them. I don't know that Trump defunded the FAA. Like no budget has been passed. What I'm referring to is specifically the working conditions under which the FAA has functioned for years, even including under Biden, have been abysmal. And I think that this type of occurrence is expected almost, if that is the case. You meant the hiring freeze? I don't think that would lead the FAA to deliberately cause a jet to crash into a military helicopter. I don't know that a hiring freeze would lead to that. Like that's not like necessarily a 1, 2, 3 like logical progression. The funding freeze? I don't know that the funding freeze affected the FAA. I mean, if it did, expecting air traffic controllers to come into work and not get paid is, I think, definitely would make this worse, but I don't think that is what actually happened.
This is kind of grim, but it would suck to survive an air crash to then be saddled with life-ruining medical debt that financially destroys you for the rest of your life, in addition to the trauma.
Yeah, I mean, you are basically describing first responders who survived 9/11. You are basically referring to how the United States government treated heroes who stepped up on 9/11 and saved a lot of lives, and how they have been treated ever since, with their exposure to all of the cancerous chemicals and dust that they experienced during those days. Isn't that literally what Reagan did? No, Reagan broke the union. Reagan did a lot worse than what Donald Trump has done. To the FAA, specifically. Yeah, like, I echo Amber Brain's contentions. Air traffic controllers have very shitty working conditions, low pay, high stress, long hours, not enough staff. Exactly. The hiring freeze ensures that they continue to have not enough staff, but I don't know that in the span of a week affected like their operational abilities more so than any of the pre-existing problems. Context exists, sure, but he's breaking new union. Yeah, I'm not saying he's good. I'm not saying he's not screwing over other unions. Why are you putting words in my mouth? Stop it. Not related, but am I the only one to have the TikTok timeline full of Trump voters crying because they got what they voted for? Yeah. Yeah. It is exactly what is going on. God. Do we have any additional updates here? Because I'm probably gonna move on. Just because we aren't getting enough information. We'll periodically come back to this and see what is going on. Apparently dive operations are ongoing. Firefighters are participating in the dives. That's interesting. One thing I wanted to look up was the type of aircraft, just to see like how big it is. Is it prone to accidents? It was a Bombardier CRJ-700. Okay. Introduced back in 2001, so it's been in service for like almost a quarter of a century. Do we got any? Go. Design work on the CRJ-700 started in 1997. Accidents and incidents. Olympians, thank you for the $5 dono.
I wish I could spare empathy for these people, but I can't.
I'm going to assume that you are talking about the Trump supporters on TikTok and not the people who likely just died horribly. Yeah, not too many accidents with this type of craft. Interesting. Yeah, okay, thank you for the $5 dono and the clarification.
About the people who voted for Trump.
They have firefighter divers who do this kind of thing? Firefighters are, like, so goated. You know, like, they can also be pieces of shit, but, like, I don't know, I just, on the whole, the vibes of, like, a firefighter bar are so much better than the vibes of a police bar. You gotta be a cool kind of person who, in the middle of a crisis scenario, is willing to strap on diving gear to, like, try and save some lives. That's pretty cool. Not gonna lie. Let's see. Oh, thanks for the great update, CNN. Emergency vehicles seen rushing to the site of the aircraft collision.
And
no
my
shit.
message to them if they're watching is boo fucking who you voted for that motherfucker.
Oh, God. Okay, we'll come back to this periodically, see what's going on with the search and rescue efforts. Yeah, no one ever says fuck the fire department. Yeah, it's mostly like, oh, thank God they saved my house. Thoughts on general strike via already existing unions? That'd be pretty great. I've been a huge fan of the UAW negotiating outside of its union for various contracts to expire in 2028. I'm really, really excited to see how well that goes. I don't think it's going to be like truly a general strike. It's more of going to be like a proof of concept that we can get there. And that's going to be very, very cool. This is eerie. Wait, what is this? This is a Army helicopter crash from 2023. Let's see. There's a 15th movement too. I don't know what that is. There's a satire song called Fuck the Fire Department that actually a diss track on cops. Nice. Okay. Moving right along. Clean up some of my tabs real quick. Go. So here's what I'm gonna say about like the crying Trump supporter stuff or whatever. Like, part of it is just like, yeah, like you guys got exactly what you voted for, you know? On another level, I think those of us who can should be willing to step up and be like, yeah, you know, Donald Trump did this to you on purpose to enrich billionaires. And I know that is without it being like inaccessibly like coded behind a gigantic like neener type response. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, I think these people who are experiencing like suffering at the hands of the Trump administration, we need to try to a degree to radicalize them against their former master, you know? Like, they are vulnerable, and I know not everyone's going to be able to do this because like there's so much rage, but if you can manage it, I think that it's an opportunity for us to explain exactly who's hurting them and why, you know? Yet, if you can draw the connection, if you can't, I understand as well, you know? Yeah, well, unfortunately, worker solidarity does sometimes mean kind of sucking it up a little bit and trying to inculcate some class consciousness into folks who may have lacked it previously. Trying so hard not to shit on them while also having a convo to help them see the light. Exactly. And I know not everyone's going to be up for that or capable of it, but like, you know, can I have a little neener as a treat? Sure, like, in general, but maybe not directly responding to folks like that, you know? Resist the urge to Fortnite default dance on the former Trumpers. Nah, never resist the urge to dance. Oh, there are a lot of people who are too far gone. But honestly, we don't need to like recruit them to be socialists. You know, that they're not going to go for that, but they will understand the basic premise of this guy signed this executive order so that he and his billionaire friends can get, you know, $10 richer off of your labor. You know, like that's I think they are open to hearing that message, you know? A revolution without dancing is not a revolution worth having. Exactly, Coder Joe. You get it. You get me. Can you give them a disappointed sigh and say, and now you know, welcome to the club? Yes, you can. I personally cannot do this, and I totally understand that. I would struggle very much doing this, which is why I don't just tend to interact with folks like that on social media. I have low impulse control. But I figure as someone with a platform and a responsibility to try and move our movement forward, encouraging you all to behave better than I would be able to may be useful. They're not mad that Trump is hurting people. They're mad that he's hurting them. Exactly. So draw the line for it. I'm not saying they're good people. Not gonna lie, every time a policy is introduced that hurts everyone, I laugh because someone I know who voted for him is disabled and proud she voted him in. Yeah, a lot of these, but like that's also like deeply sad, you know? Like they don't understand that they aren't going to be spared from the bad policies. In a way, like that's deeply sad, right? Like this person has been bamboozled and propagandized to the point where she doesn't realize that she's on the chopping block, you know? Like they're coming for the disabled. They're coming for the ADA. You know, that's one of the things they salivate about, along with like privatizing the post office. Thanks for understanding, Gwenifer. Yeah, I would encourage y'all to laugh at Trump and his incompetent cronies rather than laughing at people who have the misfortune of being duped by them. You know, like, for example, guys, a great thing to laugh about when it comes to Donald Trump is how absolutely pathetic he is. Absolutely pathetic. And by that I mean, guys, look at this. Look at this. This was introduced yesterday in Congress, the actual Congress of the United States government. HR 792 to direct the Secretary of the Interior to arrange for the carving of the figure of Donald J. Trump on Mount Rushmore National Memorial. They want to add him to Mount Rushmore. Like, are you kidding me? The only way that could get worse is if they replaced Lincoln's face with Trump's. Oh my god. Can you imagine though? Like, can you imagine being an artist who's like trying to sculpt this? If you're an artist and you're in charge of that, like, one, there's a decent chance you gay as hell, okay? And two, look, you're carving it with explosives, okay? It doesn't take a creative to really think of a way you could accidentally fuck it up. I don't know, I'm just throwing that out there if this does actually pass, because we live in the stupidest times. God. Yeah, not to mention the just ongoing devastation of a sacred site for indigenous folks. Of course, it's that dumbass Paulina Luna. Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Republican Floridian. Who would have thought? Yeah, oh no, we accidentally blew up the whole rock face. Now we just have a mountain again. Oh no. You know, also, I'm just going to throw this out there as another silver lining, okay? Just for you guys. One of the things I've been appreciating quite a bit is Ken Klippenstein and his reporting. Because basically, people are leaking to Ken like a sieve. Like, it's just so much information is making its way towards Ken Klippenstein. And, it's ridiculous. Apparently, intelligence officials are starting to leak to him now, Here's a memo from Defense Intelligence Agency personnel received instructing them to suspend observances including Holocaust Remembrance Day, MLK Day, and Juneteenth. And let me tell you, damn, we're really going mask off with this Nazi shit, huh? Like you're not gonna have internal recognition of Holocaust Remembrance Day? That's kind of crazy. Also, yeah, Ken is one of the only journalists civil servants can trust. It's true. He's one of the few people who actually has the integrity and like know-how needed to receive these leaks. But I will also throw out there that like the fact that this is being leaked at all this early into a presidency is insane. Yeah, like you guys remember last time around. Maybe you don't. You might be young, right? But when Trump was in office last time, it took a few years of like insanity for leaks to really ramp up. It was really in the like last 2 years of his previous term. And it is the fact that it is, in Ken's wording, leaking more than ever for him is insane. You know, Ken is cringe sometimes, but you know, like who isn't? And all I'm saying is like this level of like civil servant rebellion is unsustainable. It's unsustainable for the Trump administration, I should say. I think civil servants can absolutely keep this up indefinitely. You know, unless he's just going to blanket fire everyone and then start the hiring process over like a year and a half long period, you know? That actually gives me hope. Yeah, like people inside the US government don't like being told all of a sudden that, hey, don't celebrate Holocaust Remembrance Day. Which cabinet member would pull a Scaramucci? Oh, it's gotta be. Well, in what sense do you mean a Scaramucci? A Scaramucci. May I share one of my favorite currently relevant quotes? Absolutely, Profane Priestess. What's a Scaramucci? Anthony Scaramucci. Also, I gotta let you know, guys. There's been a news story going around today about how Donald Trump is offering, according to a memo, again, a lot of memos today, offering 8 months of severance, or it's not, they aren't calling it severance, but 8 months of paid time plus benefits to all 2 million people in the federal workforce. And I think if you look at the reporting around this issue, you'll see exactly what I mean when I say that a lot of these news organizations are currently capitulating to Donald Trump because they're framing it in the most flattering terms imaginable for Trump, right? Like some outlets are straight up saying it's severance pay, but when you actually dig into what is being offered, it is, you know, if you accept, you can work for 8 more months in the federal government receiving pay and benefits, and then you skedoodle, that you get kicked out. Like it's not even like it's dog shit. It's a bamboozle. Yeah, 8 months of continuing to be paid to work until September, which is just working. Why would anyone like accept that? Unless it is like a poorly worded warning that in 8 months they're just going to fire everyone. It's honestly, it's bizarre. It's absolutely bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. Probably Elon Musk's idea. It does seem to be Elon Musk's idea. I believe the memo involves a mention of a fork in the road, which is one of Elon Musk's like favorite phrases. He used it also when it came to him taking over Twitter. And also apparently he had an art installation of a fork in a road installed on one of his properties. Very bizarre stuff. Oh, who's gonna famous as in for being fired first? I imagine it's. I want to say it's gonna be Pete Hegseth, because there's no way that guy doesn't fuck up. But I think he might get so much grace from Trump that it might take him a while to get fired. If I had to guess, it would be like probably not one of the billionaires. Well, I guess does Vivek count? Does Vivek count as being fired when he got kicked out before Trump took office? I don't think he's going to alienate Elon. Elon is worth too much money. You know? Elon is money on the table as far as he's concerned. Vivek glassed to negative mooches, yeah. Vivek didn't even have power. It's true. But also, like, neither does Elon Musk right now, at least, under law. But, with money, I guess he's powerful. Andrew S., thank you for the $5 dono.
With Pete's liver survive by the end of February? Who can tell?
Yeah, Pete Hegseth is an excellent contender for, guy high up in the U.S. government that you just find, like, keeled over with liver poisoning one day while in office. He's just gonna pop a gasket somehow. Let's take a look here. Oh, you know what? I figure, let's do this. Let's do this.
I'm willing to hear other perspectives. But I think that Trump supporters need to be punished in some big way. If we ever manage to take power back from the fascists, they need to be held accountable.
I don't know that they need to be punished.
I wouldn't be surprised if he fires RFK because he hates his voice. It's like how he fired Bolton for the mustache.
I think I could see a high-profile betrayal of RFK. I can see him getting, I can see RFK trying to push him on some issue outside of, healthcare that Trump wants to give kickbacks to his friends on, and, him losing RFK's support. I can see that. As far as, punishing Trump supporters, I don't know about punishing Trump supporters. I think that instead of focusing our energy on punishing voters, I think instead we should focus our energy on changing this system so that something like that can never happen again. I think punishing, active members of the fascist takeover of our country, yes. But that's different than voters, I think. I think that people who are making it a habit of course to violate our Constitution and to break laws willy-nilly inside of our government institutions probably need to be held accountable for that. We need a better mechanism for that. And conservatives might look at what I just said there and go, "Oh, but that means the Democrats will need to be held accountable." And yeah, I want both sides to be held accountable for breaking the law. I think that would be good, actually. I'm not a fan of politicians. I'm a fan of policies. I'm a fan of structural reform of our system rather than, punishing people. What I care about, it's kind of like that Michael Brooks quote, hate systems, not people. I think we will have a far, far, far more successful movement if we hold to that as one of our principles, genuinely. Also, folks, we've been going for about an hour and a half now. If you've been enjoying stream, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos. I very much appreciate it. You know, like, at the end of the day, ask yourself which you care about more, like, people who are kind of shitty and got bamboozled by a flim-flam man being, like,
So
impoverished.
we allow the people who voted in Gilead to get away with it.
I don't know what that means. But also, I think that the question comes down to which would you rather have? Would you rather have structural reform that makes our country actually democratic, that gets money out of politics, that gets us Medicare for all? Would you rather have those types of things, or would you rather impoverish already impoverished people? You know, like, if we're talking about, like, Medicare for all, we're taxing the millionaires and the billionaires more anyway. Like, I'm talking about, like, impoverished people. I take no pleasure in people being, like, you know, destitute. I don't know about you guys. I think if you do take pleasure in that, that's kind of weird. But yeah. Oh, Gilead is the country from The Handmaid's Tale. I need to watch that show or read the book. Also true, votes are private. You know, some of the surrounding ideas around punishing voters would actively move us away from the goals that we have as leftists, you know? Well, honestly, the issue isn't, I don't really care that much about saving individual voters so much as the entire point of building political power is to benefit all of us. And I think that through benefiting all of us, we can achieve more and greater things than if we try and, like, you know, means test who receives the benefits based on, like, political affiliation, you know? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to say anyway. I hope you guys understand what I mean. Yeah, honestly, what you end up doing is saying, fuck the South, punish everyone in Georgia, and like, oh, wait a minute, that's gonna, that hurts a lot of really good folks, you know? Yeah. So anyway, I think it's bad. Hate the system, don't hate people. Because every person is someone who may one day be your ally. You know, leftist revolutionary movements make for strange bedfellows. If you look at history. The devil went down on Georgia? Oh my. I didn't hear this version of the song. You can be petty on an interpersonal level with people in your life. True.
Boy, howdy, the time, effort, and money we put into disenfranchising Trump voters couldn't be used better elsewhere. Nope. Stop it, y'all. Love, a duck.
Very knifey duck, your sarcasm, I you know, it manages to come through in text, and that is hard to achieve for me. I appreciate it. Here, you know what? Let's now for something a little bit different, okay? Okay? Rip to our fallen king, Oliver. Are you guys ready? Because we about to dive in. So, folks, as we enter this new conservative era of nationalism, fascism, etc., we need to expand our horizons. Okay, we need to start looking farther afield for our conservative fodder. And luckily for us, there's a new contender in the arena of ideas. And her name is Brett Cooper, and she released a trailer for her show. The first official episode is going up tomorrow. And I think that she needs to be thrown into our rotation as someone to mock mercilessly for her bad ideas that would see everyone suffer. So let's take a look at the trailer, shall we? She's not new. I know she's not new, but she's now got her own independent show. Come on now.
Weeks of speculation. Brett Cooper has left.
Well, it looks like the rumors were true.
Brett Cooper's departure has caused quite a stir.
The internet is absolutely melting down.
Brett Cooper did, in fact, announce her exit.
Brett Cooper announces she is leaving the Daily Wire.
Brett Cooper is officially
Can I just say this is insufferable already?
leaving the Daily Wire.
She is walking away.
Brett Cooper has left. She is gonzo.
Brett Cooper says, I'm out of here.
Wait, who is that?
She is walking away.
Brett Cooper has left. She is gonzo.
Is this a VTuber?
So glad Bensel Sharpener finished her transition.
Nuxanor? I don't know who this is. Is this a conservative VTuber? I don't know the lore. I don't know. You can't just say that's not. I don't know who that is. He's a conservative VTuber. Huh. One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $20 super chat.
In grade school, the teacher did an exercise where she was the King of England, and we were the American colonists. The next day, I came in with a sign I made that said, "Give me liberty, or give me F." I was made for this.
Take that to a protest. You will almost definitely get laid. Thank you for the $20 super chat.
Brett Cooper says, I'm out of here. And now Brett Cooper has nearly 500,000 subscribers without a single video.
Yeah, by the way, she's currently at 827,000 subscribers, and this video that came out 2 days ago is one of the top 31 videos on YouTube, which is insane. And also, it has 1.7 million views, and you know what? I think we gotta start to get into this. Okay, we gotta tap into this well of enthusiasm and direct people to, you know, better content, better ideas.
Video yet?
Shreddy has a channel. There's now at 500,000 subs.
If you look at her numbers, Brett Cooper is popping off.
She has one of the fastest growing YouTube channels.
But what's the end all be all for Brett Cooper?
The big question on a lot of our minds is, what is she going to
I don't know. I believe that a video getting almost 2 million views in 2 days when it's a trailer for an upcoming episode and it's like the first thing uploaded on the channel, like I don't know. I think this is a sign that there's enthusiasm here.
do next?
I gotta say, you might be able to say she could have used bots. I don't think she needs to. She's like a conventionally attractive young woman on YouTube who built a name for herself on one of the largest conservative networks. And let's be really honest with ourselves here. Y'all know exactly the kind of demographic that is attracted to Brett Cooper specifically. So, no, I don't have any trouble believing that she got 1.7 million views on this trailer. God, constant reminders that I need to read more Jonathan Haidt so I can finally do my long-awaited takedown of this absolute freak.
The world you desire can be one. It exists, it is real, it is possible.
Dear Diary, today I helped my viewers hate immigrants more, and someone told me to fuck off, and it made me feel really sad. But now I know that they are on a bus, headed for Mexico, and I feel a little better.
It's yours. But to win it requires your total dedication and a total break with the world of your past. Fight for the value of your person. Fight for the virtue of...
Who is this? Who is saying this?
Of your pride. Fight with the...
Okay. Is this is this Ayn Rand? Fuck, it is Ayn Rand. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's from fucking Atlas Shrugged. Oh my god. Oh, I think covering Brett Cooper content is going to be I think it's going to be a good time, guys. She's the kind of person who thinks Ayn Rand had good ideas. It's going to be like fish in a barrel, folks. It's going to be like fish in a barrel.
Radiant certainty and the absolute rectitude of knowing that yours is the morality of life.
You're gonna have to read that shit so I can contextualize it. I can save you some time here. Atlas Shrugged is just about how, you know, entrepreneurs and businessmen are and titans of industry who create monopolies are actually just the best specialist birthday boys, and that everyone else in society who isn't one of them is just a leech. Unworthy of respect and deserves death, frankly. Everyone should instead be perfect little birthday boys. There you go. Now, that's Atlas Shrugged in a nutshell. All right? Nailed it.
And that yours is the battle for any achievement, any valor, any grandeur.
Yes, Ayn Rand is who Andrew Ryan from BioShock is based off of. Exactly. See, you guys know great works of literature like BioShock. Did you know, by the way, that just fun fact for you guys, Ben Shapiro's sister is married to another conservative who makes content. But does more behind the scenes work. But he did a live stream talking about how BioShock was actually about the triumph of conservative values, and it's maybe one of the funniest live streams I've ever watched. Fully, it is so goddamn funny. Like the degree to which he is incorrect about his interpretation of basically every facet of BioShock is kind of incredible. Like it's not subtle. It literally beats you over the head with a wrench about it. We need to watch that stream on stream. I think we've watched part of it on stream before, but honestly, we could watch the full thing. I think it'd be really funny.
Any goodness, any joy that has ever existed on this earth.
Brett?
Like, geez, why would conservative men watch this channel? I don't understand. Like, guys, it's pretty obvious, right? Like, she's young, conventionally attractive. She confirms all of Republican biases. And also, she can, like, also serve for, like, women conservatives as, like, a trad wife aspiration, you know? Like, she's pretty, but she's like kind of classy and cool, but like maybe a little bit edgy about her tradness. I don't know, it's bizarre. Freems, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. How y'all doing?
Ayn Rand is also a massive sub to the point even her works couldn't contain it.
Olympians, thank you for the $5 dono. But yeah, I mean, like, geez, gee whiz, I can't imagine why a bunch of 70-year-old, conservatives are into what this lady's selling.
I'm ready.
Also, can we take a moment to appreciate this logo? Can we take a moment to appreciate the logo? Because, guys, I live in a part. I live in a part of Minneapolis.
Hi chat, it's the duck again. Sorry to interrupt, but I need to emphasize this. When I said, stop that, in my last dono regarding punishing Trump voters, I mean that as a warning not to do that anymore.
Very knifey duck, thank you for the $5 dono. And yeah, please don't antagonize mods, guys. Come on. Yeah, I'll also, like, let's not make it a habit to just wish suffering upon, already suffering people. That being said, I live in a quirky part of Minneapolis, or at least, I near the quirky part of Minneapolis. There are literally businesses that arrange, like, comically large letters of varying sizes and colors exactly like this. Exactly like this. And it's very funny to me to see, like, honestly, if I had to describe it in any fashion, this is like I'm not like other girls if it was a font. Does that make sense? Do you guys pick up what I'm trying to put down there? I'm not like other conservative girls. I'm quirky. Her quirk is that she wears one sock that's yellow and one sock that's blue. It's giving very much 90s I'm not like other girls. Yes, thank you. I'm glad someone else sees it. Also, can we also appreciate the music that is placed over this? This, like, self-important.
And that yours is the battle for any achievement, any valor, any grandeur, any goodness, any joy.
You are making a fucking show for YouTube. This is not a profound exploration of the human condition. Stop it.
That has ever existed on this earth.
Are you ready, Brett?
Also, can I just say one thing? Brett, I understand why you'd want to zoom in on your face. I get it. I'm just going to let you know that this looks indistinguishable from the zoom shot. Let me see if I can find the example I'm thinking of. I find it. Oh my god. The vibe I'm getting here is horror movie. You know? It's the vibe I'm getting here is out of the movie Smile. If any of you have seen that. See if I can grab this here. No, I don't want that screen. That's too much implied violence. Oh god. There are so many moments in these films, in these Smile films, that show exactly what I mean, but I'm not coming up with any of the images I would like. Here, you know what? Fine. Fine, we'll just throw this up on screen. Good enough. Explains exactly what I mean. Oh my god, why? There we go. Oh my god, why? There we go. It's you know, like, you don't want to film from this exact angle, you know? It's a weird horror theme you're kind of throwing in there. Oh god. Why? Just stop. Anyway, I'm looking forward to mocking the horrible ideas and content put out by the Brett Cooper show for the foreseeable future, because honestly, we need to take the piss out of up and comers. Okay, we can't just focus on the old guard, the Ben Shapiro's, the Blaze TV spawn of the world. You know, we gotta search for new fields of conservatives to hoe. It gives menacing. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Anyway. Like we're watching a goddamn trailer for a Christopher Nolan movie. Jesus. Look at us. Covering content. Who'd have thought? Not me. Well, that's an experience, right? All right. Let's dive into some additional content I've prepped for today. So we have work to do, folks. Okay, just quick update here. Fatalities have now been confirmed from the airlines collision.
I want socialism. The fact that I will probably be stuck living under capitalism for my whole life just because of when I was born in history makes me sad. I wish I could live to experience socialism. Disappointed face.
Malin, me too. But you know what? Where we are right now is a little bit better than where, you know, we used to be under capitalism. It's a little bit better from where we used to be under feudalism or mercantilism. You know, we've been making steady progress in aggregate, you know, generation after generation, and I think we will get there, but we gotta mobilize and fight, you know? We gotta, you know, make sure that we stand lockstep together and stand strong against the forces of capital, and that takes work, you know? A lot of people don't want to really reckon with the fact that bringing about a new and better world isn't something we can wait for. It's something we have to fight to make and fight to maintain, much like democracy. And so I'm not saying be content with where we are now, but let that discontent fucking fuel you, you know? We gotta get out there. We gotta, and I know like it's really easy to be sucked into the idea that, oh man, we gotta get out there in the streets protesting. Like that's where like a lot of the exciting stuff happens, you know? But also we gotta get out there and do the boring part of building a new world too. We gotta get out there and we gotta actually show up for our local DSA meetings, our local Democrat meetings. And if you're like, oh well, the Democrats suck, I agree with you. But we need to get inside so we can make it suck less. The entire premise of what our entire socialist project is getting in and taking power. And you can only do that if you actually show up to goddamn meetings. So many people in So many people in the comments being like, you support genocide because you want people to get involved in the Democrats. No, I want you to get involved in the Democrats so we don't support genocide anymore. That'd be great, actually. What I'm proposing is cooing the fuck out of them in their party. God. But I feel for you, you know? Your local DSA gal reminds you can bully Democrats in the DSA. It's true! Literally part of what we've been working on in our local DSA for the last couple of electoral committee meetings I've been to has been how to create a framework between our local DSA chapter and our local like socialists in office so that we can like make asks and also turn up to support them when needed. And I think that's really cool and really interesting, and I think that, like, we're gonna make a difference. But people need to show up to the meetings and to the communal action, you know? There's much work to do, true, but that also means, you know, if you aren't feeling it in one direction, you can do that work, you know, in the other one. Let's see... The only additional info that's really come out here about the collision is that it appears that the helicopter was on a training exercise. You can actually, here, I'll throw this up on the screen. The path of the helicopter approximated, and then the path of the incoming airplane. Honestly, this looks like a freak accident to me.
Do we talk to the Dems civilly or do we threaten them with wedgies and noogies?
You talk to them civilly. You know, like if you are approaching them, let me put it this way: if you are approaching Democrats in a capacity as like asking them to do something, generally speaking, you want to be civil. If you're approaching them in a we're protesting you to get you to adopt a better position, then you know you don't have to be as civil.
I live in small town Iowa, not a lot of DSA going on here I don't think. Although I would consider running for office someday if possible, but IDK.
Well, let's just see about that. Well, in fact, I'm just going to throw this out there. Looking at the DSA chapter list, it looks like there is a chapter in Cedar Rapids, a chapter in Central Iowa, and a chapter in Iowa City. So, only one way to build power, and that's to join up. And if there are none close by you, you can grab a few friends and start your own chapter. It's one of the nice things about DSA. It's very flexible. Here's the thing about Democrats. I understand why people are really angry with them right now, but at least they would respond to your complaints in a more mature manner than Republicans would. Well, also, they're willing to generally, on the local level, listen to you. You know, like, local level politicians, which is where we need to start building our power, especially if we have grander ambitions farther up the power chain. Local level politicians will listen to you. You can get meetings with them. Literally, having now been part of my local electoral committee, there are office hours for you to meet with politicians. You know, you can you can take on like the position of liaison and talk with your elected officials. I went to my local DFL meeting about a week ago, and like our two state house reps attended the meeting, as well as our state senator attended the meeting. and talked with us and took questions and suggestions and feedback. And like, the power is accessible to you if you just show the fuck up. And it's accessible in a way that allows you to actually have input and a say in what is happening. But you need to show up to the goddamn meetings. I'm telling you, this works. You know? It's not flashy, but it's a way to directly improve your local community. Part of our local DSA has also been organizing to put pressure on our state transit in order to get like a better public transit friendly boulevard put in where a highway used to be. And like, when you turn up, politicians will listen to you on that. You can actually pressure them to like support better options. It's incredible. You can't be willing to fight in the streets but not join a meeting. It's a great point. Exactly, Brianna Arabia. You get it. You get me. Okay. Let's can we just real quick. Just real quick, okay?
In that process, we identified and stopped $50 million being sent to Gaza to buy condoms for Hamas. 50 million. And you know what's happened to them? They've used them as a method of making bombs. How about that? And that,
as far as I have been able to tell, not a single word of that is true. The United States was not sending bomb condoms to Hamas. It's incredible that we even have to say this, but like, that's not a thing. At all. Yay, cute dark arts. Also, hello, Snarky1. Also, Matt Bender, thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it. Appreciate you. Folks, go check out Matt Bender's channel. Go check out Scam Economy. Great shows. Quite good. Bombdoms. Fuck. Oh, God. Salmon
It's
Moose.
the duck's birthday.
Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. And you know what? I apologize for my premature birthday song earlier. But now, since it is Very Knifey Duck's very knifey birthday, for real this
Hamas
time.
brand condoms. The true intrauterine contraption.
Oh, no. It's so fucking stupid. They can literally make up anything. It's crazy. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. And Very Knifey Duck. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Very Knifey Duck. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Also, Ashley, I know your birthday's coming up. And, you know, next time you're in
Happy
stream after
birthday.
it, I'll sing
Shut
you a
up and
birthday
take my
song too.
money.
One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Have fun editing this out of the YouTube segment? Pfft, as if I would. Roggleboggle, hello. On-screen celebration? I don't know what that means, but that's my on-screen celebration. Oh! Guys! Brett Cooper
Would
also
a condom
looks
bomb
like
be
the...
considered an IUD? Asking for a friend. BWA.
You guys are too funny. You guys are being too funny right now. It's really hard to focus. Sake Tanuki, Very Knifey Duck, and Jazz Dog, don't think I didn't see your comment that the C in C4 stands for condom, okay? Don't think I didn't see it. I did. It's very hard for me to handle right now. God. Whew. But see, this is why I just said I have to keep bringing us back to, like, we need to not pay too much attention to what Donald Trump says. We need to pay attention to what he actually does, because he's just going to go out there and say, you know, we were buying Hamas condoms. Hamas condoms. Tears streams ever have a different tone from Bosch's? I like to think I do. I got my own voice. Is the C4 latex free? Fuck.
I think they need to use condom for their bunker busters.
Some military grade condoms that can really take some busting. Oh. Fuck. Hey, Mix Maddie B. something Semtex allergy. Fuck you guys. So good. Also, okay, can I just say, like, Donald Trump is doing a lot of heinous stuff, but also we're in a really weird time right now, guys. Here, I'm gonna segment time. Mad Cat, thank you for the raid. So, folks, the bathroom investigations have begun. And what do I mean by that? I mean that literally the United States Department of Education has launched an investigation into a Colorado school for having an all-gender bathroom. It really...
Busting is fakey nut.
Thank you for the $5 dono. It's bizarre, you know? Here it is from 9 News. A letter notifying the DPS superintendent of the department's investigation cites 9 News reporting on the restroom change. So, like, what does this mean, right? The U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights is investigating Denver public schools for a Title IX violation after the district converted a girls' restroom into an all-gender restroom at one of its high schools. The department sent a letter notifying DPS Superintendent Alex Marrero.
Literal baby boomers.
You guys have to stop. You guys have to stop. Fuck. The puns are too powerful. Oh, fuck. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Oh my god. So, basically, the US government is wasting time and money investigating Denver public schools because one bathroom in one school got converted so everyone in the school could use it if they so chose. It's really insane. That's a weird thing to complain about. Oh no, more people can use the bathroom now. The horror. Just... Oh my god. But yeah. Basically, the U.S. Department of Education under Trump is trying to allege that by making a bathroom available to all students, they are stealing from the girl students in the school. They are violating the civil rights of girls in the school. It's crazy. It's crazy, right? The letter went on to say East High School now has an exclusive restroom for male students and no restroom for female students on its second floor. And it's like, wait a minute, but they do have a restroom for female students. It's the same one they were using before. And honestly, I'm in favor of converting all restrooms to all gender bathrooms because frankly, all the kids should be going to the bathroom in stalls. You know? Like, what? There's no meaningful difference. Just let them use the bathroom.
New bottom surgery. From Caracal.
Caracal, thank you for the $5 super chat. This is how they pretend to give a damn about women's rights? No, exactly how they pretend to give a damn, you know? I don't know that they have a case here, because part of what you have to do for a case is to show how a party has been injured. And honestly, there are two ways to fix this, and either it is convert the boys' restroom into also an all-gender facility, or I bet you could still make a case that, like, meaningfully nothing has been impacted, but I would prefer both bathrooms being all-inclusive, you know? There's no reason, like, children all should be using urinals. I think that's actually really weird, you know? Good night, Profane Priestess. Very bizarre. Yeah, the idea of urinals is weird, and guess what? Men who watch me, you all know you don't like using urinals. You all say you do until the second you have to go into a bathroom and there's 3 urinals right next to each other and someone else is already using the urinal. You all know you fucking hate that. It's literally like you start like going through like game plans. Your brain is like, don't worry, we've trained for this before, okay? Maybe I can pretend like I need to tie my shoe and thereby wait long enough for the man who got here before me to finish pissing, and then I can go in the urinals before before anyone else comes in, and that way I will have, sole access to the urinal. And, I mean, like, what if I had to use a urinal right next to another man? Like, he could look directly at my dick, and I don't want to do that. So obviously I can't use a urinal next to another man, because it might be kind of gay, and it might make me question things about myself, and I don't know if I'm ready for that conversation yet. And it, I don't want to be talked to while I'm peeing, like, and suddenly it's turned into, like, a whole cavalcade, a whole, like, multiple levels of simulation going on. You're like Jerry from Rick and Morty, doing his best life in The Sim. And, like, all of this could be solved if you just peed in urinals. And you know what? Maybe, or not urinals, if you just peed in a stall, like, also, we could build better stalls. The reason there's, like, gaps underneath stalls and stall doors and stuff, it's not because, like, that's not there for safety. It's literally there so that they can cheap out on the building materials.
As a man, there is an unwritten rule amongst men that you don't go for the middle urinal in a 3-urinal bathroom because, frankly, I don't want to look at another dude ********, and plus we need the...
But that's weird, You could just go in and use a toilet and not have to think about it. One of the great parts about stalls is you can use a stall next to another person and no one gives a shit. It's wild. Very knifey duck. It's all right. It's all right. Silliness. But let's see. The alarming report that the Denver Public Schools District denied female students a restroom comparable with their male counterparts appears to directly violate the civil rights of the district's female students. Acting Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights Craig Traynor said in a statement, "Let me be clear. It's a new day in America, and under President Trump, OCR will not tolerate discrimination of any kind unless it's against trans students." They didn't say that. I added that for emphasis on what their priorities are. I've directed OCR's Denver regional office to investigate this matter fully. And it's like, what does that investigation look like? I'm genuinely curious. Who's the agent put on that case? Like, well, I need to go investigate every school in the Denver metropolitan area. I need to find any lawbreakers who might be, lurking around these bathrooms, trying to steal the civil rights of little girls. And in order to do that, I'm going to lurk around those bathrooms and try and steal the civil rights of little trans girls. Like, it's literally that. It's so weird. It's so deeply weird when you could just build stalls in bathrooms and the end of conversation. God. Originally they were just outhouses, and you could just go use an outhouse. It wasn't a gendered outhouse. It's so weird. Oh, sorry, the proper title is Toilet Cop. You've heard of Time Cop. You've heard of Kindergarten Cop. But are you ready for Toilet Cop? Open up! It's the Gestapo! I've heard you've been violating the toilet laws. Open up! I've got a warrant! You've sat upon your porcelain throne of lies long enough. Ah! Oh, God. It's inherently silly when the solution is just let people use stalls in bathrooms. There you go. And if you're worried about people like peeking into stalls or whatever and being creepy weirdos, just build better stalls. That is obviously an option. You won't stop me from eating the urinal cakes. My partner, he always used to want one thing on his birthday every year. A goddamn urinal cake.
If girls knew that boys didn't wash their hands, they'd shame them into doing it. All gender bathrooms are a public health measure.
He places a urinal cake on the gravestone. Rest in peace, sweet prince. Oh, God. Worshipper of Olympians, thank you for the $2 Canadian. The Dictective, indeed. If girls knew that boys didn't wash their hands, they'd shame them into doing that. Okay, but here's the thing. More girls need to wash their hands too. Like, I know that the story, and I've heavily emphasized how, like, men don't wash their hands. Women also don't wash their hands nearly enough, okay? Y'all are still filthy too. You're just slightly less filthy. They're like, it was something like only 60, like, no, it was like 85%? Like, 15% of you guys still don't wash your hands enough. Oh, God. We aren't even done with this story. DPS issued a statement Tuesday evening calling the investigation unprecedented. The full statement from DP's... It's spelled DP's, which... is a very different thing. I think the S here is supposed to be capitalized. DPS reads as follows. Earlier today, Denver Public Schools, DPS, was made aware of an investigation opened by the U.S. Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights into an all-gender lavatory recently added to East High School. This bathroom was added as a result of a student-led process that reflects our commitment to inclusivity and student voice. Oh my God. The students at the school literally voted for it. Holy moly. That's actually like an excellent rebuttal. You, the school, took away their civil rights. It's like they voted for this. They wanted it, actually. That's crazy. It reflects our commitment to inclusivity and student voice, leadership, and empowerment, providing a welcoming space for all. The all-gender lavatory has stalls that are designed for privacy, with 12-foot-tall partitions that ensure the comfort and security of all students who elect to use them. And I'm just going to stop and say, that sounds way better than whatever they had before. You can build better stalls. Go, kids! You get that quality piss palace you deserve, okay? Nobody expects the Spanish impunation. I think you guys can do better. Thank you for the $5 Canadian super chat. It goes on to say, this restroom serves all students, including those who may feel uncomfortable in gender-specific facilities, and aligns with our values of supporting every student. The faculty of East High School has developed a plan to supervise and monitor this lavatory, just as they do with all others. Currently, East High School has designated restrooms for male and female students in addition to the all-gender lavatory. It is unprecedented for the Office of Civil Rights to admittedly initiate its own investigation into a single bathroom as a result of local media coverage, rather than in response to a filed complaint requesting their involvement. DPS is committed to educational equity, and we will continue to honor the needs of our students. I think this is the original report. Let's take a look.
Convenience for everybody.
When East High School students came back from break, there was a new place to go, an all-gender bathroom.
So the transition of the girls' bathroom on the second floor at East High School.
They're transing the bathrooms now. You don't understand. This bathroom situation is getting out of hand. I'm hot on this case. Okay, hotter than this fresh spatter of piss in my bathroom. And we're gonna get to the bottom of this bathroom transition.
Occurred over winter break while everybody was out of the building.
How many hormones did you pump into that poor porcelain? How much? How much estrogen is in there?
Scott Pribble says the district sent out newsletters and information a month ahead of the change. Parents like Lori Ramos told the board
Good night,
they don't
Ashley.
like it.
Administration has sacrificed the comfort of these young females for this dubious change by now limiting their options. And we as adults should be protecting the students at all costs, not using minors for this social experiment.
By the way, can I just say I fucking love conservatives who like show up to do this, right? Like the social experiment of what? Giving kids a place to use the bathroom? It's not a social experiment. Like this isn't the first time, you know, boys and girls have used the same bathroom. What do you fuckers think they did back when they had one-room schoolhouses? Are you kidding? Like what do you think? Men and women can't piss in the same room. It's not what God intended. Ah, fuck. If you allow them in the same room, they'll fuse together like Adam and Eve. Yeah, they become one flesh. If you let them get too close, they fuse together like barnacles on the side of a ship. Like honestly, that's what they act like is gonna happen, and that's just not it at all.
In my opinion, is unlawful, immoral, and it is in fact a form of...
Oh, all gender bathrooms are the norm in schools here in Sweden. How is this a problem in the US? Dunder Gunder, I'm going to explain this in as succinct language as I can muster. Basically, conservatives believe that if boys and girls in school use the same bathroom, they will rape each other. That's it. That is the only thing that they think is going on. They think if they allow this, it will strip the anti-sexual assault field that currently prevents that from happening in all the bathrooms. I'm not exaggerating it. That is what they believe will happen, despite there being no evidence that happens at all. Despite the fact that like building better and more secure restrooms that have full like wall-sized partitions actively makes the bathroom safer. Despite the fact that like countries around the world have unisex bathroom facilities. Despite the fact that adults routinely use unisex bathroom facilities. Like, they're like, well, when it comes to kids, the kid might be confused by the fact that there's a unisex bathroom and they might become unisex. And soon they're going to be putting X on their passport. It's literally that. It's literally those two ideas.
I'm against all gender bathrooms, not out of politics, but because I've been in there and guys still pee on the seats.
It's
Pepe
true.
Mods.
It's true. Counterpoint, though, Two Dad Smoochin'. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Thank you for donating and making the show possible.
Do the motherfuckers not think that boys cannot asterisk other boys? Like, come on, man.
Olympians, thank you for the $5 dono. And also, they do not care is the thing. Like, this is getting into a whole can of worms here, but literally in America and in American media over and over and over again, that is not treated, it's treated as a joke, you know? So that is an unfortunate cultural position we inhabit. I mean, for crying out loud, there are literally rape jokes in like children's media about prison rape, and no one bats an eye at them. It's so weird. I will say, Two Dad Smooching, as somebody, I used to have to clean a lot of bathrooms back when I was a camp counselor, and I can definitively tell you that the women's bathroom was always the dirtiest. It was always the nastiest one. I don't know if that was just like a freak situation going on in our neck of the woods, but it was routine. I've literally seen the largest turd of my life having cleaned those bathrooms. It was like a goddamn dragon rising from the waves. As a maintenance worker, I can confirm that is true. Okay, it's good. It's good that others can back me up here. Also, thank you for your service. Maintenance workers, goddamn heroes in my book. Oh, hoverers are the worst. Sorry, I've been trying to figure out what you were meaning by hoverers, and it just clicked. And yes, they are the worst. Just sit on the seat. Just sit on the seat. The germs aren't going to make their way from your ass to your mouth unless you don't wash your hands. Oh yeah, Rasby, conservatives also just do not care about girls sexually assaulting girls. It's not, in their mind, it's barely worth even a mention.
I don't want to share bathrooms with women because they got cooties, JK.
Honestly, it can in some cases boil down to something as simple as that too, Olympians. So I just read the context of the condoms in Gaza thing, and it was an STD HIV prevention measure in Mozambique, Africa. Yeah, I have no doubt the U.S. government has spent money on condoms before, but yeah. Okay, but let's keep going.
Abuse.
Pribble says this proposal came from the students. East Campus is massive, and they asked for options.
It was becoming a problem for kids that were trying to go to the bathroom during passing period, and they were running out of time and being late to the next class because...
Oh, okay. So it was quite literally that the infrastructure of the school meant that they were getting late to different classes because they couldn't get to a bathroom in time because of how big the campus is. Just out of curiosity here.
By the way, what the asterisk are cooties like? I heard that shit all my life and I don't know what that is.
They're just made up things. They're like made up germs that don't exist.
in my opinion, is unlawful, immoral, and it is in fact a form of abuse.
Pribble says this.
Okay, East High School in Colorado. I just want to see how big the student body is. East High School, Colorado. Size. Okay.
So Kyle Kolinsky made my commie ovaries tingle by questioning whether or not there were upsides to gulags. Kyle getting mildly tanky coded in response to child labor laws being rolled back.
Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like that very much at all. Not a huge fan of gulags. You know, as a socialist, I fucking despise authoritarianism with every fiber of my being. So East High School in Denver, Colorado has a student body the size that is 2,500 students. So 2,500 students. That's a pretty big campus. That's a pretty big student body. Square feet. What's the square footage of this bad boy? The high school is 78,519 square feet. That is a big ass high school. I can believe them not being able to make their classes in a building that large.
Proposal came from the students. East Campus is massive, and they asked for options.
It was becoming a problem for kids that were trying to go to the bathroom during passing period, and they were running out of time.
Also, someone asked, why is he standing like that? And honestly, when you're on camera, it's hard to know what to do with your hands. It's awkward to just stand there with your arms to your sides, you know, like maybe he should have T-posed to assert dominance, you know?
And being late to the next class because the one or two single stall bathrooms that they had that to accommodate this just wasn't enough for the need that was out there.
East isn't the only campus that's got this. CEC Early College has a multi-stall gender-neutral bathroom. Denver School of Performing Arts put in something similar this summer. And most DPS middle and high schools have single-stall gender-neutral options. At East, Pribble says bathroom ceilings are around 10 feet. Doors and walls stretch to allow just 11 inches at the bottom and 11 at the top. That's fire code. And no gaps to peek in. Still,
there's
yeah, like I mean, it's not ideal. I wish it was a bit more like I wish the stalls, you know, were a bit hardier, but like I get
summer. And most DPS middle and high schools have single-stall gender-neutral options. At East, Pribble says bathroom ceilings are around 10 feet. Doors and walls stretch to allow just 11 inches at the bottom and 11 at the top. That's fire code. And no gaps to peek in. Still,
there's some people who are uncomfortable, and that's understandable.
Schools are still flush with gender-specific options throughout schools, but adding in all gender options, he says, just makes it easier for kids when they need to go.
Yeah, also, it's probably easier to convert an existing bathroom into an all-gender facility than it is to, you know, build an entirely new bathroom. Like, they probably don't got the funding for that.
There's no agenda to it. It's really more about the convenience of having a restroom that everybody can use.
DPS says they've got funding in place from the 2024 bond for schools interested in offering students more than just a single-stall bathroom moving forward. And schools can use leftover funding from their own budget to create something.
Yeah, because I imagine if there's only, like, one all-gender bathroom in the school that is, like, you know, by the office or whatever, like, that's hard to get to between classes.
I think Kyle was being hyperbolic. I don't think he is a genuine tanky.
Oh, I don't think he's a genuine tanky either. I understand. I'm just always kind of on my guard about that stuff. I don't want to become a person through, like, lack of introspection and lack of a solid basis of my beliefs who slips into being like an authoritarian person. I believe fundamentally in freedom, and the reason I support socialism is because of that basis in freedom and democracy. I like freedom and democracy, and I think that there should be more of it in the workplace, and I think that makes sense to me.
Like this. Pribble says that's what East did, finding the money in their own budget to help after students requested.
If anything, Kyle Kalinske isn't radicalized enough, but I think maybe not. We don't want to radicalize him to the gulags, the gulag system.
Requested this change. Rachel Krause, 9 News.
Rachel, is there a specific reason this happened in a women's bathroom that was converted first?
Frankly, just because it's simpler. It's a little bit easier because of the hardware inside a women's restroom to convert that into an all-gender.
Yeah, I mean, that also makes sense. Like, they don't have urinals in a women's restroom, so it's easier to convert into an all-gender facility. That makes sense to me. If you have to take out urinals and put in, sitting toilets, then yeah, that's going to be way more expensive, and they don't have the budget for that.
Instead of a men's restroom where you're taking out urinals.
And now that it's happened at East High School, you wonder that and the fallback, what might happen at some of the other schools, is specific to DPS and then surrounding areas.
Yeah, and students, again, are asking for this.
All right, Rachel, thanks.
I'm a bit sad that we're not seeing we're not seeing our favorite newsman in Colorado for this news story, but you know what? Can't always roll Kyle Clark. Let's see. Yeah. I love that emote. Me too, Jazz Dog. So, yeah. The Trump administration is already hard at work wasting your tax dollars investigating a bathroom that serves more kids. Like that's insane. I feel like this is, maybe a less extreme version, but like it'd be as if like the federal government investigated whether or not like a drinking fountain was being used by like, black and white kids. The horror. That's crazy to me. And it's 2025, and we're really wasting money on an investigation into one school adopting an all-gender bathroom. That's crazy. I didn't intend for that to be a segment all on its own, but honestly, there's so many twists and turns happened there. I think it can stand up on its own. My high school in Poland had every single bathroom in the building be gender neutral, and it was a non-issue. Yeah, that's because Poland is a civilized country. Have you met us Americans? We are a barbaric people. Ugh. It became an issue when the principal decided to segregate. There was backlash. That's it's crazy to decide to like segregate. Like that's crazy. There's like no reason to. Ugh. Also, Lucy Hayes, thank you for the raid. Welcome. All right. Oh, can we all just take a minute to revel in the fact that like conservatives are dumb as shit, like really dumb. Like here is a conservative journalist named Natalie Winters. Okay, look at her. Very very well put together. I like this like collared shirt she's wearing. Very nice. I also like the patterned skirt. Good fashion sense going on here, honestly. But that's about the extent of my praise can go for her because, well, she's a correspondent at the White House for War Room, which I believe is Alex Jones's show. And notice something about her journalistic rigor here. She can't spell correspondent. You know, that's kind of one of the key things you want in your news sleuth is the ability to write words correctly. That's one of the things you have to be able to do in the journalism game. And, oh, War Room is Steve Bannon. My bad. That's my journalistic malpractice. Steve Bannon's urchin over here. Can also apply to be a White House correspondent. It's true. Or are you telling me I should? Because that would be kind of funny, but I'm not sure if I want to do that. And keeping with this general theme here, guys, one of the things I wanted to talk about is this particular video from one Charles Kirk. And it will actually tie in with a topic that I wanted to talk about a couple of days ago. And you know what? We're circling back around to it, okay? We're going to do it, all right? So let's dive in. So Charlie Kirk put out a video 2 days ago. It is still up, by the way. It is still... unchanged, unmarred by any potential embarrassed reaction. And well, Charlie made a bit of a goof insofar as he titled it "Colombia finds out the hard way. Trump isn't messing around." And wouldn't you know it, he misspelled the name of the country of Colombia. It's Colombia. It's got 2 O's. It's not Columbia, like the college. Okay, like, are you kidding me? But now, I am willing to forgive Charlie Kirk for this because, well, frankly, he was simply reporting on the statement from the White House, which also misspelled the name of the country. It's not Colombia, it's Colombia. So anyway, just Charlie Kirk has been in this game for a while, and man, it's really apparent to me that conservatives don't even have to try, man. This video's been up for days, and he has not... it's not hard to edit the name of a video, guys. He just does not give a shit.
With the stock market at record highs...
Oh my god, it's so loud. That was so loud. Oh my god.
Mad Max, I agree.
Oh god, why? Why? Sam Cedar. Oh no.
Immigration squad, Stephen Miller. With the stock market at record highs, are you prepared for the next downturn? Corrections can be unforgiving. Smart investors...
Have you thought about investing in gold? There's gold in them hills.
No, diversification is the key to financial security. Noble Gold Investments make it easy to diversify with gold.
Invest in our crack team of gold miners.
Over $2 billion in sales, Noble Gold has...
We got 5 of them. We got 5 of them out there. 5 trained prospectors and a donkey. That's all we need. All we need. Give us $10 million. We'll find you that gold in them there hills.
Help thousands of Americans add gold to their
portfolios. Thank you for the raid.
Open a qualified account today and receive 2 5-ounce silver America the Beautiful coins as a thank you. NobleGoldInvestments.com. Don't let the next correction catch you off guard. NobleGoldInvestments.com. We are here in Washington, D.C.
Also, Charlie, why is your audio quality such dog shit?
Which is better yet, probably called the Liberation Capital. This is the heart of the liberation, the heart of where you getting your country back is.
They really don't have to try.
Is headquartered. It's a big fight. As you know, there are arrests occurring and deportations happening in real time. Hardened criminals, the worst of the worst, are being rounded up. Child sex traffickers, rapists, drug criminals, smugglers are being rounded up in large numbers, and they are being deported. However, we must now talk about that next piece. Deported to where? And deported how? So far, 2,000...
Yeah, excellent question, Charlie. I'm sure you're hot on the case.
1,681 terrible criminals, hardened, the worst of the worst,
citation needed,
have been rounded up and are being sent back to their country of origin.
Ethan Granny, thank you for the $2 super chat.
The country of origin element requires a little bit of diplomacy and a little bit of creativity. There are 4 people in particular that I want to point out of just kind of the example of the individuals that have been arrested. The first of...
So basically, this is a story, for those of you who lack context so far, this is a story about what like the international maneuverings and diplomacy of deportation, right? Because you need, when you deport someone, to have a destination, right? And it is not always the case that the country is receiving deportees except the deportees. And in that case, what do you do? All right, we're going to be diving into the specifics of this in a bit. But basically, before we get too deep into it, the situation with Colombia was essentially that a plane full of deportees was turned around and rejected by Colombia. And that in turn pissed off Donald Trump. There was escalation between Trump and the Colombian prime minister or president, I believe. And that went seemingly away, if you believe the headlines so far. We'll get into more of the specifics in a bit, but let's just let Charlie make his case. We're going to skip ahead a little bit because basically what he's about to do, I watched a bit of this before stream. What he's about to do is try and like justify like, oh, look, this person was bad and this person was bad and this person was bad and this person was bad. And that is representative. Those 4 people are representative of all 2,600 and some people. But let's take a look. Let's take a look.
Put them on an airplane. So they started to round up people from Colombia, put them on an airplane, and sent them back to Colombia. But the leadership of Colombia in Bogota, by the name of Gustavo.
Oh, you can Bogota. Yeah, you can add a little emphasis there, but not Colombia. Can't manage the second O in the actual name of the country, Charlie.
Gustavo Petro said no. We are not going to receive.
Yeah, when even the automated captions are getting the word right and you're not on your show, that's a bit of a problem.
It's people that we sent out of our country that are making America more dangerous, less safe, and a harder place to live. He's tried to dig in. So here's the steps. It's about 6 steps that occurred on Sunday afternoon. You might have been watching the Washington Redskins versus the Eagles.
See what he did there? He used the old name for the Washington team. I forget what its current name is because I'm not a sport person. You know, just throw this out there. It's insane to me that like that isn't like that isn't seen as something that is wildly racist.
Radical idea. I think we don't need to deport immigrant who did crimes.
You're right. I think they can stand charge in the United States, and you know what? I'd even be willing to give them the option, like stand charge in the United States for crimes, get their day in court, or like take the deportation. I wouldn't be upset about those outcomes, but honestly, they need a pathway to citizenship. The Washington Commanders. Thank you, Lucy Hayes. But yeah, like I don't know, like I feel like if you called anyone, you know, the insert racial color skin team, I feel like that wouldn't go over well, but for some reason people just give like bigotry towards indigenous people a pass.
Or the Bills and Chiefs. Don't get me started. I feel so bad for Josh Allen. Separate topic for another time. The ref stole it, but that's a separate issue. But I was watching The Real Show. The Real Show that involved our livelihoods and the future of our civilization. Was the show...
Damn, what was the existential thing at stake here? I mean, like, what was threatening the future of civilization, Charlie?
President Donald...
Was it climate change? Was it nuclear war? What was it?
Donald Trump putting on a masterclass that will now be in the Trump Library called the Colombian Masterclass, or a Sunday afternoon solving the world's problems.
How can he talk? Genuine question. I'm kind of baffled at the logistics here.
Can we deport the oligarchs?
After we seize their assets. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Queen Matriarch. But yeah, he's... Yeah, how is he able to talk? Do any of you understand, like, logistically how he's able to speak right now? Like, it's really hard to talk with your mouth full generally, but, like, when it's this full, that's... I mean, that is hard to do. How can he even get any, like, air out of there? It's like vacuum sealed on that. And if you're having to ask me on what, I think you're not picking up what I'm putting down here.
President Donald Trump was golfing, meeting with friends, while he was putting forward, without a doubt, the most precise, well-orchestrated, step-by-step, thoughtful, and deep 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 moves to be able to send...
Yeah, it's a 12D chess move. You all just don't understand, you simple-brained morons. Like, are you kidding me? This is especially funny because I know the full story here. So, like, I'm just letting Charlie kind of dig his hole, right? Yeah, dig the hole that was made for him.
Illegals back to their countries of origin. Now, of course, this is obvious, but it's worthy of repeating. We are the incumbent superpower. We are the strongest country on the planet. We are the world's reserve currency status. People want to invest in our nation. You have Saudi Arabia saying we're going to spend $600 billion to try to win favor with President Trump. We are the desirable market. Under Joe Biden and previous...
Oh my God, it got so loud.
Democrat presidents, we haven't acted that way. We hold all the cards. So you would think that when the world's largest nation, when the superpower comes knocking and says, you're going to accept these couple dozen, that's all it was, which is a couple dozen criminals back into your country, Colombia would say, sir, yes, sir, whatever you need.
Yeah, because that's how, you know, that's how two sovereign nations talk with one another. Exactly. Yeah, hey, Charlie, remind me exactly how Vietnam went for the United States. Just kind of curious here. Remind me exactly how well, you know, regime change worked in Afghanistan. Oh, wait. It didn't. We, the global superpower, actually got our asses kicked and achieved no long-term goals. Crazy.
Because the Colombian economy is largely dependent on trade commerce and immigration with the United States of America. Almost all of Central and South America is dependent on friendly relationships with our nation. We are still the richest. We are still the most desirable place to put and deploy capital. Their muscle memory was based on the Biden regime. What do you mean we have to accept all these criminals? We're an equal nation as you. Okay. So here's the 6 steps that occurred. Step 1, Trump sends the flights. Step 2.
You realize we dominate Vietnam commercially, right? Coca-Cola and McDonald's and other companies sell their product in Vietnam, right?
Yeah, and you realize we got our asses kicked in Vietnam, right? Like, that's just a fact. The fact that they are doing capitalism afterwards, and
President Gustavo Petro says, no, we're not going to accept them. Now, step 3 is worthy of a lot of time. We're just going to press pause and read this piece by piece.
yeah, basically, Charlie's leaving out a colossal portion of this, which is very key to understanding this entire situation, which is that essentially, where can I find this? Oh, thanks, Bloomberg News. Here we go. Trying to find this. Go. There we go. Found it. So there is an outlet here called Folha de Sao Paulo. Okay? And can we translate? Yes. This will help. Wait, detected language English? It's Portuguese. This is ruining the flow. That's okay. Portuguese. There we go. Are we not? We're not translating? Wait, translate to Portuguese. I don't want it to... God damn it. Okay, well, without going through this, basically, the gist of this article is entirely that, hey, several days ago, Brazil received a flight full of deportees from America, and their conditions were alleged by local authorities to have been completely and utterly unacceptable. You know, malnourished, beaten, kept in inhumane conditions, shackled for the duration of their 8-hour flight. It's pretty awful. Like, there are videos and images of deportees crying as they reunite with their families. It's bad. And in fact, this caused a huge uproar across all of Latin America, all of Brazil. So it went beyond just Brazil. This was like the largest news story that you could not escape from for days. Okay? For days. And so then another military plane full of deportees heads towards Colombia. So the crucial thing you are missing from Charlie's coverage here is that the context of this is not just, oh, they didn't want to accept deportees. it was specifically outrage at the conditions of the deportations. Okay, that is specifically what a lot of this was about. And if you don't understand that, you don't really understand what this entire thing has been about. Okay, so that's one of the biggest aspects here. Yeah. The local, to really even emphasize this a bit more, Brazilian authorities were comparing the conditions of the deportees to the conditions of slave ships. So that's cool. Yeah, that resonated with a lot of people. A lot of people around and across Latin America. And yeah, all of these photos, videos circulated, and as a result, Colombia said, no, we are not going to take any more deportees until certain conditions are met. Okay? And the president of Colombia gave the following statement that I'm just going to read in full. Trump, I don't really like traveling to the United States. It is a bit boring, but I confess that there are some commendable things. I like going to the black neighborhoods of Washington, where I saw a fight in the U.S. Capitol between blacks and Latinos with barricades, which seemed like nonsense to me, because they should join together. I confess that I like Walt Whitman, and Paul Simon, and Noam Chomsky, and Miller. I confess that Sacco and Vanzetti, who have my blood, are memorable in the history of the USA, and I follow them. They were murdered by labor leaders in the electric chair, by the fascists who are within the USA as well as within my country. I don't like your oil, Trump. It's going to wipe out the human species because of greed. Maybe one day, with a glass of whiskey that I accept, despite my gastritis, we can talk frankly about this, but it's difficult because you consider me part of an inferior race, and I'm not, nor is any Colombian. So if you know someone who is stubborn, that's me, period. You can try to carry out a coup with your economic strength and your arrogance, like they did with Allende. But I will die true to my principles. I resisted torture, and I resist you. I don't want slavers next in Colombia. We already had many, and we freed ourselves. What I want next in Colombia are lovers of freedom. If you can't join me, I'll go elsewhere. Colombia is the heart of the world, and you didn't understand that. This is the land of the yellow butterflies, of the beauty of Remedios, but also the colonels like Aureliano Buendia, of which I am one, perhaps the last. You will kill me, but I will survive my people, which lives before yours in the Americas. We are the peoples of the winds, the mountains, the Caribbean Sea, and of freedom. You don't like our freedom? Okay. I don't shake hands with white slavers. I shake hands with the white libertarian heirs of Lincoln and the black and white farm boys of the USA, at whose graves I cried and prayed on a battlefield, which I reached after walking the mountains of Italy, Tuscany, and after being saved from COVID. They are the United States, and before them I kneel, before no one else. Overthrow me, Mr. President, and the Americas and humanity will respond. Colombia now stops looking north. It looks to the world. Our blood comes from the blood of the Caliphate of Cordoba, the civilization of that time, and of the Roman Latins of the Mediterranean, the civilization of that time who founded the Republic, democracy in Athens. Our blood comes from the black resistance fighters turned into slaves by you. Colombia is the first free territory of America before Washington, before all of America, and I take refuge in its African songs. My land is made up of goldsmiths who worked in the time of the Egyptian pharaohs and of the first artists in the world of Chiribiquete. You will never rule us. You're opposed to the warrior who rode our lands, shouting freedom, whose name is Simón Bolívar. Our people are somewhat fearful, somewhat timid. They are naive and kind, loving, but they will know how to win the Panama Canal, which you took from us with violence. 200 heroes from all of Latin America lie in Bocas del Toro, today's Panama, formerly Colombia, which you murdered. I raise a flag, and as Jorge Eliezer Gaitan said, even if it remains alone, it will continue to be raised with the Latin American dignity that is the dignity of America, which your great-grandfather did not know, and mine did, Mr. President, an immigrant in the USA. Your blockade does not scare me because Colombia, besides being the country of beauty, is the heart of the world. I know that you love beauty as I do. Do not disrespect it, and it will give its sweetness to you. From today on, Colombia is open to the entire world with open arms. We are builders of freedom, life, and humanity. I'm informed that you impose a 50% tariff on the fruits of our human labor to enter the United States, and I do the same. Let our people plant corn that was discovered in Colombia and feed the world. Yeah, it's pretty great. It's that's a pretty damn good statement. It is beautiful, even. Absolutely. Like that. Honestly, there was a poetry to that I personally appreciated quite a bit. But yeah, the way Charlie is reporting on this by talking about Colombia in almost exactly like superior, inferior terms, like America's the superpower, the superior one. How dare you, the inferior country of Colombia, Colombia, oppose us, oppose our imperialism, Oh, media breakdown. You did not miss Leaving with Steven. Don't worry. We got plenty to talk about. So you have the statement from Colombian President Gustavo Petro, and that's pretty great. And now you know the surrounding context of this story. And I think that will make the rest of this waffling and yapping by Charlie a lot funnier.
Because it was a masterclass. You see, President Donald Trump had a decision to make. He could engage in private diplomacy or a public example. In this particular instance, a public example was the only move. Now, mind you, private diplomacy very well would have worked equally as effective. But why is it that President Donald Trump decided to escalate this situation so quickly, so rapidly, with such overwhelming economic force? The reason being is that if Colombia started playing games, then Nicaragua might start playing games. And Honduras might
Ah, yes, domino theory. Brilliant resurrection, Charlie.
Start playing games. And Panama might start playing games. And you would have a regional resistance domino theory where all of these Central and South American...
He even literally recognizes it. Charlie, domino theory was proven to be bullshit, right?
Countries would think that they could play games with the United States of America, and Colombia was a perfect country to make a public example of it. And so President Donald Trump decided to escalate. And the Colombian leadership was probably so taken aback. The equivalent...
Yeah, no one in the world would expect irrational tariff behavior from Donald Trump. It's the only thing he's talked about for the last year.
I'm just so exhausted at this point. I thought of tuning out for 4 years and launch myself out of a cannon into a patch of grass. My black niece and nephews now live in America with less rights. I'm so tired.
True, Queen Matriarch. And I understand. Yesterday I couldn't bring myself to stream. I get it. As a trans person, seeing a executive order go out specifically over and over again, multiple executive orders saying I'm less of a person and that I'm inherently deceitful, that sucks. But we fight on, and I hope that my segments here about these fascist fucks like Charlie successfully take the piss out of these clowns. mockery, I do think, is a great weapon to wield against these absolute cretins. You know, people like Charlie, right, take great pride in the idea that they are the normal ones. You know, they are like, well, I'm normal. I speak for normal society, normal world, and by mocking them, you rob them of that ability. You erode and destroy their credibility as the voice of the normal working person. They are constantly trying to assert their normalcy, because they're freaks, frankly. They are people who are incapable of kindness, of community, of fellowship, outside of circles in which they spin more hatred. And I think that ultimately that is their undoing, because frankly, no one who is normal and decent and good spends their time day after day talking about how much they hate minorities, how much they hate different, marginalized groups. And I think the more that we point this out in a way that, like, we can laugh about, that empowers us and disempowers them. And I think that's great. I will take that every time. Got work tomorrow? I hope you get lots of good rest, Queen Matriarch. Always living up to the classy name. Get good sleep.
Would be that if you're just kind of at a 1 out of 10 and President Donald Trump went to a 9 out of 10 right out of the gate. This shows how well prepared the administration was when they came in, how well prepared this team was. Colombia's president assumed he could just say no. No, we're not going to do this. Oh, but this new Trump administration was ready.
Well, wait. No world leader thinks that saying no to the United States is not going to have consequences. Like, to assume that is to assume every other person on the planet outside of the United States is, like, inferior. Which, to be fair, Charlie does believe that. He believes people who are not American are inherently inferior. And he also happens to only believe that, white Americans are the superior ones.
Able, willing, prepared. There was a list of actions that they were ready to take once a leader was dumb enough to FAFO. And I'm not going to say that because we are live on radio.
It stands for fuck around and find out. They will take any opportunity to try and, like, gesture in the direction of profanity. Oh God, is it an Andrew Callahan video where, like, there's like an interviewer who talks to a Trump supporter? I think it was a Jordan Klepper interview clip where he talks to a Trump supporter who's, like, wearing a shirt about, like, sexually assaulting Hillary Clinton, and who talks about, like, the need to respect women. It's very funny. Definitely seek that one out. I'm not gonna show it right now because it's probably copyrighted either way, but worth seeing.
Radio broadcasting. And I'm gonna read this
Jordan
entire
Klepper. Nice.
Truth Social post from President
Jordan Klepper, my bad.
Trump, because it is so smart and so strategic. And you better believe any of the other actors in the region that were even thinking of.
Yeah, Andrew Callahan had a lot of allegations and kind of faded into the background like a year or two ago. He's been making a bit more of a resurgence lately.
Resisting. Honduras.
Yeah, he's been quietly Sketch Pixels. He's been quietly doing more content for Channel 5. Kind of doing, like, more journalism about, like, the Trump MAGA movement. Yeah. I have not kept up with it, but I am aware of it.
Guatemala, Belize, Ecuador. They were watching the Colombian masterclass example. So, oh boy, I don't know if I want that. And Colombia became Colombian masterclass example.
You know, you're making a kind of a jerking motion there, Charlie.
So, oh boy, I don't know if I want that. And Colombia became the momentary center of gravity. It became the center
heart of the world,
emphasis
even?
of all focus, where all the other regional countries were watching and saying, okay, Colombia, you want to pick a fight with the superpower? I mean, Colombia,
I believe Dead Domain and I have collabed, Tim Rogers, in the past. We do need to collab more, but yeah, we've known each other for a while.
I think they have a navy.
And honestly, they're good people.
It's not exactly a fight that they're going to win. And this would never escalate to military conflict, but economic conflict, they're barely a second world nation, almost a third world nation. They're
Jesus Christ. He can't even attempt to conceal the racism. They're barely a second world nation. They're basically a third world nation. Like, I don't know, man. Like, how much contempt he has for non-white countries is insane.
They're right on the edge. Certainly not first world. And I'm going to read what President Trump authored because it sent a message not just to that freak who's the president of Colombia, but to every other nation. This is not just about bullying.
I also like No Justice MTG. It's just that No Justice MTG is like, I don't know much about UK politics, and she is excellent and one of the people I watch to stay up to date on what's happening on the other side of the pond.
Other countries are starting flights. This is about not getting taken advantage of and not being the dumping ground of the third world. So Colombia refuses, and President Donald Trump responds. And I want you to listen carefully because we're going to go through word by word. This was not just something that President Trump sent off on a whim on a golf course. This is something that President Trump sat down with his team and they thoughtfully had waiting in
Yeah, that is one of the things, Superjet Guy. Like, the current president of Colombia is a former guerrilla fighter. Like, I don't think you want to... I genuinely don't think you want to invade Colombia. I don't think you want it to escalate to military conflict, because, frankly, I have a sneaking suspicion that they would kick our ass. You know, we can rain fire and brimstone across the entire, like, country, but, like, honestly, I think they might still have an advantage. Yeah, he fought guerrillas, hand to hand.
Their back pocket. They had all of this ready. And they said, okay, who's going to be the first country to resist us? Who's going to be the first country to say that you're not going to accept your own people? And just time out. Hold on.
He killed
if
Harambe.
Colombia was willing to risk their entire economy over a couple dozen migrants, that shows you how dangerous these people actually are. Secondly, I thought these were the most wonderful people. These are dreamers. They make our country stronger. It exposes the big lie about mass migration.
Which is?
Countries do not want these people. In fact, I'm going to...
That would only make sense if you didn't know the context. When you know that a large part of this context is outrage across all of Latin America and South America about the treatment of deportees, and not so much that they don't want to accept deportees, but rather they want humane conditions for those deported. You know, like, Charlie's operating here with incomplete information that is allowing him to come to incredibly incorrect conclusions.
To get into the Haiti example later, which is just so delicious. Do you know that the Haitian president says the return of Haitians to his country will destabilize his country? Yeah, that's the point.
He's not saying that because the Haitian people are inherently destabilizing, Charlie, you racist fuck. He's saying that because if you suddenly have a large influx of people that you do not have the facilities to accommodate, that creates an unstable situation. If you just have suddenly, like, 20,000 people show up in your country, and you don't have facilities, they're going to riot.
That is this nation's climate policy. They want to keep the climate refugees out of America and be the climate bunker for the world oligarchy.
Yes. unironically. This has been one of my, that realization was one of the reasons I started making content in the first place, because frankly, we need to understand that fundamental dynamic, that the United States is going to be a refuge for climate refugees. But like, we're already so xenophobic and so dominated by conservative views on immigration that like, it's hard to imagine that doesn't further radicalize people to kind of like eco-fascist ideologies. You know, it's a gigantic threat that is looming and to an extent is already here. We're not going to be able to handle internal displacement of people in the United States, let alone, millions of people trying to come here because of climate disasters in other countries. And I'm not saying that we can't handle it, like, logistically, or if we put our minds to it, or bent our efforts towards it, but I am saying that, like, our electorate, as it currently is, would not handle that well. Our political parties would not handle that well, and that is why I'm desperately urging you guys to get involved in your local politics, because we need you there. We need you there so we can radicalize our local political parties and get better people in charge of this country for when things get harder for everyone. Because if we don't do it now, it's going to be even harder 10 years from now. And I would rather we spend, this 10 years doing something to improve our local communities, and by extension our states, and by extension our country, to enable us to be ready for more difficult times ahead.
Thank you for making our argument for us. Oh, so the return of Haitians back to Haiti will destabilize Haiti. Huh. I thought that these were future Elon Musks. I thought these people that were going to split the atom and they were going to create ChatGPT.
Now, I can't be sure because Charlie is a dumb motherfucker. But we've already split the atom thanks to immigrants. We already made ChatGPT with the help of immigrants. Like, what are you talking about, man? Like, oh yeah, you guys, immigrants are gonna do great things. Unironically, yes. It's literally one of the premises of America.
President Donald Trump.
Yeah, if we want to fuse the atoms, our best bet is immigrants too. True.
I'm tired of everyone talking about this cretin's small face when we should be talking about his shitty front hair covering his obvious baldness. And I say this as a bald bastard. Nodders.
Yeah, honestly, his hairline is disappearing faster than ever. Can you imagine what this guy's gonna, like, his noggin is gonna be colossal when he's bald. There's gonna be like no hiding it too. Like it's just gonna be, he's gonna be like a goddamn conehead.
Oh, this is so smart from him. I can't put this into words. Even President Trump's critics and skeptics said,
"Hey, Dragonfly,
this is next level." Joe Biden would never do this. Barack Obama, George W. Bush. This is creativity, stones, spine, direction. President Donald Trump wrote on Truth Social.
Man, he's even talking about Donald Trump's stones. Come on, Charlie.
I was just informed that 2 repatriation flights from the United States with a large number of illegal criminals were not allowed to land in Colombia. This order was given by Colombia's socialist president, Gustavo Petro, who is already very unpopular amongst his people. Petro's denial of these flights has jeopardized the national security and public safety of the United States. So I have directed my administration to immediately take the following urgent and decisive retaliatory measures. Again, this was not something that was just authored on a whim. This was President Trump's 4 years of thinking that he was able to deploy. Emergency 25% tariffs on all goods coming to the United States in 1 week. the 25% tariffs will be raised to 50%.
Now someone pointed at their right,
A travel ban,
and I
ban
can't
and immediate
unsee it.
visa revocations on the Colombian government officials and allies and supporters. Pause. This means all of the oligarchs of Colombia, all of their drug criminals, they're not going to be able to visit their yachts in Miami. They're not going to be able to go shopping on Fifth Avenue.
I think they'll be okay. I'm just spitballing here. I think they'll live. Like, I think, I'm just spitballing here. I think maybe the ultra wealthy of Colombia may have nice boats in Colombia, actually, and places to shop in Colombia, or other countries that aren't Colombia or the United States. It's weird how that works.
They're not going to be able to go to Beverly Hills.
Oh no, the horror. Can you imagine a fate worse than never going to Beverly Hills? I can't. Oh, wait a minute. I've never been to Beverly Hills, and somehow I get along just fine. Oh, God. Oh, my God.
What President Trump did with the travel ban and immediate visa revocations is so smart.
Maybe that's my problem. Yeah, go to Beverly Hills once, emerge as a Republican.
Because he was going after the economy with the tariffs, and then he was going after the lifestyle with the oligarchs. And so all the oligarchs are probably working the phones. Petro, what the heck are you doing? I got kids that are going to University of Miami. I got kids at Georgetown. I got kids at Harvard. And I can't go visit my kids. What he went for is the lifestyle of the ruling class of the Colombian elite, which created internal turmoil. He continues, visa sanctions on all party members, family members, and supporters of the Colombian government. Sorry, Miss Petro, you're not allowed to go shopping anymore in downtown.
Yeah, something tells me that a guy who joined up with the guerrilla movement at 17 years old and survived torture, guys, this guy was born in 1960. 17 years old, okay? In 1977, he joins the guerrilla group that later became known as the M19 Democratic Alliance political party, right? And in 1985, he gets tortured and arrested for his affiliation with a pro-democracy party. And yeah, it just kind of seems to me like I think this guy might have more of a spine than the guy who's shit on golden toilets for his entire life. You know, something tells me that. I don't know. I'm just throwing that idea out there. I think he's gonna be okay if his wife doesn't want to go shopping in the fucking United States.
New York, you're gonna have to go to Paris. Continuing. Enhanced custom.
Oh no, you'll have to go shopping in one of the cultural capitals of the world? Paris? The horror.
Customs and border protection inspections of all Colombian nationals and cargo on national security grounds. This, by the way, I think this one should hold. This is his not so subtle way of saying, I'm going to find every little sliver of cocaine you maniacs are trafficking into Houston. This is his way of saying, I am going to choke point and publicize that you guys are narco criminals that are poisoning the American body politic. This is
Hey, who's buying the drugs, Charlie? Who's creating the market for the drugs? You know? It's Americans. It's not like they're hoisting the drugs on us. No, people here want them and buy them. God.
If Charlie Kirk stopped sucking on the man baby-sized bottle of Roy juice, maybe his head would shrink and his hair would fit. I bet the merkin he wears fits now.
You know, I've always imagined that Charlie Kirk's hair is like a Lego piece. Like, it just pops off like Darth Vader's helmet in Empire Strikes Back. Yeah, I've always thought that about him. Thank you for the $5 dono, Nindrin. Also, what he's saying here is effectively, like, cutting out jokes for a minute. What he's saying here is that Colombian people are poisoning the U.S. body politic, you know, by basically existing. That Colombians coming here poison our politics with their mere presence. That's what he's saying here. He is a racist. He is a white supremacist.
This code, this struck at the absolute core of the Colombian drug trade, which is a huge part of the black market of the Colombian oligarchs. This is where it gets really aggressive. IEEPA Treasury, banking, and financial sanctions to be fully imposed. Essentially, you can't transfer money into the United States.
You know, one of the things about going this hard initially is it leaves you no wiggle room for negotiations, really. An interesting point to make here.
All those remittances, not going to happen. These measures are just the beginning. We will not allow the Colombian government to violate its legal obligations with regards to the acceptance and the return of criminals they forced into the United States. So at this point, the president of Colombia had a decision to make after all of these tariff threats. And the president of Colombia, I think, got some really bad advice. My gut is that some Democrat politicians or allies were advising the president of Colombia, be the resistance, hold the line, call it a blockade. Yeah, I don't think that was a good idea. Okay, so after President Trump issued that threat...
Some interesting little cuts in throughout here, if you'll notice. Like, I wonder what he left on the cutting room floor.
Yeah, I don't think that was a good idea. Okay, so after President Trump issued that...
Like, what did you cut out there, Charlie?
...threat, the Colombian president thought he could go halfway. He said, oh, I'll accept this flight, but not future flights.
BWA.
Crystal Hazer, thank you for the BWA energy. Hope you're doing all right. And Anders Norup, I've not heard about that podcast.
And none of your other demands. And President Donald Trump said, sorry, not good enough for us. We will proceed as planned. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has been incredible throughout this process, by the way. He was 10 out of 10 yesterday, and Marco Rubio deserves a lot of credit. He was behind the scenes, kind of being a little bit of good cop. Understand, Marco Rubio speaks fluent Spanish. So while this was ongoing, Marco Rubio was likely, I can almost say certainly, I don't have this factually known, but on the phone speaking Spanish to the Colombian government saying, are you guys out of your mind?
Than this face too
Are
small
you out of your mind? What are you doing exactly?
I mean, I don't want to hang out with either of them. For the record, I don't want to hang out with Pablo Escobar. He seems like a bad person.
President Donald Trump has come in with salvo. An economic tomahawk missile is what he was doing. And Marco Rubio was diplomatically speaking to them as the Secretary of State, of which he should do, by the way, saying...
Yeah, maybe Charlie Kirk... maybe one of the ways we can deal with Charlie Kirk is just popularizing the theory in Republican circles that cocaine cures baldness. I like that idea, Zarina Chess.
You guys are loco. Muy loco. Stop it.
Wow, look at him. That's so original.
So the Colombian government, for about a 3 to 4 hour...
Would I hang out with President Pedro? I'm not really that interested in hanging out with any political figures. I'd be interested in chatting with him, obviously, but not... I don't know, I don't know what we'd do.
Period thought
Here's my secret, guys. I don't generally like hanging out with a whole lot of people. So generally, when someone puts that proposition to me, I'm like, I don't know. I'd be okay not. I'd be okay putting on my jammies and going to read in my hotel room.
And I have a theory as
Good
to
night,
why
Crochet
that
Whimsy.
they could win this standoff. The Colombian government was probably getting some advice by American-funded NGOs or Democrat senators or staff or some allies or associates saying, dig in. You can be the international resistance. This is our moment. And the argument that people like AOC were making on Twitter, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, was that
Miss
Americans
Hire.
really want their coffee, their Colombian coffee, and this will break them.
Wait, Americans really do want their Colombian coffee. Just how? Do, 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 do. Aside from a small fraction grown in Hawaii, all of America's coffee comes imported from countries like Colombia, Brazil, and Switzerland. So, that's fun. How much, what do we have a percentage here? Okay. Let's see. All of the nation's coffee farming happens in Hawaii, where 11.5 million pounds is harvested and utilized.
Me and Pablo would be chilling, shooting guns, eating good food, drinking good drinks, having a laugh and talking shit about America.
You know, I still wouldn't want to hang out with him. Seems like, you know, a good way to get dismembered. Let's see. In comparison to the United States, Colombia exports... Together, Colombia, Brazil, and Switzerland accounted for nearly half of the $8 billion of coffee imported by the U.S. in 2023. So, literally like a fifth of the coffee the U.S. Consumes? That's crazy.
Listen. First of all, there's other countries that we get coffee
Tome
from.
1X, thank you for subscribing.
Number 2, Colombian coffee isn't that good. Number 3, if America...
Shut the fuck up, Charlie. You don't know anything about coffee. Like, no. You're just wrong. Colombian coffee is like the best coffee. Everyone knows it. It's literally the most widely recognized coffee producer on the planet.
Americans want coffee. Colombians want a lot more than just coffee. They are wholly dependent on the American economy. So they tried to dig in. So what did President Trump do? He started implementing the policy. This is where it got to be so smart. Where President Donald Trump started to actually implement his threat. The U.S. Embassy in Bogota started issuing visa cancellations in real time. President Donald Trump said, effective now will be a 50% tariff. You guys want to play around? You think you can stand up to us? By the way, let's be perfectly clear. What was our ask?
Also, people are like, what makes you think that dismemberment would happen? Literally because Pablo Escobar had people dismembered. He killed hundreds of people. Possibly thousands.
For those out there that say, oh, you shouldn't just bully other countries, hold on a second. What was our ask? Were we saying that we wanted access to their natural gas or minerals? No, it was a very crisply delivered inquiry. Will you take back your people that you sent to us? They belong to you. These are Colombian passport holders.
Yeah, as we all know, like, Colombians belong and are owned by the government of Colombia. Obviously, the same way the US government owns all Americans. That's how it works. Wait a minute. That doesn't sound right.
These are passport holders of the Colombian government. Not that complicated. And just think about this for a second. Colombia is refusing to take their own people? Carrie Lake from Voice of America.
Man, if only some additional journalistic rigor was applied by Charlie Kirk here. You know, it took me all of like 2 or 3 minutes to figure out the context of what was going on in Latin America, South America, Brazil in particular, and how that all related to Colombia. But, you know, I guess Charlie Kirk just couldn't be bothered despite the millions of dollars invested in his, you know, media project.
America, as she assumes leadership there, she should, again, she's kind of the international media arm of the American government. If I'm a Colombian citizen and I travel to Germany and I get in trouble in Germany, will the Colombian government receive me in return? The rank and file Colombian citizens should be outraged about this, that their own Colombian government won't take their own citizens when they're returning.
Yeah, it's almost like they're really outraged about something else, and it's not actually receiving deportees. It's almost like they're outraged about the treatment of deportees.
That their own Colombian government will say, sorry, you're not allowed back into your homeland. I mean, if that's not a breakdown of the social contract, I don't know what is, but we know what's really going on here. We know what's going on. That these are bad hombres. These are the worst of the worst. And Gustavo Petro, the socialist who runs Colombia, is upset that he now has to take care of his own people. Guess what? Playtime is over.
That's actually not what he's upset about. You absolutely talentless hack.
I will say the Democrats would have a really strong point here. The Democrats would have an overwhelmingly strong point here if all of these leaders were celebrating the return of these people. If Gustavo Petro would like throw a parade when these people landed in Bogota, you'd say, okay, maybe the Democrats were not right, but at least they have a strong argument that these people are worthwhile having in a country. No, it's the opposite. They're doing the opposite of a parade. They're doing a blockade. They're trying to block the entrance of their own citizens to come back into their country. They want nothing to do with them. They want no association. They believe them to be dangerous existential threats to their country. So President Donald...
That is not what they believe about those deportees at all.
Trump starts to implement this policy. And the president of Colombia probably said, oh, I'm going to be this stubborn person. In fact, he said, if you've ever met somebody stubborn, I am the most stubborn person that you could possibly meet. President Donald Trump says, okay.
I mean, it's true. He literally withstood torture.
We're America. You're Colombia. We have cities that are wealthier than your entire country. We're done.
You know, it's odd. It's odd how Charlie all of a sudden loves the wealth and power of U.S. cities, but doesn't believe they deserve the same voting rights or as more rural parts of the country. That's strange. You know, he's somehow managed to become very supportive of urban areas in the United States, despite all of his frequent racism directed towards said urban communities.
And within hours, the knee was bent. Terms of surrender were brokered. And just like that, in one day, Colombia and Gustavo Petro conceded to every single demand.
Yeah, because the only demands that were made was that they take
This your imperial
deportees.
arrogance, this dude is astounding.
Like the guys, one of the main things that Gustavo Petro was demanding was that they not be deported in military planes. That the planes that were bringing deportees have things like air conditioning. Make sure that they aren't like shackled for 8 hours at a time. You know, like make sure that they're treated like human beings. That's like the big thing that that Gustavo Petro wanted here. It wasn't, oh, we want to refuse to take all deportations because we do not want Colombians back in Colombia. That is just not correct. Like, even if you just read some of the reporting here, here's from the Associated Press from just a day ago. Petro had objected to the use of U.S. military planes to deport Colombians, saying his country's citizens were being treated like animals, and he had refused to allow planes to land. And you'll notice that they are here in this picture emerging from not a U.S. military plane. He got exactly what he wanted. And he was able to increase his popularity by actually standing up to U.S. imperialism. And, like, basically it was a gigantic win for him and for the Colombian people on all fronts. So, yeah, what were exactly, Pluvius? Like, the idea here is that, like, oh man, he caved on everything and we got everything we wanted. And it's like, well, wait, no. His main demand was, don't treat my people like they've been enslaved. Gosh.
Of the United States government. This is big, everybody. This is big. We have not seen a president act like this in my lifetime. George W. Bush would never do this. Barack Obama, and Biden, of course not, but the entire Biden staff.
Well, that's because they would have been smart enough to know that, like, what the underlying reason was that Colombia was rejecting deportation flights. And it's not because they don't want deportees arriving in their country.
What Donald Trump did was mean. And more importantly, what Donald Trump did was masculine.
The sheer imperial
Biden
arrogance
regime.
in this man is astounding.
I had not actually watched this far into the video, but like, did you guys catch that? Olympians, thank you for the $5 dono, but did you guys catch this?
And more importantly, what Donald Trump did was masculine.
Ah, yes, the masculine quality of deporting people. When I think of a real man, I think of deportation. Oh, you say you're a man? How many undocumented people have you deported? You know, that's the top of every girl's mind. Like, I only want a big, strong man who's deported at least 5 undocumented immigrants. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Nobody talks like this or acts like this. Like, honestly, this is sycophantic as hell. How do conservatives watch this and have any ounce of self-respect?
The Biden regime was one of toxic femininity. Feelings-based.
Hey, I just out of curiosity, Charlie, I would love Charlie to define what he believes toxic masculinity is and what he believes toxic femininity is. I want him to try and define those terms because I genuinely think he has no idea.
We can't offend the Colombian people. We can't tell them what to do.
That's part of diplomacy, man. Oh my god.
They might get upset with us. No, the new ascendant masculine energy that is taking over the federal government.
Yeah, guys. The new ascendant masculine energy right here. Behold, the most masculine face of them all. You think Oh god. Oh. Yeah, Charlie. Charlie Kirk, masculinity understander.
Ascendant masculine energy that is taking over the federal government in the best
007
possible
Jaws
way.
looking ass
No, we
bitch.
call the shots. Playtime is over. Dad is home.
Also, can we talk real quick? What is the conservative obsession with daddy's home? Like, Mel Gibson said that on a show the other day. Like, he said something like, daddy's home, and he's taking off his belt. And it's, like, literally one of the most sexual things I've ever heard somebody say. Like, and I know that what he's trying to say, that daddy's home to beat you with his belt. Which, like, why would you want that in a president? Why would you want the president to beat the country? But when you say it like that, it just sounds like you're really excited for daddy to be home. Oh, daddy. You know, it just kind of sounds like that. Yeah, kind of fruity, to be honest. And, you know, when Charlie spends this entire time performing fellatio, you know, fellatio, however you say it, not gonna lie, a little fruity. But we don't claim him. You know, on behalf of the LGBTQ community, we do not claim him.
The statement writes as this last evening. After all of this, the 6 steps, Trump sends the flights, they refuse. Trump issues the threats, they dig in. Trump implements the threats, and then they capitulate. It is full capitulation. Quote, the government of Colombia has agreed to all of President Trump's terms, including the unrestricted acceptance of all illegal aliens from Colombia returned from the United States, including on U.S. military aircraft without limitation or delay. Based on this agreement, the fully drafted IEEPA tariffs and sanctions will be held in reserve and not signed unless Colombia fails to honor this agreement. Let me just pause. This is a sword of Damocles hanging over the Colombian government. They have to accept all of the narco criminals, all of the child sex traffickers, all of the illegals, or else tariffs will be issued at any time. The visa sanctions issued by the State Department and enhanced inspections from Customs and Border Patrol.
Do you accept daddy's terms, kitten?
Will remain in effect until the first plane load of Colombian deportees is successfully returned. Today's events make clear to the world that America is respected again, and President Trump will continue to fiercely protect our nation's sovereignty, and he expects all other nations of the world to fully cooperate in accepting the deportation of their citizens illegally present in the United States. We are behaving like a...
Just got to point out again, and this is unfair to Charlie because this is 2 days after, a day or so after his video came out, but still, Charlie, this is not... This is the plane that they arrived on. This is not a U.S. military plane. So strange. So strange.
Country with dignity. We took decades of abuse because we were ruled by people who hate Americans. And Gustavo...
Why is he trying to so hard to be intense and captivating? Because he doesn't have content. He doesn't have an actual point to make, and all he can really do is bamboozle his, frankly, not very on-the-ball audience into believing they're watching someone who actually believes in anything.
Petro just happened to be in the middle of it. And now you better believe that there are meetings happening all across the region. In fact, we have this document from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation from Honduras, an urgent, extraordinary meeting of presidents and heads of states of CELAC, C-E-L-A-C, which I believe is the Council of Latin American Countries. And agenda items, migration, environment, and Latin American and Caribbean unity. In this regard, it is reported that said
How
meeting
much
has
do you want
scheduled
to
in a
bet that
hybrid
Charlie
format.
knows where the cuck chair is in every hotel? No shame, but we're all thinking it.
I think he's somewhat familiar. I think he's got a passing familiarity with the location of the cuck chairs.
It is also worth noting that His Excellency, Gustavo Petro Urrego, President of Colombia, incoming PPT of CELAC, has confirmed his participation in this call. And the Caribbean, which includes Haiti. So all of the regional actors are now meeting today saying, oh my goodness, we have to accept our own people. We have to accept our own people.
No, they're meeting about, like, hey, if we work together, we can ensure good conditions for deportees to all of our countries. If we work together, we can ensure our people are not treated like cattle.
People that we tried to dump on America. I want you to just to think how perverse and sick this is, that these countries are freaking out, that they have to steward their own people. They thought that they could just leave them at the doorstep of America. They thought they could dump them into your neighborhoods, dump them on your college campuses, where they murder people like Lake and Riley.
You know, like, how can you listen to this without any awareness that this is just racist garbage? You know, he's portraying an entire country of people, an entire, like, political group as trash.
And Rachel Morin. They thought they could dump them into the interior of the United States. And now all of a sudden, it's coming back. They're coming back, and they don't know what to do about it. What is the counter argument from the Democrats? Well, here's the great J.D. Vance, who was just phenomenal this weekend. He's looking more and more like he might be the 48th president of the United States. Let's play.
I don't look. Don't get carried away, Charlie. Okay, J.D. Vance is not going to be the 40. He's not going to be the president of anything. All right, he's gonna die in obscurity. Dude's main claim to fame is going to be fucking that couch. Okay, that's it. That's what he's going to be remembered for. My goodness. Actually crazy. Here, 1 second. Let's see if I can pull this up. We've got images here. Yeah, by the way, images like this of deportees in Brazil have been like what people in Latin and South America have been seeing for days, of families tearfully crying as they embrace their loved ones who have been malnourished and beaten and kept in an aircraft flying at altitude without any heating or cooling in the plane. So, you know, not a great situation to be in, while also handcuffed. You know, people were not happy to see this.
Play cut 18.
Founded by immigrants.
Well, this is a country
This is a
founded
unique
by.
country.
This is a very unique country, and it was founded by some immigrants and some settlers. But just because we were founded by.
Hey, J.D. Vance, where'd those settlers come from? Where'd those settlers come from, though? Where'd they come? Were they here already? Were they like they didn't come from anywhere? Yeah, the indigenous settlers. You talking about them? Oh wait, no, they didn't. They were actively kept out of that decision-making process. Oh. Oh.
By immigrants doesn't mean that 240 years later that we have to have the dumbest immigration policy in the world.
We literally didn't have an immigration policy until the Chinese Exclusion Act, okay? Until like the mid to late 1800s, okay? Or oh man, what year was that? 1882. Okay. I was correct.
As J.D. Vance clearly says, we don't have to have the dumbest immigration in the world. We are back, everybody. We are back. I have a non-sarcastic, provocative question. What do they teach in these schools of diplomacy and statecraft?
I don't know, Charlie. You could probably go online and like Google it. What do they teach in these diplomatic? Yeah, I wonder what they teach you in diplomacy school. You know, probably how to not escalate tensions and negotiations and to get what you want, and to, you know, not piss off other nations unnecessarily by just understanding the gist of their demands, which Donald Trump did not, and thus escalated incredibly for no reason. Like, to be clear, even if he wanted to deport these people, which he does, right? Even if he just wanted to do that, if he had understood why Colombia was saying no, he wouldn't have had to have all of these, like, you know, crazy headlines about how your coffee is gonna become twice as expensive. You know, like, as a result of Donald Trump. It would have been a lot easier. He would have had to expend less political capital on this.
What is it that they actually teach in the Woodrow Wilson School of Diplomacy? Here in Washington, D.C., where we are doing this broadcast, you have George Washington, you have Georgetown, where you have people that study to become diplomats. What exactly is taught in these schools?
Man, if only there was some way to find out. But as we all know, anyone from the school that approaches the press corps instantly gets black-bagged by secret police. We'll never know. We'll never know what they get taught inside diplomacy school, because MI-12 is operating here.
Because President Donald Trump just upended all of the established order, and he made fools.
Although, you know what? It doesn't surprise me that Charlie Kirk wouldn't understand higher education, considering he never got one.
Out of all of them. The experts were losing their mind yesterday. President Donald Trump...
What do they do in these schools?
...is trying to start a trade war. They are so short-sighted, and they're still criticizing it. Well, that was unneeded.
Like, and the thing is, I don't have anything against people who don't go and get, like, higher education, right? But there's a way you can do that and still be smart. You know, like, I know plenty of people who did not go to college and who instead went to, like, trade school or didn't go to another school at all. And instead, like, those people, I guarantee you, they know how to use Google to figure out what they do not know already. They're very resourceful. And, like, if Charlie's asking a non-sarcastic question here about what do they teach in this school? Like, I don't know. It's your show, dude. Maybe you should have looked that up. Maybe you should have looked that up a little bit before you started. Or, you know what? You're doing a live show. You could just look it up on the fly. I do that sometimes. I don't think it detracts from my show.
Drama. That was unneeded pandemonium. That was unnecessary upheaval. No, it was a necessary public example, and now all of these other countries are going to have to take their own people. Now, to be honest, I understand the argument if we were sending Nicaraguans to Colombia. That would be that would not be a morally...
Well, the issue is you have no intellectual curiosity, Charlie, so you are incapable of actually understanding what Colombia wanted, and you're just making a set of wild assumptions.
Clear argument. I would get that. I would understand the argument if we were sending Mexicans to Brazil. We're sending people back to their own country, the country they were raised in, the country that they were schooled in, the country they are citizens of. And so for all of the International Diplomatic Corps expert class, what exactly are you experts in? You're experts in appeasement?
Well, they're experts in how to not escalate an international confrontation. That's typically what it's for. Diplomacy is a way of avoiding warfare and economic turmoil. It's a way of doing both of those things, actually. You use diplomacy so you do not use economic sanctions, and when that fails, you use sanctions and diplomacy, and when that fails, it winds up typically escalating into a hot conflict or into a proxy conflict, and then there is room to negotiate there and do more diplomacy that either escalates or de-escalates the conflict. Like, diplomacy is just another tool in the toolbox.
You're experts in bending the knee because they actually do not have any perspective.
That's true, Coder Joe. He doesn't have the intellectual honesty to care what the truth is, whether he knows it or not, but rather just pushes his agenda. Well, that's it, exactly. He is a propagandist. He is paid by billionaires to do his show, and it doesn't really matter what the truth is. It's just, I want to take the time to go through this and just really hammer home that he's got nothing. He's got one card to play, and it's racism and xenophobia. The one side of the card is racist, the other side is xenophobic. There you go. Nailed it.
To protect America at all costs. These diplomats, it's not as if they're dumb. It's as if they don't actually want America to succeed. What this does is it suggests that diplomacy is mostly fake. They have fake expertise.
Diplomacy is mostly fake. What does that mean, dog? Diplomacy is knowing how to interact with foreign nationals
I'm
who
not
have
saying that
agendas.
Charlie Kirk is a tool, but I heard he has been banned from Home Depot for trying to shoplift himself. BWA.
I'm sorry, sir. We can't let you leave. What? I didn't buy anything. Sir, you know what you're taking. No, don't make me go back on the hanger. I'm sorry, sir. Come right this way. We need to keep you until it's time for a billionaire to purchase you.
That is exactly what I wanted to get at. Is that all of this schooling, all of this time in colleges, all of this time where they're, pretending that they're working in the State Department. What really matters is instinct, very basic rules of interaction, and the most important thing.
One could say the only thing that matters is basic instinct. Does the leg cross?
The will. A common theme here on the Charlie Kirk Show. Do you have the will to do what is necessary? The feminine, toxically feminine perspective is to...
What does that mean?
Well, we don't want to offend people, and I guess Colombia's a country, and...
That's not how you do diplomacy either, Charlie. Diplomats aren't like, well, we don't want to offend them, and, I guess Colombia is a country, and that's not how diplomats act. Like, what do you do? You're just, constructing a fictional person whole cloth on the fly.
Well, why don't we just keep their rapists and their criminals and their child sex traffickers? Whereas President Trump says, this is stupid. Why are we putting up with this? We're not going to get ripped off. We're not going to do stupid things. You look out for your own country and your own people, and you don't need to be a lifelong State Department diplomat. So for all of these lifelong State Department diplomats, I hope you guys understand that you have no credibility in the eyes of the American people. The same way that we lost such credibility.
Yeah, the eyes in the eyes of the American people who, the specific subset of the American people who don't know shit about shit. you're losing a lot of credibility.
For public health officials during COVID, the same way that we lost credibility for people like Fauci and Birx, we are now losing credibility for all of our permanent State Department corps, diplomatic corps, for Anthony Blinken, for even some of the Kissinger stuff. I mean, all of the criteria that has been built for diplomacy has just been upended in the last 24 hours.
Man, imagine Kissinger not being far right enough for you. That's honestly one of the craziest things I've ever heard Charlie Kirk say, and that is saying a lot. Holy shit.
It has all changed. It is a permanent, stark contrast. What they're experts in is deteriorating borders, weakening the currency, and allowing a bunch of foreigners into the country. Okay, that doesn't take a lot of skill. What you just saw in amazing...
Yeah, guys, doing diplomacy is when you become, Theon Greyjoy on the, Reek arc of the hit new television series Game of Thrones. It's a timely reference, guys.
Amazing display of was President Trump rolling back the Great Reset. Was President Trump rolling back all of this globalist push that was authored by, that was written by, that was published by the permanent State Department corps? The same people that brought you the Iran deal, the same people that brought you the Russian-Ukrainian war, the same people that brought you all of the major conflicts, the Iraq war.
I love how he has so few specifics that he's just like, yeah, the same people. It's so convenient that he has so little interest in actually making a point here that he didn't bother looking up any individuals who may be diplomats that would fit into the mold he's talking about. He couldn't even be bothered to find like a scapegoat for these problems, The
conflict in Libya, the conflict in Syria. Here you have a guy who was once president, a billionaire businessman, who broke every single rule of Washington yesterday. Threatened tariffs.
Wait. I just realized his little banner that usually adds context is just his name 3 times, and I am not gonna lie. I also just realized that when he's on the big screen here, he has his name behind him. He has his name right here. He has his name in the URL, and he has his name... Like, why did you put the Charlie Kirk show twice, man? Why aren't you actually updating the Chiron? I just noticed that, Azura Reume. Thank you for pointing that out. That is incredible. Holy fuck. Wait, guys, is this Charlie Kirk? I wasn't sure.
Implemented tariffs, revoked visas, said we're going to put on sanctions. Every established dogma of DC was upended in the last 24 hours. And he won, not just a little bit, a triumphant, full capitulation, absolute bend-the-knee surrender.
Look, the only one bending knees right now is you, buddy, and it's both of them. He needs it written on screen so he doesn't forget. It's true. It's true. Oh, fuck. What's it say behind him? It says Charlie Kirk. Why is he jerking his head like that? Because it's the only thing that brings him pleasure. Okay, he's doing a lot of sucking. He needs to make sure he gets the movement right. My God, what a sad, pathetic person. Just an absolutely gangly brained motherfucker. Anyway, yeah, Charlie Kirk doesn't know shit about shit and will literally just make stuff up on the fly that makes Donald Trump look good. If you're the kind of person who watches him or knows people who watch him, I encourage you, share this around, okay? Because I firmly believe here that we demonstrated just how full of shit Charlie Kirk is. And it's to the brim. It's to the brim. If you flush that toilet one more time, it's overflowing. Okay? So anyway, don't be like this ding dong. Be curious and actually like look into things, you know? Now, folks, I need to go use the bathroom. We've been going for over 4 hours now, okay? And if you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Like the YouTube stream, it helps the show so goddamn much. And consider dropping those subs and donos, because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. I could not make it without your generous support. So thank you so much for enjoying the show with your eyeballs and, you know, continuing to make the show possible. Okay? I am going to go use the bathroom, but when I return, we've got some additional content for you guys. We've got, you know, we've got, I think what we're going to go over here, we're going to go over the Steven Crowder deposition. I've been going back and forth on this because I watched it earlier today, and it was very funny. And it is, well, for those of you who haven't seen it yet, I won't spoil it before we start the segment. But we will do that. It's going to be very good. And I think maybe tomorrow we'll go over Robert F. Kennedy Jr. confirmation in the Senate. If any of you are wondering what... Sorry. If any of you are wondering what brain rot I have in store, I don't think we're going to get to this tonight. But basically, I found this, which is Jordan Peterson and Tony Robbins doing a 2-hour-long conversation. And I guarantee you, I will not be able to withstand this. It will melt my brain. This will hurt. Who's Tony Robbins? Let me show you who Tony Robbins is real quick. Okay? He looks like a living embodiment of the like Giga Chad, but like, you know, weird and gross. Like if Giga Chad and Willem Dafoe had like a baby. I guarantee you that everything they say is fucking nonsense. We watched like a 10-minute clip of this guy on Patrick Bet-David's show, and it was honestly brain melting. I can't make this happen. This guy is cooked. This guy is so far outside of reality. Why would you do this to us? I'm not. Well, look, I'm telling you, we're not getting to this tonight. We're gonna do the Crowder segment first, okay? But we will do it at some point. Okay? I just want you to know what is stalking you in the shadows of our show. The brain rot that is currently festering. Two cooked guys chatting for 2 hours? Yes. Two cooked guys, one podcast. Casey, yes, Mooncat did an excellent video on Tony Robbins. I have not seen it, but people brought it up last time we covered Tony Robbins as well. Two guys, one video, exactly. Too many cooks. Anyway, I will be right back. I want to fix my makeup a little bit and pee so badly. I will be back in a few minutes. Don't you guys go anywhere. BRB.
So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold. Open to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the cold, harvest the cold. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. The 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway, anyway. We take the roads, we take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn, before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come, oh, here we come. Oh, oh, oh. I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come, oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
I'm not a coal miner, as you well know, but I'm as close as I could be not to be one. My father was a coal miner who was killed in the mines, and my husband is slowly dying with black lung. And my husband and me was in the strike in the 30s in bloody Harlan County, and I do mean it is bloody too. And they tell me these miners say we're going to stick it out unless Duke Power signs the contract till hell freezes over. And the man knows he's got nothing to lose but their chains and their union to gain. So I say, hang in there. And now this song I composed in the 30s. And as you know, I'm old, that's 40 years ago, and I can't sing very well. But you can ask the scabs and the gun thugs which side they're on, because they're workers too. Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? If you go to Harlan County, there is no neutral there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? They say in LA County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a scab for the boss, beware. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab, or will you be a man? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't scab for the bosses, don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, 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 which side are you on? In 1948, the natives were expelled from the land of their ancestors, their homes and cities shelled. From the traitors in Transjordan, to clandestine British demand by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. 1967, Israel did invade to conquer and to colonize what little had remained. The people of old Palestine, once again their fates entwined with the Zionist occupation of their homes and weary minds. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 2023, they've come a final time to destroy your homes and families with a murderous, lethal design. The bombs overhead are falling as our leaders continue their lies. The sky does glow and the blood it flows as we hear the children's cries. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. We stand with your emancipation. Your people will be free.
All right, folks, I'm back. You guys ready? You guys ready? Have I ever seen this Bernie clip?
You certainly have power. You can make that call. Are you supportive of this?
I've had nothing to do with
Are you
leadership.
supportive of these onesies?
I'm supportive.
You certainly have power.
Are you supportive of these onesies? Oh, God. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. Do you or do you not embrace the onesies? I may have worn a unicorn one once. Oh, God. All right. Well, folks, we have come to the beginning of the end. All right. We are here. And I'm here to tell you I've already seen everything we're about to experience together. And what we are about to experience is Steven Crowder giving his deposition testimony in a case brought by a man who had been wrongfully accused of being a neo-Nazi mass shooter by multiple news outlets, including one louder with Crowder. And I've watched all of the depositions given in this case so far. This one is by far the best, and it is done by attorney Mark Bankston. Now, some of you may have forgotten, but the astute among you will recall that Mark Bankston is the attorney who had his Perry Mason moment, where he caught Alex Jones in a colossal lie. And that lie was over the Sandy Hook case. Basically, he won those families a historic amount of money straight from the coffers of Alex Jones. And he also took up the case of this young man who had been wrongfully accused for being a neo-Nazi mass shooter. And it's honestly pretty great. I think you guys are going to enjoy this because I've watched, in the course of me doing this job, I've watched a fair amount of, like, legal interactions. And by far my favorite is whenever Mark Bankston is involved. He's really good at what he does, guys. He's really good. I still have that little chuckle the lawyer did when he was about to own Alex Jones. Yeah, it's really good, and I think you hear it a couple times, not quite as pronounced, throughout this deposition. It's quite good. I listened to this while I was working out earlier today, and it's very good. Is this related to the lawsuit he represented against Elon? I don't know. A number of people are listed in the suit. A number of people and entities. I know, for example, Newsmax is listed in it. Infowars, or not Infowars, but like Owen Schroyer, who works for Infowars. Yeah, it's a lot of high-profile figures who, wrongfully accused this man. So let's dive into it because, we did cover a little bit of Steven Crowder content the other day, and one of you, I can't remember which, mentioned, man, Steven's been looking extra divorced lately, and I gotta tell you, nothing has made him look more divorced than being in this deposition. All right? It's pretty great. So let's hop right in, shall we? And remember, before we get too deep into this, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream or YouTube video, and consider dropping some support for the channel. Some subs, some donos, some super chats, some super comments, whatever you call those. Consider supporting the show because it only works because of people like you supporting us. Y'all down with the goob? We love goobers. Honestly, I like, unironically, I really like goobers. They're great candy. Underrated. You guys can have ultra divorced Steven Crowder as a treat.
All right, today's date is August 26th, 2024. The time is 1:31 p.m. Central Time, and we are on the record.
Mr. Crowder, if you'll raise your right hand, I'll swear you in.
Yeah, goobers are just chocolate-covered peanuts. They're really nice. I like them.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
His divorce levels are over 9,000. Yes. Yes, they are. But dude's not doing okay.
Thank you.
All right, sir, can you give us your name for the record?
Divorce Ultra Instinct.
Steven Crowder?
You are the founder of Louder with Crowder LLC?
Yes.
Okay. Louder with Crowder LLC is your media company?
Yes.
You operate a website and make internet videos?
Objection form.
Yes.
You know, one of the things I find consistently very funny throughout this entire thing is like Steven very clearly is trying to like avoid like committing to any given position. Like, just, do I own a website and make videos? Yes.
Trying to figure out that's what your media company does.
That's part of it.
What else do you do that you would say that your media company does?
Well, it's a general media company. So, yep, there's a daily program. There's separate, reporting and investigative.
They're a mug manufacturing company.
Unit, and the website operates separately, where someone writes articles. So, social media, kind of all-encompassing media.
Okay, so I've got internet. There's a daily show. Let's start there. All right, that's a video show, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I know that it's also, you can get it in pure audio format too over podcasts, right?
Yes.
Okay. As far as those videos, where would I see an episode of Louder with Crowder?
So, well, it depends, what point in time. So usually YouTube, Rumble, and then Mug Club, which is, it's operated under locals, but for a period of time it would have been, and pardon me, I'm sick today, so if I cough, I don't mean to be distracting.
If I cough, it's because I lit a pungent candle that is right off screen.
Would have been under Blaze. So Mug Club was operating under Blaze at one point. You would have been able to see them on Blaze.
Okay,
and
these are
audio wherever audio is, available, like Apple, Spotify.
In other words, to see your show, I would watch it on the internet.
Oh, wait, okay. Can I have a question? If you join Mug Club, do they send you one mug every year? Like when your yearly subscription renews, do they send you a new mug?
Yes.
You're not carried on any.
They do. Oh my god, that's too many mugs.
You're not carried on over-the-air broadcast television.
Not today, no.
Okay. Do you have any licenses?
Yeah, the off-center cowboy painting is very distracting. Like the feng shui of the scene is completely off. It also just the performative masculinity from the painting itself is off the charts.
With radio stations, anything like that to broadcast your show.
Wait, how much is Mug Club? Mug Club's like $120. It's a lot.
Not today, no.
Okay. Are all those answers same truth in May 2023?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you do anything to prepare for this deposition?
No, I watched. I had read the files that were sent over from your attorneys. Well, yourself, I guess.
The files. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
The documents, the complaints.
Okay. In other words, the lawsuit that was filed.
The documents.
Have you reviewed any other documents to prepare for this deposition?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Have you viewed your May 8th or May 9th show?
I viewed at least a portion of it, yes.
Okay. And I'm mostly going to want to be talking to you about your May 8th show covering the Allen shooting. You're familiar with what I mean when I say your May 8th show covering the Allen shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Before I get into all that, I want to confirm some details on your background. As far as educational background, it's my understanding you attended a couple semesters of college?
Correct.
Okay. I think it's fair to say you have no educational background in journalism?
No, I wouldn't agree.
Okay.
Oh, really, Steven? What school did you go to? What school did you go to for your journalism?
Okay. Can you explain to me what your educational background in journalism is?
Years of experience.
The School of Hard Knocks. I was a gumshoe reporter back in the day, hitting the streets, getting the real story. If these walls could talk.
Well, I'm asking specifically, we'll move on to your work experience. I'm talking about your education at this point, if you have any educational background in journalism.
Well, I did study media for, as you said, 2 semesters in college.
Okay, so when you were in college for those semesters, part of that included journalism courses?
Part of it included, yes, broadcast.
Okay.
Which, okay, I have never taken a broadcast course. Okay. My understanding is that a journalism course and a broadcast course are not the same thing. I might be a little bit off here. Please, someone in chat correct me if I'm wrong about that. But my impression is that they are very different. One is how to present yourself and comport yourself on camera, and the other is how to do journalism.
You worked for Fox back in the 2009, 2013 time period?
I believe so. Time period sounds correct.
Did they provide you any training in journalism?
Experience.
They're the ones who sent me to the School of Hard Knocks. They give me a scholarship.
I understand that you did the job for many years. I'm sure you picked up some things, right? But what I'm wondering actually is, as part of your employment, did Fox provide you with formal training in journalism?
They did not send me to journalism school, no.
Okay.
Johnny Ramo, it almost would be a news story, except that
You speak as if normal person know this. This is well the person you watching wouldn't know what 2 + 2 = 4 if not told Rise Glizzy.
Rise Glizzy is... I've never seen that emote before, but that is a 10 out of 10 emote. Midnight and All Night, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. And this is... I actually saw this yesterday, but I was not up for streaming for a variety of reasons, so we didn't get to it until today. And unfortunately, that meant that the Surfs was able to stream it today, which means I'm like the second person to cover this. Or third person, because Rhizome also covered it. But that's because I was too sad yesterday to stream. And I'm kicking myself.
Now, at that time, I think it's fair to say that what you were doing for Fox was primarily concentrated on more comedic type presentations.
Oh, that's true. He did go to the School of Arthur, Lunar Spunk. He was busy. He was busy learning about the rhythm, the beat of the street.
Fair.
No.
So back during the time period when you were working at Fox, would you say you were covering hard news at that point too?
How to get together and make things better by working together.
Objection form.
Sometimes.
Okay. And then after leaving Fox,
What's honestly really great about this deposition is that it's painfully clear every single step of the way how royally screwed he is in this legal case. From my perspective, again, non-lawyer here, not legal advice, but just like every step of the way here, he's done so.
Let's start this way. The YouTube channel you had that while you were at Fox, right?
Correct.
And you've kept using that as a platform ever since leaving Fox, right?
Yes.
Yeah, one thing I don't understand about this deposition, and maybe this is just me, not understanding exactly the procedure of depositions, there's a lot of objections that get made that seem to amount to literally nothing. And I'm not sure exactly why that is.
Am I right that there was a brief period where you weren't on YouTube? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Objection form.
How so?
Or am I right that at some
Right, like right there, objection form, and I'm wondering if he's just ignoring his lawyer's own objections. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Like, is it the case that him answering the question renders it admissible or something in the deposition form? I'm not entirely sure.
At some point, you either stopped posting to YouTube.
Maybe it's the kind of thing where like the lawyer will just try and object to as many things as possible, and then after the fact, like edit out parts of the deposition that can be shown to like a jury. I'm not entirely sure how this works.
Or were in some way punished by YouTube? Did anything like that happen?
Objection form.
God, if I had alcohol, we could definitely do that drinking game. But I'm glad I don't, because we'd probably die.
Well, there are temporary suspensions that happen on YouTube, if that's what you mean.
Okay, but in May 2023, you were posting regularly on YouTube?
I believe so.
Okay. So, for instance, the coverage we're here to talk about today, that would have appeared on YouTube?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, ever since leaving Fox, say the past 10 years, fair to say that you've begun to amass a rather sizable audience?
Okay, so the procedure seems to be, it's a deposition. A lot of them may not get upheld later. He still has to answer, though, only if the objection is upheld. So if she objects and he refuses to answer or lies, that the objection is upheld, that non-answer / lie still enters the record and potentially hurts his case. If he lies, then he perjured himself. Okay, that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay. You understand that as the size of your audience increased, the magnitude of potential harm that could be caused by publishing a false statement about someone also increased.
Yes.
And would you agree with me that as that potential magnitude for harm increased and your audience increased, your responsibility as a journalist also increased?
Objection form.
What is this legal case about? You'll learn shortly, but to summarize, he falsely accused a young man of being a neo-Nazi mass shooter, and he was not.
Well, I've never labeled myself a journalist, but yes.
I mean, well, you cover hard news. We can agree with that.
Sure. So does Jon Stewart.
Sure.
Directly comparable. Steven Crowder, Jon Stewart. They're like the same guy. Two sides of the same coin.
Absolutely. Right. And let's make it clear, even today, on your show, in which you cover hard news, you also do things that are comedic.
Oh yeah, Mark Bankston has fun whenever he steps up to bat. Yeah, like I've never claimed to be a journalist. Then why were you claiming journalistic expertise, man?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me, for instance, that the sort of care that a person like you needs to show might be different if you're just, say, talking with a friend at a bar versus making an announcement over a baseball stadium public address system. You understand what I mean?
I understand.
Also, Mark Bankston has a really good way of constructing his argumentation during cases to make his point like crystal clear and basically kind of like trap the person he's questioning. It's honestly like intricate and kind of beautiful. Like he's got a real skill there.
Okay. And so when making decisions about how you run your business, I take it one of the things you do consider is the responsibility you have given the size of your audience. Is that right?
So if you're ever wondering where he's going, he's going to get
take responsibility regardless of the size of the audience.
Sure, I understand that perhaps even when just talking to a neighbor or a friend at a bar, you might be careful about what you say. But what I'm asking is, when you do your job, part of what you consider in how you create your policies, your requirements, etc., is you understand you're going to be talking to a very large audience and that the magnitude of harm from false information could be very great. Is that correct?
There's a lot in that statement. We take care to be as responsible as possible, regardless of the size of the audience.
What's happened with Steven so far I mean, as far as I know, this is like the first like big like forward motion of this case. This happened back in August. I'm assuming it's coming out now because it's getting closer to trial.
Okay. Last year, when doing an episode of Louder of Crowder, how many people could you reasonably expect to view it?
I don't know.
So, does your, for instance, on YouTube?
Yeah, I understand that the objection form that the lawyer keeps saying is referencing how the question is phrased. But what I don't understand, I guess, because I haven't watched a ton of depositions, is just like when in the deposition process that objection is either like smacked down or upheld. And maybe it's after the fact.
YouTube tracks the number of views your videos get, right?
To a degree, yes.
Okay.
To a
Rumble does
degree.
the same thing. You can see how many people viewed your videos.
To a degree, yes.
Yeah, all of the fake analytics you get in the back end of your own website, your own videos.
Okay. And so that should give you the number of views on Rumble and YouTube will at least give you a minimum baseline of who saw the video. Is that right?
Sounds right.
And then you also know that your materials will quite foreseeably spread via social media, right?
Sure.
You're aware people.
Like he wants to argue with it so bad, but he knows he can't in this context. Like you know that like when you say something, other people are gonna repeat it on social media, right? Like, fine, yeah.
Share your videos.
Sure, yes.
For instance, when getting a video in this case, when I asked for a copy of the video in this case,
like these conservatives are never as honest as they are in the middle of their own depositions, you know, in as soon as the law gets involved.
I was directed to a website that publishes your videos without any of your input, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah, Steven Crowder's brain this entire time is just like the spaceman sweating meme, but there's only one button and it's perjure yourself.
One of the things you offer your audience is fact-checking of the news, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, let's bring up tab 1. All right, I want to show you something that was just posted to the website last week. And as I think you may remember, we had this deposition scheduled for a few days ago. But one of the reasons that we had rescheduled it is so that you could do fact-checking at the DNC, correct?
Yeah, it's a portion of it, yes.
Okay, so for instance, in this broadcast, you'd be telling your audience, hey, certain claims are going to be made at the DNC, and we are going to use our skills to tell you what is real and what is not. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So your audience can expect that you're going to be talking to them about matters of truth or falsity, right?
Yes.
Do you agree it's reasonable for your audience to expect you to use the same level of care they would expect from any commercial media outlet?
Objection form.
What is that thumbnail?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What is this thumbnail? Look, it's all of the things you know and love about the DNC's, events. You've got Tim Walz riding a child horse stick. I don't know what these are called. You got Pete Buttigieg orgasming comedically because gay. You've got Oprah because Oprah, I guess. Got you got good old Nancy Pelosi. You've got Amy Klobuchar for some reason. You've got Bill Clinton. And then you've got, you've got Jeffrey Epstein and George Floyd, and I don't know who this guy is. Classic thumbnail that with all the figures we associate with the DNC.
I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is it's not going to be your position that, hey, I'm just a clown. I'm just a guy who plays dress up. I'm not doing news. That's not what your position is. You do hard news.
Hobby horse. Thank you.
Correct.
Look, it depends on the context.
Absolutely. Sure. Like we said, there are
Oh,
some
yeah,
instances
it's Josh
where your
Shapiro.
audience is
Thank
clearly
you,
going
One
to know
Shot.
that you're doing a comedic sketch, right?
Sure.
But your May 8th coverage of the Allen shooting, that wasn't a comedy sketch.
I don't know if it included sketch elements. We often mix news with sketch elements, but no, not the commentary on the reporting, no.
Sketch elements.
Let's talk a little bit about how things work at your business. First of all, you're the boss at Louder with Crowder, right?
Objection form.
I guess.
Well, I mean, I'm guessing
guess.
what I'm asking is, if you're doing things throughout your workday, is there somebody who can come to you and says, Stephen, no, you can't cover that. You're not allowed to do that.
Yes.
Okay, who would that person be?
There's going to be a multitude of people.
So there are a multitude of people at Louder with Crowder.
A multitude. A multitude. When he uses this word, I get. I know it's an old reference, but if any of you have seen The Three Amigos, the scene where El Guapo talks about a plethora, it's the same vibes here.
Who have veto power over what you can cover on your show.
Not a multitude of people who have, wise counsel.
Sure, I have a lot of people in my life who have wise counsel. I listen to them and take their thoughts into consideration, but they don't have control over me. And I'm wondering if there's anybody at Louder with Crowder who has control over you, who says, if you do this, Stephen, you're fired. You don't work here anymore.
We're watching Stephen Crowder's deposition.
At Louder with Crowder? No one can fire me.
Okay. And if you want to say something on your show, is there anybody who can stop you?
Yeah, that's exactly why. Like I wasn't joking that they picked Pete Buttigieg doing an O face because he's gay. That's literally the extent and reason of it.
No.
Okay. You would agree that it would be the usual practice of Louder with Crowder. Let me put it in an easier way. You agree it's your usual practice to verify the accuracy of images you share with your audience.
Objection form.
Can you restate the question? It was telling me that.
Sure. It's if you're going to share images with your audience of news events, right? Things that depict news events, it's your usual practice to verify the accuracy of those images before you show them.
Objection form.
Sometimes.
Okay, let's make it more specific. When you're going to share an image of a purported mass murder, it would be your usual practice to verify the accuracy of that image before showing it.
Objection form. And to clarify, Mark, just so for reference, are you referring to Stephen individually or Louder with Crowder as a whole?
Him individually.
Okay. Go ahead, Nancy.
Me individually? Then no.
No. So there are, in other words, let's put it this way. If you're going to use on May 8th an image, you're going to show your audience an image of who is purportedly the mass murderer. Is that something you're going to see before you go air? Or is this like a Ron Burgundy situation where you're seeing it for the first time?
I can try bringing up some Ace Attorney. Let's see. How's this? Is this good? Is this a good volume? Oh god, that freeze frame. Perfect. Okay, cool.
Oh, appreciate the reference, Ron Burgundy. Based on Jim Walcott, actually, Canadian sitcom. There's a difference between breaking news, for example, something that's exclusive to us, where there's obviously very strict, much more strict process of due diligence. We are the news. Then there's reporting on the news that is available publicly, or reporting on someone else's report. So to answer your question, we would obviously ensure that the reporting on that person's reporting is accurate, meaning the original source would be the reporter.
Okay, so in terms of sharing an image, right? I believe what I'm hearing is that if it is your original reporting, you would have a higher level of care than when you are repeating someone else's reporting. Is that fair?
No, what I'm saying is that there's a difference between breaking news being the subject of news.
Please don't pin this on me, please. Okay, we always have the highest level of care.
And reporting on someone else's news. So use your example like the DNC. That's their story. They run images or claims. So we report on what they are running.
All right, let me give you an example. If the DNC puts up an image, right, and says, here is, let me give you an example. Says the DNC puts up an image of Mount Rushmore and says, this is the Washington Monument, right? You would be able to fairly and accurately
And trust me, this is
the DNC
leading to a point,
is
guys.
saying that this picture is the Washington Monument. That's fine. Right? We're on the same page so far?
Yes, and I would show their picture.
All right. It would be different to say, here is a picture that the DNC is showing that they say is Mount Rushmore. And I'm telling you they're right. That's different in your mind, right?
No.
That's the same thing. So you can report, in other words, this is what I'm trying to get at, is it is okay for you, without investigating, to report someone else's accusation as truthful.
To report their reporting as authentic and truthful? Yes, if I believed it was Mount Rushmore and they told me it was Mount Rushmore and showed a picture, I'd show their picture.
And do it without any further checking.
Myself at that moment in time, if I believed it was Mount Rushmore why would I not believe the DNC?
It's a good question.
Why would I not believe the DNC? The organization you believe in, right?
DNC is an organization you might not always believe, though, right?
That's fair.
Right? They have, in your eyes, they have some credibility issues, I would take it, right?
It depends on who they are.
So in other words, what I'm saying is not all sources are equal, are they?
That's fair.
Okay.
That's fair.
Would you agree?
Steven Crowder's voice gets higher the more nervous he gets. It's honestly great. I like it a lot.
That it's important to verify the accuracy of an image of a purported mass murderer before showing it to your audience?
Yes.
Okay. Why is it important to verify the image of a mass murderer before showing it to your audience?
Well, same reason that it would be important to verify anything.
Can I just say that this is one of my favorite bits of this? Why would it be important to verify the identity of a mass shooter before you report it? And his response is the intrinsic value of truth, as opposed to the much more obvious conclusion.
Why is that?
If you are making a definitive claim, you should do your best to be accurate.
Why?
Because truth matters.
Just intrinsically, or why? Did things happen? What can happen?
Intrinsically.
Okay. So, do you understand, though, that if false information is posted about somebody, is published about somebody, that can have effects on the people who are the subject matter of those reports?
I would assume so.
Is that something?
He really desperately wants the answer just to be the intrinsic value of truth, though. It'd be really nice if you could agree with him on that one, Mr. Bankston.
In that you can, let's put it this way. If you have news that you're going to report that, if false, could have a damaging effect on someone's reputation or cause them grief, you would agree you need to take special care with that kind of news.
If one is making a definitive claim, they should do their best to be accurate.
Do you know the difference between a primary and a secondary source?
Can I just say a little bit of foreshadowing here? You guys are gonna flip out. If you have no context or basis of knowledge on this case, you guys are gonna flip with where this goes. It's so fucking funny.
Yes.
Okay. Can you help us understand that first by telling us what is a primary source?
Objection 4.
But it would depend on the context when you're discussing journalism, or if you're discussing, like I said, commenting on someone else's journalism.
Oh, also, we've been going for 5 hours now. If you are all enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, and consider liking the stream, because guess what, guys? We have, like, over 400 people watching right now, and we've got 200 likes. I think we can hit 250. I don't know about you guys. And consider dropping the subs and donos, folks, because you guys supporting the stream is what makes this type of content possible. No one else I would sit up at 2 o'clock in the morning going over this with, okay? You guys weren't around to make this possible, so thank you all so much. And let's keep trucking along.
Primary source would be the primary reference point, person who's the originator of it, and a secondary source would be a corroborating resource, confirming or also covering it.
Okay. I'm going to kind of give you what I believe would be the understanding that I'm operating from, just so we can
Very
talk
welcome,
using the same
Dragonwing.
terminology, right? Like if I was going to tell you, if I'm going to talk about a chair, I'm going to tell you what a chair is, right? Have you ever heard that a primary source would be information that originates from a person or entity that is either has a first-hand account or is actively involved in the events being reported?
Yes.
Okay. And then a newspaper, for instance, or a academic treatise or some other publication that is writing about an event that it did not have first-hand involvement in, that'd be a secondary source. Does that seem fair?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, almost like that'd be something you'd learn in journalism school. You know, it almost like that would be covered.
In terms of, let me do it this way. You would agree you should not display the image of a suspected mass murder.
Somehow I can hear that Perry
unless the
Mason
image
riff
had been
already.
confirmed
No
by someone
kidding,
involved
Bluebeard.
in the official investigation or by reference to some kind of primary source. Would you agree with that?
No.
Okay. And would you agree that you don't fulfill your responsibility in verifying the photo of a mass murderer by assuming that another news organization has verified the photo?
No.
Okay.
I don't agree.
What are your requirements for publishing a photo allegedly showing a mass murder?
Objection 4.
So the process would be similar for any stories in which we're not the primary source, to use your example, would be to find at least one source that would be viewed as legitimate. So usually that's why, when we provide references, we often use left-leaning sources, which we make available every day.
Having gone over the sources provided by Steven Crowder and his team, they are lacking immensely.
Every show, and then confirm it with another source where it is available. That would be the process when it's someone else's reporting.
Does it matter who's reporting it?
That's why I said you try and find the initial, the most credible source to use as a primary source, because it's a little different when covering news. So to give you an example, if there is a new study conducted on, let's say, medical and COVID intervention, primary source would be one on PubMed, right? The people who conducted the trial. Secondary source would be CNN covering said clinical trial. So same principle, but it's a little
Fenry,
different
what
when
can we
covering
look
someone
at?
else's reporting. So the primary source that we would look for would be as authoritative as available at that time.
All right, so to use that example, if you didn't have access to the PubMed article, but you did have access to a CNN report in which they reported on the PubMed article and cited that PubMed article, that's probably okay to report on. You would agree?
I would report according to CNN.
Right. What if CNN didn't have any sort of primary source? What if CNN just reported a fact, but it didn't have any source?
What's the background music?
According to CNN.
Okay. And it would be important for you to make clear that you had not been able to verify that. Would you agree to that?
Oh, Fenry, you're gonna learn what the sources Crowder's team had. The intensive investigative process that they applied. We'll get there. We'll get there. Don't jump the gun yet. Okay, a lot of you have pointed out the beard. I can't get over the asymmetrical hair. That's what I'm finding difficult.
No.
Okay.
Like, he's staring dead on into the camera and just like, yeah, it's rough. Dude's not having a good one.
Let's talk a little bit about this incident we're here about today. You understand that on May 6, 2023, a neo-Nazi mass shooter murdered several people at the Allen Outlet Mall.
Objection form.
No.
You don't understand that right now, sitting here today?
The way you said it, no.
He does not understand that a neo-Nazi did a mass shooting. He doesn't understand that.
Help me understand what you mean by that. What is it about that
I don't understand a neo-Nazi mass shooter. No.
Okay.
Yeah. Who? You don't. Yeah. What neo-Nazi would ever do something like a mass shooting? It's not like neo-Nazis and Nazis in general are known for massacres. Oh wait.
Mass shooter, yes. No. Neo-Nazi mass shooter, no.
Okay, you're aware that the shooter had tattooed neo-Nazi symbols on his body.
Sure.
You're aware he did it with a right-wing Death Squad vest. Right? You don't contest any of that.
I'm aware that was reported, yeah.
Just as an FYI, for those of you who don't remember this case too good, this man had like a swastika tattooed on himself, as well as the SS Thunderbolts. He was a neo-Nazi.
All right, well, I'm not asking you whether it was reported. I'm asking you whether you, like, do you believe that's true? Do you contest that?
No, I don't contest that he had the tattoos, no.
Okay. So, I guess...
But who really knows what was in his heart? Sure, that man was wearing Ku Klux Klan robes, but do we really know he was racist in his heart? Sure, he's the one who like lit fire to that cross, but like, was he really racist? You know, who can say?
The hang up is you have a shooter who's tattooed up with a swastika and SS lightning bolts, but you're hesitant.
The case that they're talking about, I believe, was either 2022 or 2023.
To call that a neo-Nazi mass shooting.
Correct.
Okay. You covered that shooting on your show and your website?
Objection form.
I discussed it on the show.
Okay. And there was an article on the website, right?
Have you ever considered
That's my understanding.
Okay. And you agree that in covering the shooting, that an image was repeatedly published of my client, Mauricio Garcia, who had nothing to do with the shooting.
That's my understanding.
Okay. Let's talk about the show, the May 8th show. In that show, you told the audience that the media was lying about the shooting and that you were going to show them the true information, right?
Objection form.
I don't know if those are my words, but okay.
Well, let's pull up tab 2. All right, I'm showing you now what is tab 2. We'll be offering this as exhibit 2. This is every day with your show. There's also a web page posted called the show notes, right?
Okay, so this shooting was back in 2023.
Today, I'm just going to read the first paragraph here. There was a deadly mass shooting in Allen, Texas, and we have information on the killer, Mauricio Garcia. We'll be refuting the media's lies about the fact that he was a white supremacist and so much more.
Oh, the reason you're hearing about this for the first time is because this deposition was uploaded to Mark Bankston's legal firm like 5-ish days ago, 6 days ago, something like that, less than a week. So that would be the first time, for the first time you're hearing about this. The deposition, I believe, took place in August of last year, but this is the first time it's been uploaded.
You see that?
I do.
Okay, so again, you had information on the shooter and you were going to refute the media's lies, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when viewers tuned into this, they could reasonably expect that you were going to be trying to provide them with true information about the shooter.
Yes.
And that in providing that information, the information that you had, you demonstrate that the media was lying about the shooting.
Primarily, the media was lying about the shooter. Seems to be the copy written there by Brodigan. Yes.
Sure. Let's change that.
Media.
Because the shooting itself is a bigger topic than the shooter, right? Just one person. So let me ask that again. You had information on the shooter, and you would be refuting the media's lies about the shooter.
Well, that's a description. That's a description written by Brodigan on the website, a synopsis of the show.
You literally labeled the show that you would be refuting media lies.
Spoke on the program regarding the media lies and what they were.
Let's take a look at that. Let's bring up tab 3. All right, I'm going to show you an excerpt that I want to ask you some questions about from your May 8th show. So let's play that now.
Who the shooter was first. Okay. So you're going to hear the media give you some reports. A lot of what they say is bullshit. All right. Shooter was a...
It's been this side-by-side comparison really makes clear it's been a rough couple of years for Steven.
A 33-year-old Hispanic male. His name was Mauricio Garcia. Mauricio Garcia. Now, the reason that we are pulling this, and you're asking yourself because we make the references available, we're pulling this from Today News Africa, is because it's the only news outfit showing you the shooter's face.
Maybe. Now, I'm just a simple country streamer here. Maybe if the only outlet that is posting this is Today News Africa, that might not be at the top of your list for outlets with credibility. You know, like that might not be, you know, when you're looking for information about a mass shooter in Texas, maybe not your go-to source. I don't think anyone in Texas is like, oh man, there was a mass shooting, time to look up the happenings on Today News Africa.
You won't find his face in, here you go, NBC, Wall Street Journal, CNN, CBS, Washington Post. They want to tell you that he was a white supremacist, yes, and not see his very Hispanic-looking face.
Right, and a second ago, I actually signaled you because CNN had that lower kind of chyron that said basically that this person was influenced by white supremacy. That's the headline that they're running with right now, over.
Yeah.
To make sure they...
Yeah. Because no one could ever be a white supremacist and Hispanic.
They drill it in.
Okay, my first question is, in the lead up to that show, you had been reviewing a lot of media coverage about the shooting.
Like, I think at this point it becomes pretty clear how screwed Steven Crowder is. Okay? I think it becomes abundantly clear, but like now it's just time to pound the nails into the coffin, you know?
Objection form.
Yes.
Did you know people from Spain are white? Did you know?
Okay. And that review of the media coverage showed that Today News Africa was the only news outfit reported to show a picture of the shooter's face. Correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. That review of media coverage,
Mm-hmm.
that showed that Today News Africa was the only news outfit purported to show the shooter's face.
No.
Wait, if it's the sole outlet showing the shooter's face, how does one go about verifying it's not fake or misinformation? Well, you know, there may have been some signs. You know, just a couple of them. I'm sure the court case here, or the deposition here, the line of questioning, will get to it. But also, if one finds that one outlet is reporting something, one should have it, like, seek to get that verified by other outlets reporting or by doing some journalism and looking it up. You know, just a couple of things. Look up the individual.
Okay, so when you said we're pulling this from Today News Africa, it's because it's the only news outfit showing you the shooter's face. That wasn't accurate.
Sorry, what was the last part of that question?
Have you seen white supremacists on your internet? Seriously, they're Nazi Indonesians, which is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, there are Jewish Nazis too. Like, it's crazy. But, like, Nazism as an ideology winds up getting rationalized by a lot of different types of people.
Said in the video.
What I was saying was that it was the only
Also, thank you for the $5 dono and for supporting the show. I appreciate it.
place currently with an article including the image of the shooter. Yeah.
Okay.
At that moment in time, as I believed it.
Right. So when you were making that broadcast, your review of media had shown you that Today News Africa was the only news outfit doing that, showing a purported picture of the shooter's face.
No.
Okay. I'm a little confused because I thought what you had just said was that at that time, that's why you said that, it's the only news outfit showing you the shooter's face.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right or is that not right?
No, it was.
How can you adopt an ideology that hates you? Like, that's crazy. Well, again, their version of the ideology carves out an exception for them. You know, the same way, like, Nazis literally, like, named certain groups and factions and, you know, across, like, race and religion, etc., as, like, honorary Nazis. Or, sorry, not honorary Nazis. Honorary Aryans. Nazis did this too in their own time. And in a similar way, folks today with neo-Nazism do the same. And also, there are many groups of people who, because whiteness is a social construct, believe themselves to be white, or at least, you know, white enough to be white supremacist neo-Nazis, despite the fact that many white supremacist neo-Nazis would not consider them white. It's a whole thing.
It was the only place at that moment in time with an active article, including that image. Of course, there were many other places that had carried it or social media. So at that moment in time, because that was a White House press credentialed reporter.
Well, no, that's all I'm asking about is that moment in time.
Mm-hmm.
And that they're the only news outfit purporting to show the shooter's face. We can agree with that.
I don't.
Can you tell me the news outfits that at that moment in time were showing the shooter's face?
No, it'd be difficult to remember. It was everywhere on social media and different articles. So.
Well, look, I understand it was on social media. Social media are not media outfits. right? Just some random person on social media is not a media outfit. Correct?
No, I disagree.
Okay. So if you just came across a random account, they, you know.
Well, wait, no, Foxbat, honorary Aryan was definitely given to huge groups of people. For example, the Japanese were declared honorary Aryans. Turks are another example. There are a few. So it is like established in history, these things.
Ultra MAGA guy.
Yo, Fenry, thank you for the $20
Peepaw
dono.
popcorn, peepaw popcorn, peepaw popcorn.
Peepaw popcorn, indeed.
567, and you saw the picture there. You'd say, well, look, that's a media outlet publishing this photo. Is that right?
No.
Okay. So as far as any other news outlets that were showing you the shooter's face, right now you can't think of any, right?
I don't remember which ones, not at that point.
All right.
I remember that one because it was a credentialed reporter.
So
another example outside of like Japan and Turkey would be Tibet. Himmler was kind of obsessed with like the idea that Aryans or like a subset of Aryans may have like thrived in Tibet and become the Tibetan people. So that's another thing. Just a lot of they were long lost Aryans in Tibet was a
like,
whole thing during Nazi Germany.
Look at the subreddit Der Scheisser.
I would rather not.
What I'm really trying to get to is this line from the show. We're pulling this from Today News Africa. It's because it's the only news outfit showing you the shooter's face. Is that statement true or false at that moment in time?
Could have been poorly worded.
All right.
Could have been poorly worded.
There are
yeah.
other news outfits showing the
No,
shooter's
Archangel,
face
it's
at this
fine.
point in time.
Objection form.
I believe there were.
Okay. You just don't know what they are, right?
Not at this moment, no.
I can't imagine they played a big role in your decision to use this photo then, right?
Objection form.
They could have.
I mean, you can't testify to that today. You have no idea what they are, right?
Objection form.
They could have. I couldn't testify to, for example, fact checks of the DNC on what
they could
primary
have.
sources used, other corroborating sources, because I don't remember if we check it once or twice with another source. We provide usually one.
Okay.
So it's of equal importance to have other people who do.
What do you mean by that? It's of equal importance to have other people that do. What does that mean?
Meaning whether it's social media, whether it's other news outlets, there are several sources.
It's
that
a
we'll often
subreddit
check,
dedicated
but,
to
one is made
anti-Nazi,
available.
anti-fascist
So
shitpost.
Cool. Thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it.
if CNN makes a claim and we check it and then we see that Washington Post makes the same claim, well, in the reference, CNN may be the one that we reference, but Washington Post was very valuable in ensuring that, CNN wasn't the only one making that claim.
Sure, but as we discussed, all sources are not equal, right?
Sure, not all sources are equal, I would agree.
Okay, so we don't know, I'm trying to figure out what reasonable basis did you have to believe that this photo was being published or was accurate? And so far I'm hearing Today News Africa, and I'm not sure if I'm hearing anything else.
Today News Africa, the most reputable reporting site.
Oh no, that's not the reason I believe it was accurate. I believe that everything else mentioned in the clip we even just showed was correct.
We did a long time ago, John
As far
Smith.
as the age, as far as the weapons used, and most importantly, the African-American officer, the black officer, who took out said shooter, which wasn't being covered.
Okay, am I alone in saying in thinking that it's really weird that he needs to point out every single time he talks about this police officer that the police officer was black? Am I the only one who thinks that's deeply, deeply weird to throw into your deposition?
And the media coverage of it. And then there was the image that was incorrect. But all that other information was correct.
Right,
You
but
all good, John
I'm
Smith?
here because my client was misidentified, right? I don't care too much about this African-American police officer or whatever, right? Like,
Yeah, I don't care too much about this African American police officer because it is immaterial to the reason we're here.
I'm trying to figure out. I mean, the whole point of me having you here today is to try to figure out, did you have any basis to think this thing was real in terms of this picture? In terms of this picture. All right, and I'm here in today's News Africa. Can you tell me any other reason you had to think that it was real?
All the other, no one.
Look, he believed in the word of Today News Africa, okay? Because he's not racist. That's what you all fail to understand. You all thought Steven Crowder's been racist the entire time. Well, he's just ultra super not racist, okay? That's why he believed Today News Africa sight unseen.
What I'm saying is that all the other reporting information was correct, and a White House press credentialed reporter also included an image. Everything.
Oh, White House press credentialed reporter. That's interesting. An interesting new wrinkle emerges here. A White House press credentialed reporter. Okay, now we're cooking with a little bit of extra sauce. Let's see where this goes. Couldn't possibly go anywhere unfortunate for Steven Crowder's case.
Everything else reported was correct. The image was incorrect from the White House press credentialed reporter.
All right, put a pin in that. We're going to come back and talk to you about that. I promise we're going to talk about this reporter and White House credentials and all of that. So make sure to remember that. I want to ask you though, in the video, you said you won't find his face in NBC, Wall Street Journal, CNN, CBS, Washington Post. They want to tell you that he was a white supremacist and not see his very Hispanic-looking face. Do you remember seeing that in the video?
Yes.
All right. So we can agree that you told your viewers that mainstream media outlets were hiding the picture from the public for nefarious political reasons.
Objection form.
Which picture?
The picture you were displaying from Today News
No.
Africa.
No, I don't agree.
Okay. So when you said that you won't find his face in those outlets, and they want to tell you that he was a white supremacist and not see his very Hispanic-looking face, you're saying that's a choice they made, right?
And not see?
These media outlets made a choice.
To include no image verification, yes.
To include no images of the shooter, right?
Right.
Right. And the reason that they didn't include pictures of the shooter, the reason you had to get it from Today News Africa is because they didn't want the public to see the shooter's face. That was what you were telling your audience.
It's a conspiracy, damn it. They're trying to make you not think about him being Hispanic. It's a conspiracy.
Objection form.
No.
I'm having trouble reconciling what you're saying now with what you said in the video, because you said straight up that they don't want you to see his very Hispanic looking face. So that we can say the media outlets made a decision for political reasons to say that he was a white supremacist, that they did not want to show his face. Right? That's what you were telling your audience.
To show any images, sure, yeah.
Right, and you had an image, right? You had one that you think they should have shown.
Objection form.
No, I believe they should have shown any image, including the footage of including the misidentifying of the black officer. At that moment in time, there was a push for gun control and a white supremacist shooter. At the time, we were told that was the greatest domestic terror threat, and it was an editorial decision to not include.
Wait, white domestic terrorists are one of the greatest threats to the United States. That has been consistently true for years.
A litany of information as it related to the shooting in total, including a Hispanic shooter who was simply labeled a white supremacist.
I want to talk about two possibilities that existed for you on May 8th, all right?
Guys, did you know that the officer was black, though? Did you know the officer was black and shot the mass shooter dead and that means that you know, they didn't want you to know the truth about how someone having a gun stopped a mass shooter. They don't want you to know. They don't want you to know.
One possibility is that major media organizations made a decision that they were not going to show any pictures.
Yeah, the entire basis for this case, Scruff, is that he misidentified who the neo-Nazi mass shooter was. And, like, ruined this guy's life.
The shooter's face. And they were doing that because they wanted to press a story about white supremacy. And a second possibility is that those news organizations were either unable to confirm the accuracy of a photo, or they had already determined that the photo that you were showing was false. Right? You understand those two possibilities?
No.
I'm not saying you agree with them. I'm understanding you understand that those are two possibilities that exist.
No, the second one is not possible.
It is not possible that the news organizations you were referring to were either unable to confirm the accuracy of the photo or had already determined it was false. You're saying that's impossible.
You just said had determined the image I showed was false.
Correct.
They would not have been able to do that because I was reporting on their reporting. So they wouldn't have been able to report on my image being false or confirm it because their stories were already out there.
Wasn't your image though. Right?
Beg your pardon?
We just talked about you didn't break the symbol.
Well, sorry, when you said my image, they wouldn't. You said second possibility definitively using that they determined my image was false.
The image you used.
Reported, so that wouldn't be possible.
Let's rephrase that because I'm just saying the image you used. All right. Let's take the image you used and divorce it from your production. Right. That is a physical image that existed out there in the world. Right.
That image, yes.
Yes. It is totally possible that the reason the media wasn't printing any pictures of the shooter is
Fenry. One would wonder why he never retracted or properly apologized for it, because he never did. But it gets a little bit sillier than that, of course it does.
Because they'd been unable to confirm the authenticity of any picture, or they had already confirmed that picture we're talking about, that picture of my client, they had already determined it was false. That's possible.
It's possible.
Now, of the two possibilities, you have one where the media intentionally doesn't want to show the picture for political reasons, or two, they had simply been unable to confirm a picture. The second possibility is more likely. You'll agree to that?
Objection.
No, I don't agree.
All right. Do you really think it was rational to think that the Wall Street Journal, of all places, had made a decision to not show the shooter's face so that they could push a narrative about white supremacy?
Yes.
You know, that's the thing when you ask a direct question to a conservative like that who's been backed into a corner, they'll just say yes to the absurd thing, you know?
The Wall Street Journal that's owned by News Corp and Rupert Murdoch, that same Wall Street Journal was intentionally deciding not to show the shooter's face for a political reason. That was rational for you.
That's same.
Oh, the link to the DNC. The reason the lawyer brought up the DNC earlier is because Steven Crowder, in that case, had a huge investment in fact-checking the DNC because it's so important to check your facts and make sure you get everything right. And it was so important that they had to delay the legal proceedings in this case for him to do that. So, part of it is, like, setting him up to look horrible in the deposition because he very clearly did not care about fact-checking a pretty important thing to fact-check when talking about a mass shooting, i.e. the identity of the shooter.
Same Wall Street Journal. I believe it's rational.
All right. Now, as you said in the video, you acquired the photo from something called Today News Africa, right?
I believe so.
Okay. Where did Today News Africa source the photo from?
Objection form.
I don't remember at this moment in time.
Did they say in their reporting?
I don't remember at this moment.
It'd be important to learn that information, right?
It's their reporting. It's important to report accurately on this person's reporting.
Right. So if today's News Africa had a primary source, that would be useful information to know.
That would be useful.
And if they didn't have any kind of primary source, they had no sourcing whatsoever, that should have been a red flag for you that you couldn't verify the image, right?
Watching Mark Bankston work is honestly, I appreciate it. It's quite good. Yeah, getting him, like, the roasting that is happening throughout this is just magnificent.
Objection form.
Could be.
You had mentioned earlier that, okay, so first of all, on May 8th, had you ever heard of Today News Africa?
Yes.
Okay. Had you were familiar with this individual, Simon Ateba?
I don't remember.
Okay. That, to help refresh your memory, that's the person that I believe you referred to as a White House credentialed reporter.
Oh boy. Folks, buckle the F up. It's about to get very funny.
I believe so.
Okay. What credentials, White House credentials, did he have?
Objection form.
I don't know which credentials he had. I know that he was listed as a White House credentialed. I don't know if it was a member of the press corps. There are different kinds of credentials. That was my understanding.
Different kinds.
How did you gain this understanding?
Objection form.
I don't remember. At that point in time, there would have been people who verified that and told me that was the case.
Okay. Do you think he had any?
When Mark Bankston chuckles in any kind of legal proceeding, that's how you know you're giga fucked. That's how you know you are just giga fucked.
He told me that was the case.
Okay. Do you think he had any credentials that were any different than any member of the public who applies to access the White House grounds?
Well, than any member of the public, or than members of the public who are allowed to access the White House grounds?
Right. Do you know what a hard pass is to the White House?
A hard pass?
A hard pass. Yeah.
No.
Okay. You understand that any member of the public can apply to the Secret Service to get a pass to enter White House grounds. Did you know that?
I know people can enter a process, sure.
Okay. Do you have any reason to think that he had any different credentials than just getting a hard pass?
What's the information at the time I did?
Okay. And do you have any reason to believe that, well, for instance, like, did you think he was a member of the White House Correspondents Association?
I don't recall at this time.
Okay. There are a lot of media organizations who have something that they call White House correspondent, right?
Correct.
Okay. There are even organizations that have people who belong to things called press galleries. They have credentials from a press gallery. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you think that Mr. Ateba had credentials from a press gallery?
Objection form.
I don't recall at this time.
Okay. So in terms of, let me ask you this, in terms of why you believed, well, let me stop because I'm making an assumption. Did you believe that Today News Africa was a credible and reliable news source?
It's my recollection that at that moment in time, I was informed that it was.
Okay. And why did you believe that?
Objection form.
No, I'd be guessing. I would assume because there were other places that were including that image at the time, and people on my staff said that it was.
There were, let's first start with the first part. There were other places using that image at the time.
I really want him to throw someone under the bus. Like, who on your staff was going to bat for Today News Africa as like a very like reliable website? Just out of curiosity. Oh. Okay, well, when I Google Today News Africa, I get this website has no information available on the page. And when I click on it, it tells me that my connection is not private. So I'm not going to that website. Not a great sign in their favor. Oh my god.
Sitting here today, you can't name any of those, right?
I can't remember them unless I go through perhaps your suit. I believe you include some.
There's definitely some. You definitely have co-defendants, right? Who have done it on varying days. I'm sure none of these people, you understand we have lawyers in this room from Univision and Newsmax and for Mr. Schroyer. None of those, you didn't rely or see on any of their reporting to do your reporting.
Objection.
It's because the mainstream media took down Today News Africa for revealing the truth, TM.
They would have been included. Did you?
Well, some of them occurred after your reporting, so that wouldn't have been them, right?
The ones that occurred before, as you just mentioned.
Right, and do you know any of those?
Objection form.
I would have to go through your suit.
Okay.
I bet not a day goes by that he's not kicking himself for I bet not a day goes by that he's not kicking himself for turning down that Daily Wire contract.
I think we can assume, let me take a...
Wait, why is Schroyer's lawyer in the room? Because they're all listed as co-defendants in this case, because Owen Schroyer and Newsmax and Steven Crowder, and as well as a number of other co-defendants, misidentified this man as a neo-Nazi mass shooter. So they're all named in the case.
Publication, I'll take one out of thin air. I think we can assume that you would find a publisher.
Like this is going to wreck Steven Crowder and Owen Schroyer. It's going to be like, I can't imagine this is going to be like a light slap on the wrist.
Like Huffington Post to be...
You took a risk to click the link in a secure enough environment. It's just a dead domain. It's not even around anymore. The website he relied on doesn't even exist anymore. That's how reliable it was.
Frequently unreliable. Am I right in that?
No.
Can you give me an example of a media outlet that you would believe that is
A
not
dead
sufficiently
domain?
reliable enough for you to use the word reliable for me?
Sorry, can you reframe? Can you?
Yeah, sure. I'm looking for a media organization you don't find to be generally credible. That you would.
Yeah, the guy he defamed is gonna make bank from this. Yeah, he's gonna make Bankston from this.
You would say, hey, these people are frequently enough unreliable that I don't think they should be relied on for the state of fact. Do you know a media organization like that?
Well, the issue is there can be many different news outlets that are reliable at that moment in time, especially if it's original reporting. And that's why multiple sources are often included. Huffington Post, I would say, is reliably opinion presented, obviously leaning left. As far as unreliable, anyone can be unreliable, make mistakes, and they can be reliable in other instances.
Right, but we talked about how not all sources are equal. Some sources are well more reliable than others, right?
Sometimes.
Okay. So let's take, for instance, let's take Huffington Post. Huffington Post has a White House correspondent. You understand that?
If you say so.
Okay. That fact, the fact that they have a White House correspondent, that doesn't make them reliable, does it?
It would be something taken into consideration.
I would tend to imagine that you would find the majority of White House correspondence to be generally unreliable. Is that not true?
Objection form.
I would generally disagree with many of them.
Well, I mean, you tell your audience on a pretty regular basis that various mainstream organizations are lying to them. Right?
That's correct.
Not just unreliable, not just makes mistakes, actively lies to them. You told your audience that many times about mainstream media.
And there is a difference, yes.
Yeah, you know, the reliable media that routinely lies. Yeah.
And so, say you got a mainstream media organization, one that you've criticized for lying in the past. It wouldn't follow for you to consider that organization to be generally reliable, would it?
No, that's incorrect.
You know, a group of liars and, you know, people who will cover up, you know, false flag attacks. Yeah. You know, they're known for being very reliable sources of good information.
Can you...
He is so boned in this case, it's ridiculous.
Reconcile for me how... I mean, look, we're talking about the bad old MSM, the ones who lie all the time. Can you reconcile to me your position publicly that these organizations are filled with politicized liars with the idea that, no, actually, they're generally reliable?
I didn't say they were generally reliable.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure of.
I said I wouldn't write them off as unreliable.
Right.
There have been people who I disagree with politically tremendously, who have outright lied in some instances, and then have done original reporting in other instances.
And so you know to do your own due diligence when you're dealing with...
Wait, Simon Ateba is literally the only employee of the website Today News Africa. So it's literally just this one guy who was not apparently credentialed by any of the press organizations for the White House.
With that kind of media outlet, right?
Objection form. Go ahead.
Yeah. With any media outlet, but I
With
wouldn't
any
write off one as completely unreliable or one as completely reliable. That's what
In
I
other
make
words,
available.
And why it's important to do your own due diligence, correct?
And why I think it's most important to make your references publicly available.
All right, in order for the image to be shown on your show that day, again, we talked about it. It wasn't the when you're broadcasting on the show as you're saying it. That's not the first time you see that image. You saw it before you went on the show.
Yes.
And you would have to, in order for the image to be shown on your show, you would have to approve its use.
Objection form.
Yes.
Okay. And once you use the image and approve it, were other Louder with Crowder staff members permitted to use that image, or would they have to take some additional steps before they could use the image?
They would be able to use it.
Okay.
I genuinely, I have no idea how much it costs to hire Mark Bankston. I was thinking about that earlier today. Like, how much do you think it would cost? I wonder if he's the type of guy who takes on these cases, like at this point, just kind of like, you know, you don't have to pay me anything unless we win, and they're definitely gonna win, you know? Like, I wonder if he takes, like, I mean, God, even if he gets like 10% of the payout, like the insane amounts of money. No idea, but I bet his rates for cases like this very reasonable.
Before you decided to use our client's image, did you know if you were looking at the original image?
What do you mean?
If the image that you were looking at was the original image, or if it had been somebody else's edited image, if it had been cropped.
Oh, somebody else's edited image, almost like, you know, maybe it was from a website that routinely posted edited or fabricated content. You know, like say a video of Vladimir Zelensky doing a belly dance with that had been digitally altered via deepfake. I wonder. Who can say?
Changed, manipulated, anything like that.
I don't recall at this time. That would have been a process with staff with any image.
Hello, Achroma.
Did you know who
Achroma
took
Ann.
the original image?
I don't recall at this time.
Did you know when the photo was taken?
I don't recall at this time. That's why I referenced the person who had included that image.
Did you know where the photo was taken?
I don't recall at this time.
Did you at least know why the photo was taken?
Again, I don't recall at this time.
Okay.
Get ready.
Well, we know
Get
we're
ready,
looking
folks.
at a booking photograph, right?
Beg your pardon?
We know we're looking at a booking the photo that you used in my client. We know we're looking at a booking photograph.
We are about to we're about to get into some people's elbow territory.
Booking photograph?
Correct.
You mean do you mean a mugshot?
Correct.
Well, I don't know that we know that right now, but that was the reporting from sources at that time.
Let's put it this way. That's the information you had at that time.
That's the information that was being reported on at that time.
It's a wrestling term, one-eyed heathen.
All right. Considering it was in other words, the information you relied on is, hey, I'm looking at a mugshot. I'm looking at a booking photograph. Well, let me go back. Let me actually scratch that question. You knew the shooter wasn't arrested for the shooting, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew that from law enforcement on their announcement of his name and age and details that he had no criminal history, right?
That the shooter had no criminal history?
Right.
The shooter who was killed in Allen?
Correct.
I don't recall that at this time that he had no criminal history.
Would it be the normal practice of your show when covering an event like this to keep up with the announcements from DPS and the City of Allen Police?
The photo he used on his show was a screenshot from a disreputable website that purported to... It was framed like a mugshot, right? And he never realized or stopped to think, hey, this Hispanic guy has never been arrested before.
The law enforcement officials?
I don't know at that specific instance in time. I would imagine there'd be an aggregation of sources.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this: if you had,
I imagine that's where we got the footage. I don't know where we got the footage of the officer who, shot the shooter.
Sure. Okay.
But again, I don't remember.
Assume for me that you had taken the efforts to find out.
Well, but here's the thing, Screw. You need to have logic for an editorial policy if you want to legally protect yourself, you know? You need to, especially if you have an actual company and organization, you know?
About the details of the shooter, right? That he was Mauricio Garcia, 33 years of age, Dallas, Texas, no criminal history. If you had known that information, you would have known the image that you were looking at, this mugshot, was not the shooter, right?
Bingo!
No.
All right, well, let me try to walk through the
No.
I'm going to go ahead and assume for me that you knew, right? And I don't know if you did. I don't know if you did or you did not look at this or whatever. I'm not making that assumption. But if you did know the shooter had no criminal history and you knew he wasn't arrested for the shooting, you knew that mugshot wasn't a picture of the shooter, right? That if you had known that information, you would have reached that conclusion.
No.
Can you explain to me how a person with no criminal history and no arrest for the shooting, how they would have a mugshot?
You were the one who said we are under the assumption that it's a mugshot. I know that at that moment, Mauricio, I just want to make sure I'm understanding Mauricio, because obviously it's little complicated. You just mentioned Mauricio Garcia, 33 years old, right? Dallas, Texas area, Hispanic. That information is accurate, to my understanding.
Yes, all that's accurate.
Okay. And the image was not.
Right, the image is Mauricio Garcia, 36 years old in Dallas. Right, I understand that.
Okay.
What I'm asking you is something a little different. Is that if the information you were being reported is, hey, this mugshot is the shooter. But if you had known he had no criminal history and wasn't arrested for the shooting, you should have concluded based on that information that that's not the shooter. Is that fair?
No, I disagree.
We're literally in SpongeBob Patrick territory. You know, the Patrick Star, is this your wallet? We're literally doing that bit right now. It's insane, dog.
Okay. Again, can you try to explain to me how somebody who has no criminal history and was not arrested for the shooting, how they would have a booking photograph?
I was reporting on the reported information that include the other information, which we both just agreed was accurate, and an image. I don't remember the rest of the details.
I'm not asking any of that, though. Right? I'm asking a very simple question. Is if you had known, in fact, let's go ahead and take this completely away from the alley shooting and treat this as a hypothetical. All right? You have an individual you're trying to identify and match with a picture. All right? And you have two pieces of information. On one, you have somebody reporting, hey, this mugshot is the shooter. And then the other piece of information you have is that person has no criminal history and that person was not arrested for the event. If you know those two pieces of information, you should know that the first piece of information, that mugshot, is not the shooter, right?
It's a hypothetical question. I don't know that the researchers at that moment in
Mr. Bankston, I don't deal in hypotheticals.
Time knew that. I don't know that that was included in the original reporting, and it's why we made sure to list the original reporting and report it on their reporting. I don't know that information was known.
I'm sitting here, I'm telling you right now, I don't think you or your people did know that. I don't think so. I have positions about whether I think you should have known that. But what I'm asking is, if you did know it, if you did know the shooter had no criminal history, and you did know that the shooter was not arrested at the scene, then you would have known that a mugshot was not the shooter. Or at least would have raised serious...
Which, by the way, also, if he admits that he didn't know those things, makes him look incredibly incompetent and negligent in his reporting. Like, this is a win-win situation for Mr. Bankston. You know, it's seriously beautiful argumentation.
Serious doubts about whether that was the correct image, right?
If one did know that there was no criminal history, if one knew that there had never been any type of image taken in a police precinct or legal type situation or
smoker than
context,
an oven.
if one knew that definitively, and then knew that that was definitively a mugshot, then that would be a reasonable assumption, I believe, if I've met those prerequisites that you said.
And now,
you know, it's incredible how he needed to tiptoe around that point. Just absolutely incredible. Like, if one did know that, and if one did know this, then I guess maybe it'd be reasonable. Like, it's a pretty easy hypothetical to be asked. Also, Surus, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. We're going over Steven Crowder's deposition in a defamation case, and it is fun as hell. Welcome, 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 folks.
Now, assume for me that you didn't know for sure, but you had conflicting reports. You had one report saying it was a mugshot. You had another report saying there was no criminal history and no arrest. Without knowing which one is true, you would agree that that would create a situation in which that would produce significant doubt about whether that image is correct or not.
Objection form.
Right? Also, folks, we've been going for about 6 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, please consider hitting the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream. We are currently We are currently 20 likes away from hitting our goal of 250. And we have how many people watching right now on YouTube? We have 350 some folks watching. So please consider hitting that like button as well. And also, if you feel inclined, support the show with subs, donos, memberships, etc. because you guys make this show possible, and I couldn't do it without you guys and your very generous support. So thank you so much. And with that, let's get back to this. You know, we watching him get smoked in real time.
Right?
I don't know.
All right.
Hey, Mark, when you get to a stopping point, can we take a break since it's been about an hour?
Yeah, absolutely. That's not a bad idea. Let's do that. And tell you what, you want to like take a 20-minute maybe, something like that? Is that okay?
20 minutes? Do you want less than that?
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
Okay, yeah, back at 250.
Yep, sounds good to me.
That'll work.
Off the record at 2:29 p.m. The time is 2:53 p.m. We're back on the record.
I want to ask you about something you said during the show. You had kind of started your segment there about the shooter's identity by saying who the shooter was. A lot of what the media is telling you is bullshit. You remember saying that?
Yeah, you showed it to me.
What was bullshit about it?
Well, if I recall, in the context of that, and we ran clips or segments to this effect, was the white supremacist mass shooter, and then, of course, the aggressive push for gun control. And that the media had initially just covered it as a white supremacist mass shooter, and then didn't go back to it, which was a pattern.
What do you mean didn't go back to it? What does that mean?
Didn't go back to the story that they said they would be reporting once new information had come out, and instead pivoted to, you know, the gun control measures. And I believe that we were pointing out at that point that the black officer used what would be described as an assault weapon.
So are you saying that they abandoned?
Man, what a great gotcha, man. Good job. You really showed, you know, the gun haters what for.
Then the idea that the shooter was a white supremacist?
I'm saying that the coverage was significantly less afterward.
After what?
After the name and information on the shooter was available.
Well, the name was available well before you did your broadcast, right?
Sure.
Like the media, in other words, when the media was calling this person a white supremacist, this narrative that they allegedly abandoned, it was known that the shooter was a Hispanic man.
Well, I didn't say they allegedly abandoned that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting really confused by some of your answers today, and I apologize for that. Because
Okay.
what I believe that I had heard is that they shifted the story away from this white supremacy stuff once new information came out.
No, they shifted away from the wall-to-wall coverage altogether.
Wall-to-wall coverage of the shooting, or the coverage that he was a white supremacist?
Of the event altogether, yes.
Okay, so
Initial,
it's your...
initial coverage was white supremacist mass shooting.
Uh-huh.
And then when the story was Hispanic male mass shooter taken out by black officer with, I believe, an AR-15 or something equivalent, the story was not covered with the same zeal. And I believe that's the point that we were addressing. Contextual.
I'm not understanding, though, from the day of the shooting, well, or at least the day after, at least since May 7th, we all knew it was a Hispanic mass shooter, right?
I believe...
Guys, the most important thing about that police officer isn't that he stopped a shooting. It's that he's black. Clearly, that's why Stephen always specifies that he was black.
If you're correct the day after, yes.
And so when the media was pushing this story about that, law enforcement sources were saying that he was a white supremacist, they did that knowing he was Hispanic.
Not initially.
I don't understand, Mr. Crowder. We knew his name was...
The day after.
Let him talk.
We knew on May 7th, before your reporting, a full day before your reporting. The whole world knew that this was Mauricio Garcia, a Hispanic mass shooter, right?
That's what we reported that day. Yes, I'm going on. I believe your memory is correct. It was the day after the shooting that
Right.
information came out, right? Yes.
Right. And then the day after that is when you did your reporting.
Hey, tipster, how you doing?
Right.
So we
the
already
timeline
knew he was Hispanic. That didn't change. Nothing changed in terms of his identity.
I did because I believe the information became available after I believe what you just showed me was a Monday.
I'll take your word for it.
I think that was the clip that you had just shown. So if it would have been available during the weekend, but not when the shooting had just taken place. So initially it was simply white supremacist mass shooting, and that was covered with great enthusiasm. And then the day after, as I believe your recollection is correct, Hispanic male, it wasn't covered with the same extensive coverage.
Yeah, because news coverage around a mass shooting that just happened is always going to be more intense the closer it is to the event. And then it cools off after a while. Like, that's the nature of the news cycle. Oh, God.
Let's walk through the chronology. All right, we have the shooting on May 6th. And on May 6th, we don't know anything about the shooter. There's no information on who the shooter was, his identity, his motivations, anything. You agree with that?
I don't know that that's correct, and I don't know that the media was covering it that way. I believe they were covering it as a white supremacist immediately.
All right. I think if you go back and you look at these events, what you're going to find happen is that the New York Times published from law enforcement sources saying that Mauricio Garcia had social media that had neo-Nazi ideation, he had tattoos, and that they were looking at a social media site, right? That's where all this comes from, right, is this New York Times report. And on that day, as that's being reported, it's being reported that the guy's name is Mauricio Garcia. So what I'm trying to understand is what new information came to light that you say made the media change the narrative of its story?
I would imagine that it's a Hispanic male being labeled a white supremacist, and that was why they didn't cover it nearly as extensively.
Let me just make.
Yeah, you know how the media sees a mass shooting and then just doesn't cover it because the perpetrator is not white. Are you kidding me, dog?
Sure, I have you correct. Do you think that the media was saying, that mainstream media outlets were saying that the shooter was a white supremacist shooter, and they did that without saying that he was Hispanic or given his name?
I believe that they were reporting, my recollection is reporting that he was a white supremacist. And as it was circulating, this was a Hispanic male. The story was not being covered with the same zeal, yeah.
No, again, I'm going back to the idea of, do you believe that there were reports identifying the shooter as white supremacist that also did not include his name and include to his ethnic identity?
There could have been. I don't recall exactly. I'm going by your timeline.
Yeah, okay. All right.
But I do remember at that point in time, it was labeled the greatest domestic terror threat, white supremacy, and that was something in the media.
I'm loving the idea that Hispanic people can't be white supremacists. Has he ever met Spanish people? It's just, like, it's really not that difficult to understand, and honestly, I think a great way to point out exactly how, like, Hispanic folks can be white supremacists, I think Mark Bankston comes up with a really great way in this conversation that I think I'm going to use going forward in my rhetoric when we talk about that phenomenon. But, like, yeah, like, Nick Fuentes is Hispanic, and he's literally, like, the poster child for white supremacy in America.
Quite a bit.
Absolutely.
It was always something being covered.
Completely. I agree. You don't have any reason to dispute.
Also, folks in YouTube chat, I understand you're talking about an unfolding current event. I have seen no evidence of Donald Trump, for as awful as he is, firing air traffic controllers. If any of you have like an article on that, please send it my way, because I'd be interested in seeing it. But I haven't heard anything about that, and I pay attention to the news for a living. If that fell through my my radar, I'd love to know that. I know that he implemented a hiring freeze for the FAA, but not specifically the air traffic controllers.
For me, the shooter's name was known on May 7th.
I don't have any reason to dispute.
Okay. You said that my client has a very Hispanic-looking face.
Like, air traffic controllers are chronically understaffed, but that was also true during Biden.
What does that mean?
It means exactly what I said.
Can you explain it to me? I'm confused as to what that means.
You're confused as to what a Hispanic person looks like?
Yeah, is there anybody Hispanic on this Zoom call right now?
Objection form.
Well, I see a lot of boxes.
Well, you got some pictures in front of you. You got gallery view. Is there any Hispanics on the call right now?
Objection form.
Steven Crowder, ultimate Hispanic identifier.
I wouldn't, not one that would jump out to me as a very clearly Hispanic male face.
All right, so help me understand what that is, because there is a Hispanic on this call. What is
a very Hispanic male face? Mark Banks is like, there is a Hispanic guy on the call right now.
A very Hispanic-looking face.
Objection form.
In the context of white supremacist, people generally think of white people, and this was clearly a Hispanic male.
Are you saying that Hispanic people are not white? That's what you're saying?
I'm saying they aren't typically white supremacists.
Where'd you get that idea? That's that you believe that Hispanic people aren't white. There are no white supremacists Hispanic.
I didn't say no, I said typically.
Also, guys, when I say like laughing at these people disempowers them, did you see how like one chuckle from Mark Bankston like made Steven Crowder actively look sad and bedraggled, man? Like, God, he's getting destroyed.
Right. That means that that does exist. If you say yeah, typically, that comes with a but, doesn't it? But there are Hispanic white supremacists. Right?
If you say there are some.
I'm asking you. Did you know that?
I would imagine that people who are not particularly white don't make great white supremacists.
That's an interesting question. So let's.
Wasn't a question.
First of all, it actually raises a very interesting question. You know what a Chicano is?
I know the term Chicano, yes.
Okay. And I'm using that to mean an ethnic identity for Mexican Americans who have a non-Anglo self-image. Right? You've heard that term before, Chicano?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, but I'm using it to mean...
Could you repeat that with smaller words so that I can understand?
An ethnic identity for Mexican Americans who have a non-Anglo self-image.
Sure.
You've heard Chicano used that way, right?
I've heard the term Chicano, yes.
Not every Hispanic is a Chicano. You'd agree with that?
Well, of course.
And there are Hispanics you understood, as of last year, you understood there are Hispanics who do have an Anglo self-image.
Sure. If you're talking...
You may not. What I'm saying is, you may not see them as white, but there are Hispanics who definitely see themselves as white.
Objection form.
You mean like from Spain, perhaps? Yeah.
No, I'm saying there's Mexicans.
Brazil.
No, I'm saying Mexican Americans. There are Mexican Americans who identify as white.
Objection form.
Okay.
Did you understand that?
Oh, okay.
Well, I understand that.
Okay. And so let me put it this way. You understood when covering the shooting that the quote unquote whiteness of Hispanic people has been heavily culturally litigated over the past 60 years and up to the present day. That's something you understood.
Objection form.
I don't understand the question.
I'm trying to say
Hispanic whiteness litigated since in the last 60 years. I just want to understand.
Yeah, culturally litigated. In other words, that they're well, let me put it this way. I take it you like in your life you've known some Hispanic people, and some of them might have names like Robert, and some of them might have names like Roberto. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Very well.
All right, and you understand what I mean by assimilationism, that there is a part of Hispanic culture.
This is indeed Mark Bankston, the same lawyer who brought down Alex Jones. Good ear.
That has attempted to be assimilationist, right, and adopt into white American culture. You know that exists.
I understand that it exists with certain.
You understand that there is also another separate part of Hispanic culture, which is non-assimilationist, which rejects an Anglo self-identity, right?
Sure.
And you understand that some people who are Hispanic identify as white, whereas other people in our culture do not consider them white. You understand that?
Are you saying that some people identify as white and other people don't identify? Yes.
Consider them white.
Yes, I understand. Well, I understand white supremacy very well, but they would not include any of the aforementioned groups amongst them.
Right.
They would not allow it, which is why it's a repugnant ideology.
Right. So what I'm saying is, you already knew when broadcasting this show that not only do some Hispanics identify as white. Let's go back. When I talk about like cultural litigation, for instance, the real shooter. Let's talk about the real 33-year-old Mauricio Garcia who committed this crime. Right? That person very well might consider themselves white or considered before their death, but you didn't consider them white, correct?
Objection form.
Would I
Clearly, from this conversation, the answer is no.
consider a Hispanic-looking male white? No, I would consider them a Hispanic male.
Do you know what the real shooter looks like?
What the real shooter looks like? It is my understanding that he's a Hispanic male.
Well, I'm asking you, does he have a very Hispanic-looking face?
Objection form.
To the best of my recollection, he looks Hispanic, yes.
Okay. You understood when doing your broadcast that not only do some Hispanics identify as whites, some identify as neo-Nazis and white supremacists. You knew that, right?
No.
Hi, it's me, Mexican alt history guy Spaniard Lynch. This guy is muy estupido. Oh my pee poa poo, pee poa poo, pee poa poo, pee poa poo.
Oh, Trains and Bullshit, thank you for the $5 dono. I very, very much appreciate it, and excellent timing. Do you understand that? No.
You didn't know that. That was new information to you.
I believe if you watch the show, it was comical information.
You found it funny that a Hispanic person, in an attempt to litigate their own whiteness, might associate with white supremacy and white supremacist ideas. You thought that was funny.
I find it comical that someone who would not be accepted amongst racist white supremacists in any way, shape, or form would identify with them.
You really in touch with how racist white supremacists might view certain people? Is that something you know a lot about?
Objection form.
Are you asking me personally? Or
Yeah,
asking me
yeah. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I imagine his cut from winning the Alex Jones case is basically set him up for life. And honestly, Narodia, like, what a lovely life purpose. Just completely set for life as a lawyer, and now you just now you're in it to see Nazis brought to justice. You're in it to see the white supremacist scum of the earth have their day in court. You know, what a wonderful life.
How do you look? I know there are Hispanic white supremacists. That's a thing that exists, right? I know that. I know there are neo-Nazi white supremacists who have Hispanic backgrounds, right? And I think what you're saying is that that's actually not possible because no white supremacist would ever associate.
Objection form.
So I guess what I'm getting at is
correct. As a general rule, white supremacists tend to be quite racist.
Right. I get that. And Hispanic.
You know, as we're going through this, I can't help but have my brain go back to, I think it was from like 3 years ago, maybe two years ago, maybe at this point, or maybe 3 years. A Halloween special that Steven Crowder did, where he had 2 Hispanic skeletons who were gay lovers that he would periodically refer back to during the show, and like would elaborate on how homosexual and gay they were, and how that led to them dying from AIDS. And it was just really funny to him, I guess, that, you know, his 2 Hispanic gay men would die from AIDS. But yeah, white supremacists do tend to be quite racist. No relation to the previous thought I just elaborated on.
Hispanic white supremacists also tend to be quite racist, don't they?
Objection form.
I know that Hispanic people can be racist as anyone can be racist.
How does one identify skeletons as Hispanic and gay? By doing Hispanic and gay accents for them when he voiced them.
Asking you specifically, though, about Hispanic white supremacists can be very, very racist, right?
Objection form.
I would imagine if a Hispanic person identifies as a white supremacist, that they would be quite racist.
I think we can agree there. Now, I think as we've established, not every Hispanic is visibly clockable as being Hispanic. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. And Hispanic being a big, you understand that there are a lot of different backgrounds that a person could have that would make them Hispanic.
Absolutely, or Latino.
For instance, Ted Cruz, he's Hispanic, but he's also Canadian like you, right?
Well, I'm American, but...
Oh, I thought you were Canadian.
I was raised in Canada, but I was born in Michigan.
Anchor baby, right?
No, my dad's American.
Oh, are they too? Okay.
Yeah, my dad's American, my grandparents are American.
Oh, so you were just a temporary expat then, basically.
My mom's French-Canadian, and we lived there for a while, so you
Gotcha.
automatically get a citizenship when your mother is French-Canadian in Quebec, but I don't know that anchor baby would be appropriate.
No, yeah, it sounds more like you just maybe have a dual background there. You got on both sides of the border.
Sure.
The
northern side. Yeah. Oh, we're talking about Hispanic. They exist in Canada too.
That's true. That's true. So I think one of the things we can get to is that it's impossible to paint the entire Hispanic community with a broad brush in terms of you can look at them and identify them as Hispanic, right?
Correct, which is why I issued the qualifier of a very Hispanic-looking person.
Right. So when you saw my client's photo and his very Hispanic-looking face, you thought you could use that on your show to show that the media was lying, right?
The idea, again, there's lying and there's a narrative. There's a difference that white supremacists, people obviously, whether you can litigate it here or not, or culturally litigate it, people have an image in mind and when they think of white supremacist, and it's generally not Hispanic-looking people.
It's generally not Chicanos, right?
Objection form.
I said it's generally not Hispanic-looking people to the American
Right,
public.
and but I think what we're getting at, like, look, you look at a picture of my client, right?
1 second. Let me see if this is correct here. think I found this. No, wrong video. 1 second. I'm so close to finding the gay skeleton bit that he did. Oh, yep, found it. It's actually from Steven Crowder's 2021 Halloween special. I put out a video 3 years ago about it. That's crazy. Look at me, little baby trans. Let's see here. Yeah, he started it out with a really funny sketch about black people doing crack. So that's fun. Let's see here. Do we have the skeletons? I know it's in here somewhere. Yep, there we go.
Yeah.
Look at him.
This is Uncle Alberto.
Oh, he's on the left.
And Uncle Alberto, thank you for.
They literally just planned an entire episode around being like hateful towards queer people. It's true. This is honestly incredible. Steven Crowder should never be allowed back on YouTube. Holy shit. Hey, Storm of Fury, thank you so much for subscribing. I really appreciate it. We're cringing until we look like these skeletons, okay?
Being here.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. And
God, please stop.
Is proud on Halloween.
Yeah.
Dia de la Muerte, and I like Doritos. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So Uncle.
Wait, yeah, also, if you're wondering what the hell is Steven Crowder, he's a transgender pilot. Yet another example in his long and illustrious career of dressing up as a woman. For some reason. Yeah, but it just continuously goes back to the skeletons periodically. You know, because it's fucking weird. You know? Maybe I'll go for that.
For crying out
What
loud.
80-year-old Mexican grandmothers are based?
Yeah. Well, you know what? Okay. Alberto, was your grandmother? Was she really proud of you?
Oh no. She was no. She in the commercial. She was proud of they edited. How would you say?
No, my grandmother hated me because I was gay.
Out of context.
Out of context.
Oh,
Is that what it was? So what do you mean? Because she said she was a miracle. She was proud of you.
Yeah.
No, the context. They edited together. She was saying she was proud. It's a miracle. Her empanadas came out perfect. But for me and Mario, she feels great, Shane.
Okay.
Well, they didn't play that part of the video.
Well, we're sorry. You're welcome here.
Thank you, gracias.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, white supremacy, huh?
And he's got the Gothic script tattoo of his girlfriend on his neck. He's got the lowrider haircut, the Edgar haircut. Right? You can look at my client and you can know this is a guy who identifies with his Mexican roots. You think that's pretty clear from looking at him?
Objection form.
If I were asked if he looked Hispanic, I would answer yes.
Right. And in fact, he doesn't really look like the kind of Hispanic who would be a white supremacist, does he?
Objection form.
Well, any Hispanic, again, is difficult to reconcile in the United States as a white supremacist, given how white supremacists view Hispanics.
You already admitted that that Hispanic people can be white supremacists, Stephen. You can't backtrack from that.
Again, maybe for you, right? But we know there are neo-Nazi Hispanics. We know that there are white supremacist Hispanics. But they don't tend to look like my client, do they?
Objection form.
I don't know.
Okay. But as far as about, you remember we looked at earlier, we saw about how the idea here was you had information on this shooting and you were going to show the lies of the mainstream media. But when it comes to the identity of the shooter, you were incorrect about that. The media wasn't lying, right?
All the other information was correct, as you listed, as far as the age, the name, person, and yeah, the image was incorrectly sourced from other reporters before us. Which is why
I'm not talking about.
Oh, an interesting additional fact here you're presenting, Harold. Let's check this out. How we measured racial identity among Hispanics. Majority of Latinos say their race is white, and 2 question race and ethnicity format. 60% of US-born Latinos. But yeah, how could someone identify as a white supremacist? I don't understand.
What you did. I'm talking about when it comes to the shooter's identity, the media didn't lie. The mainstream media outlets that you identified, they didn't lie.
Well, they're
right.
I believe they were misleading. Yeah.
In what way were they misleading?
In saying white supremacist and then abandoning the story once they realized that the person was Hispanic. Even if you may say so, but the media decided that it wasn't a story they wanted to cover as much.
All right.
Because I think we can look at an idea of what a white supremacist looks like, I would imagine.
Right. Well, I want to. Right, and he didn't look like my client, did he?
Objection form.
White supremacist wouldn't look like someone who looks Hispanic.
Right. And I'm talking about the actual shooter. And I know that you're hesitant to call him a neo-Nazi shooter, but I'm going to call a chair. He's a neo-Nazi shooter, right? And that neo-Nazi, he doesn't look like my client.
Objection form.
Mauricio Garcia, the neo-Nazi shooter?
Right. Doesn't look like my client.
I don't recall how much they look alike. Okay. Again, it's a little confusing because there's 2 Mauricio Garcias.
All right. The media was accurate that the shooter was Mauricio.
I can't, I don't remember if your client looks anything like the guy I said he looked like.
Mauricio Garcia, the mainstream media outlets that you cited, they were accurate about that, right?
Yes.
They were accurate that he was 33 years old.
That's my understanding.
They were accurate that he had multiple neo-Nazi tattoos on his body.
That's my understanding.
They were right that he had a vest that was for right-wing death squad. Correct?
I don't recall that, but if you say so.
They were correct that he had a social media presence where he expressed neo-Nazi views.
I don't recall that, but if you say so.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out what they might have said about the shooter's identity, if anything, that was bullshit.
Yeah, well, the presentation, as you said, the shooting happened, I believe, on the 6th.
Mm-hmm.
And the 7th. That's when the information came out. It's my understanding that the media was running with the narrative of white supremacists before the 7th. And certainly running with the narrative that white supremacy is the greatest domestic terror threat in the United States. And certainly pushing the narrative of gun control. And so the bullshit there is because a black officer, who, if my recollection is correct, was either off duty or...
Wait, that officer, was he black? Are you sure? You seemed a little wishy-washy about it this entire time.
Responding to a call at chance, shot the man with his own firearm that the same media said would need to be controlled to prevent mass shootings.
Just at every available opportunity, really hammering home that it was a black police officer. Like, that's so weird, dog.
That has nothing to do with who the shooter was.
That has to.
Why is he doing this again? Because he's being sued for defamation for a shit ton of money because he misidentified a neo-Nazi mass shooter and then spread his image across the internet to millions of people.
That's what the media was presenting that I believed was bullshit.
Now, actually, what I asked you was, when it comes to the reporting on the shooter's identity, when you said who the shooter was, a lot of what the media is telling you is bullshit. What were they telling you that was bullshit about who the shooter was?
Yeah, ruined the innocent guy's life.
Objection form.
Again, you showed a brief clip. I believe the entire show was devoted to the narrative and clips from the media and what they were presenting and why it was misleading. As far as the shooter on the 7th, if the articles they bring up are accurate, then it seems they got the name and age correct.
I mean, they got everything correct, right? What didn't they get correct?
Well, again, they were misleading in the other information surrounding it.
About who the shooter was?
You asked me what I believe was bullshit from the media.
Again, I'm going to tell you again what I'm asking you is when you said who the shooter was, a lot of what the media is telling you is bullshit. When it comes to who the shooter was, there was nothing that was bullshit, was there?
I don't know about their, again, initial reporting, which would have been the 6th. And that's what people believe, right? If something is front page center news, and we know this, how the media works, front page center news, white supremacists without that information, a narrative, gun control before the body is assumed room temperature, the information comes out the next day, and that goes up in an article that people don't read to the same degree, people still believe the preconceived notions from when the media was initially reporting.
But okay, let's go ahead and assume for me. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to tell you, this ain't real, what I'm about to tell you, right? I'm pretty up to speed on the media coverage, but let's just go ahead and assume that your understanding of it is accurate. That on May 7th, the media reported that he was a white supremacist, and that was the only fact they reported. They didn't report that his name was Mauricio Garcia or that he was Hispanic, all right? Assume for me that happened. It didn't.
Or May 6th, yeah.
Or May 6th, right? Good. I can tell you the shooter's name was not known on May 6th. There was no information about
No, not the shooter, but the idea of a white supremacist shooter, yes.
Right, not that either, right? None of that even happened, right? But go ahead and assume for me that it did. Go ahead and assume for me that the media reported that the shooter had white supremacist leanings. That's not bullshit, right? That's 100% accurate. Right?
If they reported that he had white supremacist leanings, Mauricio Garcia on the 7th, sure.
Right. So again, about the shooter's identity, about who he was, there's nothing they said was bullshit. Right?
I disagree. As it relates to the story at large, I disagree. I think a very important.
Not asking you about
the story at large, you know, not in specifics, but the story at large.
I know that we've been talking about this idea that there was a gun control narrative and that there was a cop who shot him. So therefore that invalidates gun control in some way because there was a cop with a gun. So, I mean, I'm not sure who's trying to regulate cops having guns or how that ties in, but I get that that's a whole separate discussion, right? But what I'm saying is in terms of the media's identity of the shooter, the details that it reported about who the shooter was and what his background was, what his belief systems were. None of that was bullshit and never was. Right?
Yeah, I don't know if that's true.
Oh, God, you are so screwed, man.
All right, so again, trying to focus down so you can tell me, because this is my chance to tell
Maybe if I feign stupidity long enough, the deposition will end. Like, you know, playing dead for a bear in the woods.
I was just thrown because he said he didn't know anyone who was trying to regulate cops with guns and it was an off-duty officer with an AR-15. I find that difficult to believe that you are not aware of that. So I thought this was taking place in good faith.
No, like, wait, so no, and I mean, I am unaware of that. Are you saying that there's some sort of legislation in the works to make it so that off-duty officers don't have access to their weapons when they're off-duty or something like that?
Objection form.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm being serious, man. I don't know about any legislation like that.
Are you not aware of the movement for non-lethal weapons, including tasers, to be used by officers? I mean,
Yeah, but people are generally saying they should be wielded by officers in addition to lethal weaponry. Like, I don't know. I've never heard someone argue that, I guess. It'd be cool if we could have officers that didn't utilize guns, but like, we don't live in that world in America.
No,
Yes.
I don't believe
It's
it's
very well known, and of
Stephen
course, whether
Crowder's
you're undoing
so
lawfully
dumb.
Those weapons, yeah, were being included in a list of weapons that should be a part of gun control, which was used to stop the Hispanic shooter who was presented as white supremacist. There were important components to the story, and I believe the media was being misleading about that.
Extremely fascinating line of inquiry that we could get into on all of these issues that if we were in any other situation, I would
Are
love
you
to
not
talk to
aware
you
they're
about
going to
slavery,
abolish the
gun
police?
control and all of
Police
that,
get more
but
money.
not terribly relevant to what I want to ask you about today, right? And so what I'm really focusing in on is the idea of the shooter's identity, the details of the shooter's identity, his belief systems, his backgrounds, everything about who he is, right? I believe you had told me that when I said that none of that was bullshit, you said you didn't agree with that. And I'm trying to figure out, because it's my chance to ask you questions today, is if you can tell me what the mainstream media organizations that you cited got wrong about the shooter's identity, background, and belief systems.
And my answer is that those are not mere vagaries when they were the primary driving narrative of the story. That's why the story was being covered. And that's why the other information there was correct. And there was a mistake on the image, as we've already discussed. But I don't believe that those were vagaries. Gun control, white supremacy, black officer who's a hero.
Did you know the officer was black? He was actually the first black police officer. Apparently, given how much Stephen Crowder mentions it.
I believe those are very relevant, and they were being bypassed by and large by the media. That was the
Right.
reason for it.
I agree that white supremacy is a key element to what we're talking about. I'm not sure that gun control is, but we'll just disagree. We'll agree to disagree on it. But what I'm asking you, and again, I'm just trying to get a straight answer to this to know if there is or there isn't. Was there anything that the mainstream media said about the shooter's identity?
Whoa, Hammock. He wasn't just a hero. He was a black hero, okay? We need to clarify. What would we do if we didn't know if the hero was white or black or Hispanic? What would we do?
Who he was, his background or belief system, that was bullshit.
Objection form.
I don't recall beyond the examples that I've given you.
And
it is
what
my
examples of
it is my recollection that on May 6th, they were already labeling it another white supremacist massacre. Before.
Yeah, because he had a fucking swastika tattooed on him in the SS Thunderbolts, man. It's my understanding that they unfairly jumped to conclusions about my client based on the fact that he was wearing KKK robes and hood. How dare you assume he is a racist? My client is a fine, upstanding man who has built numerous religious symbols and crosses across the entire South. Okay? How can you... He's a religious man. A man of faith. How could you even begin to say that he's a racist?
Say they were. Let's say they were. And they weren't, but let's say they were. That's not wrong. That's not bullshit. Right?
Disagree.
Let's get back to that issue of, I think this gets back to the idea of you're hesitant to call this person a neo-Nazi mass shooter. Right? Remember us talking about that?
I do.
All right. So it's not enough that he has neo-Nazi tattoos. It's not enough that he had a social media presence that had neo-Nazi beliefs. What?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if you've got a swastika tattoo and an SS Thunderbolt tattooed on you and you wear a shirt that says right-wing death squad on it and then do a massacre, I think you know, we can come to at least one conclusion about you.
What would it take for you to be able to call somebody a neo-Nazi?
Objection form.
probably someone being in an official neo-Nazi organization.
Yeah, guys, you can't be a neo-Nazi unless you join the neo-Nazi club. You know, that's the only way. No one could possibly be a neo-Nazi without joining the neo-Nazi club.
And typically white, as far as presenting it to the public in relation to the threat that was presented. White domestic terrorism is the term.
Oh yeah, he was just a renegade Marvel fan.
That was used. So, white neo-Nazi would be relevant to domestic terrorism, which I also disagree.
All right, so to be a neo-Nazi, you have to be white and you have to be a member of a neo-Nazi organization.
Objection.
Anything else?
Objection form.
In general, that would be a good start.
That's true, even though, as we just discussed, there are Hispanic neo-Nazis.
You gotta sign up for the magic encoder ring.
In general, yes.
Let me bring up, I want to talk to you a little bit about the series of videos you did on this. Let's bring up tab 5.
Mark, just we're renaming this 4.
Oh, that's right. This is tab 4, and we'll offer this as exhibit 4. Now, this is, I was directed to a page that I know you don't operate. Or let me make sure, let's get that on the record first. We have a page here that's mgtow.tv. You see that?
Yes, I see it in the corner there.
Okay. You familiar with that abbreviation?
I'm not, no.
You ever heard of men going their own way?
No.
It's like an incel thing. I'm not sure if you know what incel is.
I'm familiar with the term incel.
Okay. This is
I bet you are, Stephen. I bet you are.
Men who are anti-feminist and separatist and that sort of thing. But I noticed that there is a Stephen Crowder account on this website. Does that have anything to do with your company or you?
No.
Objection form.
Okay. You understand, as we were talking earlier, that...
Yeah, he is definitely lying about MGTOW, because I know what the fuck MGTOW means. And he's been in this biz longer than me in the conservosphere, so he definitely knows what men's rights activists call themselves.
People republish your stuff on the internet all the time.
Of course they can.
Yeah, and in fact, it's not actually the worst thing in the world for you, because that might direct people to your website to buy your stuff, things like that. There's some benefit to you from that. You would agree?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Now on your YouTube page,
I'd rather people not rip and upload our content.
Okay. On your YouTube page now, the videos, if you'll see here in the top middle, there's videos that have pictures of my client. You see what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Those videos no longer exist on the Stephen Crowder YouTube or Rumble pages, right?
Objection form.
That's my understanding.
Okay. And so part of the reason I'm showing you this is because here we have the 2 episodes that you had done on it in order, right? I think what you'll agree with me is that if you look at the top 2 middle videos, those are actually the same video. You agree? That's what it looks like?
Those are the same video?
That's what it looks like to me. I haven't watched every minute of it, but they have basically the same time, same title, very similar thumbnail. I'm assuming that's the same episode. You didn't do 2 episodes about my client, right?
I couldn't answer. This is my first time seeing it. One looks like a different time code from the other, actually.
Yeah.
125.10, 125.21. So I don't know. Again, I'm not familiar with this channel.
Yeah. Okay. But we do know that the next day we see at the top left, it also has your next day episode, right? This one that was titled "Are Intelligence Agencies Involved in the Texas Mass Shooting?" You see that?
Oh yeah, I would say most white supremacists do not see Hispanic white supremacists as part of their group, but they are willing in certain circumstances to overlook that, especially if, like, you know, aesthetically a white identifying Hispanic person like passes as white. Like it's a whole thing, but it's basically why, like, Nick Fuentes is largely accepted as a white supremacist and in white supremacist circles. And also it serves as a convenient shield for plausible deniability. You know? I think there's another one I'm trying to remember. Gosh, what is his name? I know what... I know him. I don't know if I'm going to be able to reach this deep and come up with the other example. Damn it. Nah, I'm not thinking of Enrique Tarrio, but that would be another example of like a white supremacist, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure I'll think of it and find it like in, you know, an hour.
I see what you're showing me, yes.
Okay, so in the middle picture videos, we see that those episodes were the ones in which, or episode, was the one in which you used an image of my client as the shooter, right?
It would appear so.
Now, the episode the next day, what you're showing there, that's a picture of the real shooter there.
Trains and bullshit.
Hi, Stevio Chowdanara, Italian supremacist and pasta-making genius here. This Stephen fellow is not one of us. He is a lesser race.
Oh man, this is... I like this character to the Riverboat... added to the Riverboat Jack verse. I'm enjoying all of these characters you guys come up with. Stelvio Chowdanara. Italian supremacist and pasta-making genius. I love him. I love him. Oh god.
With his Nazi tattoos, right?
To the best of my recollection.
All right. And
and thank you for injecting some much-needed BWA towards the end of stream here. I appreciate it.
Once it became clear to you that there was images out there of this person with neo-Nazi tattoos, your next report was to say that intelligence agencies might be involved in this shooting, right?
Objection 4.
I don't recall.
Have you watched the May 9th show recently? Like in preparation for this deposition?
No, I haven't watched it.
Okay. Would you disagree with me that once all this came out about the shooter's pictures of the shooter's actual body, that once that happened, you started suggesting that this incident was some sort of psyop or psychological operation?
Objection 4.
I don't believe that I don't recall referring to it as a psyop.
Okay. Do you have any idea why you thought intelligence agencies might be involved? Is that something you thought?
I don't recall, but it wouldn't be surprising.
Explain that to me. It wouldn't be surprising for U.S. intelligence agencies to be involved in this neo-Nazi mass shooting? That's not surprising?
I would imagine that intelligence agencies
Yeah, Paul Hammond, this is a deposition that Steven Crowder gave while being sued for defamation. This deposition is from last August, I believe. Is he really trying to psyop in a court? He's trying to psyop in a court, baby.
Be involved with any type of mass shooting that would require the use of intelligence.
You're meaning that what you're saying right now is you think intelligence agencies would be involved after the fact in some way, like investigating it?
They could. Could be.
That's not what this show is about, right? You understand that.
I don't recall. Is it something like the Hunter Biden
Incredible
laptop
stuff.
story?
I don't think so.
FBI reaching out to big tech, telling them it was Russian discernment. Because I know we've talked about those where I don't remember this one though.
Let me see if I can refresh your memory. You know what Bellingcat is, right?
Beg your pardon?
You know what Bellingcat? You know
Yeah,
what that
Bellingcat.
Bedlam cat?
Bellingcat.
He knows what it is. You asshole.
BELINGCAT.
BEOING cat?
Let me try it this way. You know somebody discovered the social media profile of the shooter. You know that how?
I don't recall.
Do you know where you got that picture of the swastika and the SS bolts?
Objection form.
I don't recall where the staff would have gotten that picture.
Does the name Arik Toller, a researcher from Bellingcat, does that ring a bell to you?
I don't recall.
Bingo cat.
Do you remember on this May 9th show that you said there was some confusion over which was the real photo of the shooter?
I vaguely recall, I believe Gerald saying that, and I believe that was mentioned.
All right, let's make it clear. You have never told your audience that you showed an incorrect picture on your show.
Objection form.
Again, I don't recall. What you're saying sounds correct, that someone said there was confusion about the image.
Right, but you know, one of the things that when I first reached out to you on behalf of my client that I asked, could you make a retraction and tell your audience that that was false?
That's right, folks. We are an hour and 35 minutes into this before we learn that Steven Crowder could have avoided all of this by issuing a retraction and apologizing. And yet he didn't. He didn't do that. He did not, in fact, avoid all of this. He was sent a formal letter to retract, man. And he can't recall. Oh boy. I'm so tired, but we're so close to being done. Let's power through.
And you've never done that, have you?
I don't believe I've ever communicated with you before today.
Well, I've certainly written you a letter.
I don't believe we've ever communicated, you and I, before today.
Huh. That's interesting. So
Have you and I spoken before today?
We've never spoken, no.
Have we emailed?
This whole odyssey began when I wrote a letter on May 22nd, 2023, addressed to you and your company that first informed you of all of this and then asked you to make a correction. Are you aware of that?
Objection form.
I'm just trying to. So you're saying that I responded to you directly?
I don't think you ever did. No, I don't think you ever responded to me.
Okay.
Objection form.
So I don't believe you and I have ever communicated before today.
Well, I mean, I would say sending you a letter makes it a communication. I would say that, yes. So what I'm asking you is...
I recall ever myself reading a letter from you. I don't.
Okay. And so, in other words, not making a retraction, was that an intentional choice on your part?
Objection form.
No, because I don't recall anything that you're discussing, you sending me a letter.
I don't believe he can perjure himself since this is a civil case. But this case is, like, his deposition, if he does lie in it, is going to make him look extraordinarily bad in front of a jury.
I don't recall that letter or that request being made from you. The only thing I recall is, again, my staff saying there was some confusion and that being addressed on the show.
Right. And part of that show was, in fact, to express your doubts that these images of the shooter with neo-Nazi tattoos were real, right?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Yeah, you can literally see the image of like the neo-Nazi tattoos here, and it's not like a tiny swastika. It's literally chest-sized. It's not like tiny SS Thunderbolts. It's literally his entire bicep.
You understand that your incorrect coverage of the Allen shooting, it can really mess up people's sense of reality. You get that?
Objection form.
No.
All right. What can? When it comes to the decision to show this photo, you believe you did anything wrong to our client, Mauricio Garcia, who had nothing to do with this?
I do believe that reporting on the image, which was incorrect, was wrong. Yeah, that was a mistake.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That reporting was wrong.
And you understand that calling someone, identifying someone as a neo-Nazi mass murderer when they're not, is a damaging thing to do to them.
Objection form.
Referring to someone who's clearly dead, known nationally, who was a white supremacist shooter, if it existed in a vacuum, sure, just accusing someone of being...
I mean, it doesn't take it existing in a vacuum. Like, you accuse the wrong person of being a neo-Nazi. Mass shooter.
A neo-Nazi.
Okay. In deciding to show my client's photo, you did not act as carefully as you should have. Right?
I don't know the process that had taken place from the staff before it got to me, but no, there was a mistake made there.
How do you not know the process taken by your own staff? You have a company of like 30 people. Surely you have processes that you would know of that this went through.
Well, and we do our best to, that's why the references are all made publicly available, because mistakes are often made. You have an admonish button on the show for when.
Oh, interesting, Snoogan. You can perjure yourself in civil court. Well, that's fascinating.
Mistakes are made live. It's a very important component of the show.
I'm not sure if I know, though, whether you believe, whether you acted as carefully as you should have.
No, I told you a mistake was made. It was the wrong image.
The lawyer's client, yes, the lawyer's client is alive and was identified by Steven Crowder, as well as numerous other conservative outlets, incorrectly based off of the reporting of one fake website that did not report real news and widely distributed his photo. So he was accused by Newsmax, Owen Schroyer for the Alex Jones's show, I think, and several other entities and individuals.
That's a mistake.
That's yes, you did not act as carefully as you should have.
Objection form.
The staff and whatever processes took place.
No, the image he put up was taken from a website that is so fake and defunct that literally when we went to go look it up, a year and a half later, it is a dead domain that had a history of posting manipulated images and videos. So, run by one guy who claimed to have White House credentials, who had no affiliation to any of the White House press corps. And yeah, it's a pretty big dereliction of fact-checking duty for Steven Crowder, and it materially impacted this young man's life. Because he was identified as a mass shooter.
Were not performed correctly, and a mistake was made.
And you're responsible for making sure those processes are in place. It's your business, right?
Bingo.
Objection form.
I do my best. It's a company of around 30-something people, so.
Are you saying that like it's a big company?
No, I'm saying that I can't be doing every job at all times, and we have practices or methods of approaching stories that usually do a very good job, actually, as far as the track record. And if they don't, the references are publicly available as a failsafe because we believe in transparency. And mistakes definitely can be made. In this case, the mistake was definitely made.
And you are the one responsible for creating and enforcing the policies and requirements for your talk show.
Objection form.
No.
Yeah, no, this was basically an act of God.
I'm confused. If you don't think you have any responsibility to run your business in a way that has policies in place to safeguard and guard against false information?
That's not what I said.
Well, so you are responsible for doing those things, for making sure that those policies are in place.
You said enforcing the policies.
Right, I would hope so, right? I mean, well, actually, that's an interesting thing you bring up. Was anybody fired for this?
Good question.
I don't recall. I know there are people who no longer work
Such
with
a
the company who work in
big
that
slip
department.
up.
I don't recall if it would have been this incident, but there's turnover with things like that all the time.
Well, but sitting here today, do you think you took any disciplinary action against anybody?
Turnover because of things like that all the time? How often are you having to fire people for mistakes like misidentifying a white supremacist shooter?
For this?
Objection form. Are you asking Stephen or Louder with Crowder?
I would assume that he would have to do it. I mean, he's Stephen Crowder of Louder with Crowder, right?
No, actually, I'm not in charge of hiring or terminating employees.
Okay.
Yeah, he would never have any input on that would carry, enormous, decisive, even amounts of weight.
And do you have policies in place for that?
Objection form.
I believe there are policies in place for that, as far as hiring and terminating.
Okay. And pursuant to those policies of your company, was anybody fired or terminated or disciplined in any way for this?
Again, I don't recall. I wouldn't have been the one terminating anybody.
All right, I remember you saying earlier that we take care to be as careful as possible. But here, you weren't careful as possible, were you?
Objection form.
It seems that there was a breakdown in the process or communications where a mistake was made. So
you did not, before you
communications
got on the show,
breakdown.
Before you showed this image to the world, you did not investigate the truth or falsity of the photo before you showed it.
Objection form.
Incorrect.
Well, from what I understand.
When was this deposition? This deposition was last year during August, I believe. And I don't know if I'm the first creator to cover it. I would say no, because I'm pretty sure the Surfs covered it. I know Rhizome covered it. But I saw it go up yesterday before anyone had covered it. So there, but I'm sure other people have talked about it. But this deposition only went up online like 2 days ago, 5 days? No, 5 days ago or 6. So it hasn't been up for very long.
And you relied on the fact
Also, hello.
that it had been reported by a source you found suitable.
Oops, Maka.
Right? You did no independent investigation of the photo yourself.
Myself, personally?
Correct.
No, members of the staff of the company were tasked with doing that.
Thank you for the
obviously
glizzy. You're welcome.
Did so in error.
And you would agree that this photo should have been investigated more fully before it was put on the
Yeah, whoever did that.
I would agree with that being the case if not reporting on someone else's reporting and pointing out to people the source of the reporting. That is something that we have to do very often.
I want to make sure I get this, to make sure I understand this. It is your belief that if you have a media organization, Today News Africa, we'll call that a media organization for these purposes, right? If you have this media organization and you find them suitable, that is all the fact checking you need to do, and you can put the image that they say is a mass murderer on the air to your audience. That's right.
Yeah, it's almost like if you get it wrong in good faith, you should issue an apology and retraction the second you learn you were incorrect. You know, preferably as close to the point of misinformation as possible, or disinformation as possible. And at the very least, when a lawyer contacts you.
All those no.
Okay. So what else has to happen before you can do it?
Before you can do what?
Before you can put that picture out to people.
Again, if it's
let me just start.
What's the process?
You got a website, and it's saying this is the shooter. No sourcing, just this is the shooter, and you got it on a website. And I guess you find that website suitable. Is that enough, or what else has to happen before you can put that out to people?
No, again, it was saying according to this source, this is the shooter, and there were other, as I recall, other existing sources.
So there just has to be some other existing source.
Objection form.
I'm just trying to get them all. So what we have is
You should at least get like a couple safety sources that back that up, man. Like just a little bit.
That would be a minimum, that there would often have to be at least more than one place that is seen. It's not the only process.
So we have in an article, it's used in an article by someone purporting to be a media organization. And then if you see it somewhere else, then we're done. We can put it on the air. Nothing else needs to happen.
I didn't say nothing else needs to happen.
What else needs to happen?
And that one source was one guy known for digitally altering images. Exactly, Forlorn79. You get it.
Certainly, if this is something that is novel or new, you would have to cite the source and say according to them, which is very important, especially when there's original reporting that's not your own, only to give credit. Sometimes they're investigative journalists who are the only sources of information that exist. And you have to give them credit and say according to this person, because that's the information that you have available at the time.
All right, so now let's put that
publicly available, and then make it publicly available.
So as long as you have a website that covers news that you find suitable, uses the image, and then you see it somewhere else, and as long as you say that you got it from the source you got it from, Today News Africa, that's all we need to do. Now we're done. We can put it on the air, right?
Objection form.
No.
Something else. What else needs to happen?
It depends on the story.
What needed to happen here?
I couldn't tell you what needed to happen here at that moment in time.
Why not?
It's a shame, because that is literally what I came to ask you about. But and I think that will call it a day.
Oh man, he looks so defeated. Look at him. Look at how absolute, like he knows how badly this went for him. Look at that sad sack. Good golly. Rip, bro.
Day for today. Thank you for your time, Mr. Crowder, and see you soon.
Holy fuck. Mark Bankston just blowing him out of the water. Look at this.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Crowder, and see you soon.
That facial expression. Damn, dude. This guy's not alright. Don't tell me he's fine, dog. That's the look of a man who knows that he's probably gonna have to fork over so much money. See you soon is a nice touch. It really is, right? Mark Bankston, argues with the grace of like a world-class dancer. It's crazy. Absolutely wild. Well, folks, thank you all for joining me on this adventure. We've really grown together. We've really come a long way. And yeah, we did it. That is Steven Crowder's deposition. I hope you guys enjoyed it, because when I was listening to this earlier today, it was I was cracking up in the gym. I'm not gonna lie, and yeah, I thought you guys would really enjoy it. I also listened to a couple of the other ones, and like they're all right, but this one was the highlight. This one was absolutely the highlight. And honestly, I figured in these trying times, what better for us than to cathartically see a man just systematically argued into a corner until he has nowhere left to scurry. And I think that was it was good. I liked it. Hope you did too. And if you did, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs and donos if you enjoyed it, folks. Because, damn, this has been a long stream. Over 7 hours long. Whew. I wonder if people will think I got divorced phrenology if I get a bit lazy shaving, even though I'm just 26. Probably not. You know, divorced phrenology, you know, A, it doesn't exist, but B, it's more an attitude. It's more something you adopt. Will we see you tomorrow? You should, if I get enough rest. I probably won't get. I have to be up in about 3-ish hours. We'll see if I get enough rest, but after I get the stuff done that I need to get done in the morning, probably sleep a little bit more. We'll see. And yeah, maybe probably an easy stream tomorrow. I don't know about call-ins. Again, a lot of it is just dependent on when we have a chance to catch our breath. Yo, Greaves under. It's not. It's cut. Your name is getting cut off. Why? Oh man. Why, jeez. Why? Why is it like this? Greaves Underground. There we go. Jesus. Thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. I very much appreciate it. My scroll wheel stopped working, and I don't know why. Also, the lights on my mouse stopped working. That's not great. That's not a good sign. God, thank you all so much. I do want to do a call-in stream soon. I want to do it sometime this week. When would be a good day? Maybe tomorrow night. By tomorrow, I mean Friday night. So not today is Thursday. Tomorrow, Friday. Maybe that will be a good time. Do I use Logitech? Nah, this is a cheap mouse that I bought for this kind of secondary workstation I got. Let's see here. You guys hit 250 likes. Thank you so much, folks. You guys are really wonderful. News tends to slow down on weekends. Yeah, but I've been trying to take weekends off. B. Parker, I was gonna say Greaves Undertale. I really want to play Undertale again. I can't get the music out of my head ever since playing Undertale Yellow. With that, folks, I need to sleep. I need to do it. We'll raid you guys into... I don't want to raid you into any of these people who are coming up. For some reason, not giving me the option to raid into folks I am familiar with. That sucks. Hammock, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate you. All right, you guys can figure it out. You're big. I trust you guys. Zachap is a lefty. They apparently made changes here, and I hate it. All right, you guys can go hang out with Zachap. Ooh, I need to warm up. I'm so chilly. It's so cold in this basement right now. I'm not wearing this jacket for aesthetic reasons, though it does look cool. It's also very chilly. Bye!
Is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy. When the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts. When the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics, we must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say all are your comrades and none are your enemies in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise proletariat and make them cower.